Chapter 1266. They are the pride of our 3,000 palaces. They are the top 3 rankers of the previous Hidden Dragon ranking. They have also entered the Martial God Palace. They have cultivated in the Martial God Palace for 500 years and have made great improvements. Let's welcome the 3 of them. Today, they will represent the Martial God Palace to supervise everyone's battles. Of course, if there are any exceptional seedlings, they will also recommend you to the Martial God Palace. The geniuses from the Martial God Palace. No wonder everyone was so excited. These 3 people were simply their idols and dreams. They had cultivated in the Martial God Palace for 500 years. What kind of achievements would they have today? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Many people had seen the Hidden Dragon ranking 500 years ago. Naturally, they had a deep impression of the top 3 rankers. The most important thing was to curry favor with them and gain their recognition of their strength. That way, there would be a high chance of entering the Martial God Palace with their recommendation. The Martial God Palace was the greatest dream of all the disciples of the 3,000 palaces. Since ancient times, who could enter the Martial God Palace was not a super genius. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, 3 silhouettes descended from the sky in an incomparably coquettish manner. These 3 people didn't seem to be particularly old. 500 years ago, they were within 1,000 years of age. Now, they should be around 1,400 years old. In the path of cultivation, this age couldn't be considered as a young man. However, Long Chen was only in his 20s. He had almost caught up to them. From this, it could be seen how heaven-defying Long Chen was. These 3 youths were the glory of the 3,000 palaces. No wonder they were so flirtatious. Where did they come from? Long Chen asked Shen Tuhong, who was beside him, as he squinted his eyes and looked at the 3 flirtatious geniuses. 500 years ago, Shen Tuhong had brought another evil dragon palace disciple to participate in the Hidden Dragon ranking. That disciple died, and the entire evil dragon palace was annihilated. Hence, he was naturally very familiar with the top 3 rankers. Looks like it will be more troublesome. These 3 are Lu Jin of the Heavenly God Palace, Li Chong of the Mad Demon Palace, and Xue Lin, of the Snow Lotus Palace. Lu Jin seems to be Lu Juanyue's cousin, the 6th Supreme Elder, Lu Jihuan's son. As for Li Chong of the Mad Demon Palace, although he is not related to Li Tsang by blood, he is an orphan adopted by the Mad Demon Palace Master. If the Mad Demon Palace Master tells Li Chong about you, he will obviously find trouble for you. As for Xue Lin, she has no conflict with you. She will be fair. The more Shen Tuhong spoke, the more worried he became. Long Chen wasn't affected at all. He raised his head and looked at Lu Jin, who was sitting in the middle. He should be the previous champion, but he didn't know if he had achieved 7 consecutive victories. Long Chen had seen the 6th Supreme Elder, Lu Jihuan, before. He was extraordinary. He didn't expect his son to be so outstanding. Lu Jin's appearance was similar to Lu Juanyue's, just that he was more mature, cold, and sly than Lu Juanyue. As for Li Chong, his temperament and gaze were similar to Li Tsang's. As expected of the same master. In fact, in the Mad Demon Palace, the disciples that the Mad Demon Palace Master was most proud of were all adopted by him. Li Tsang and Li Chong were the same. The Mad Demon Palace Master's surname was Li, and Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing were sitting next to Long Chen. The 2 of them appeared and disappeared mysteriously every day, scaring even Long Chen. At this moment, Nangong Lai said disdainfully, "Don't take these 3 too seriously. They have been in the Martial God Palace for 500 years, but their cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. They have not broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. There are a lot of people with this kind of talent in the Martial God Palace. Only you guys take them too seriously." Long Chen understood. It seemed like these 3 were all fake. Although they came from the Martial God Palace, they were still inferior to Li Xuanji, Ong Lingqing, and the others. They couldn't be considered top geniuses. No, that girl, Xuelin, seems like she is about to break through to the 9th level of the divine martial realm. She has already started to form the Nirvana Golden Wheel. It seems like her combat strength is stronger than the two next to her. It's just that she doesn't talk much and is more low-key, Han Yinxing said. It turned out that Xuelin, was the strongest, but she didn't sit in Lu Jin's seat. Among the top 3 in the last competition, Xuelin, was ranked 3rd. I didn't expect that after 500 years, she would be ahead. Sure enough, cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Shintu Hong sighed silently. At this moment, because of the appearance of Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing, that Xuelin, actually looked at Long Chen with a respectful look. As for Long Chen, she was a little confused. Why was this young man surrounded by 2 great experts? As for Lu Jin and Li Chong, they were already drowned in the praises and were busy greeting the people they were familiar with. After being praised for half a day, Lu Jin saw that it was about time. She smiled at the crowd and said, "The 3 of us are just here to supervise the Hidden Dragon Ranking Tournament. We experienced the Hidden Dragon Ranking Tournament 500 years ago and know how cruel it is. However, we also know that if we can obtain a high position, it would mean great glory and a bright future. I hope to see the exciting performances of my junior brothers and sisters today." Li Chong was not willing to let Lu Jin steal the limelight, so he said in an even louder voice, 500 years ago, we were part of you and knew the temptation of the Martial God Palace. Today, we represent the Martial God Palace. As long as you perform outstandingly and shock us, we will definitely recommend your name to the Martial God Palace. Junior brothers and sisters, fight with all your might. These words caused the crowd to clamor. It was very exciting. Everyone was very envious of these 3 cultivators that returned from the Martial God Palace. Alright, there isn't much time left. Prepare to start the Warhound's realm. At this moment, the 6th Supreme Elder, Lu Jihuan, who was sitting in the 6 seats on the left, waved his hand and smiled. Lu Jin was his son. Naturally, he was very proud of him. When he spoke, he had a smile on his face. In the Heavenly Deity Hall, when Lu Junyue saw his cousin appear, his eyes lit up. He knew that with Lu Jin around, there would be no problem for him to enter the Martial God Palace. However, the most important thing was to kill Long Chen. The 100 days of the extreme purple heavenly fire formation was Lu Junyue's worst nightmare. In the sky, the law enforcement master, Yang Wang, heard Lu Jihuan's words and hurried to stop the crowd's chatter. He said with extreme passion, "Everyone, the time has come. The most exciting Hidden Dragon rank battles that everyone has been waiting for will now begin. Please, everyone, look towards the Hidden Dragon battleground." Everyone's seats revolved around the Hidden Dragon battlefield below. The layout of the Hidden Dragon battlefield was similar to that of the true Martial Hall. However, there were only 100 battlefields, while the true Martial Hall had more than 10,000 battlefields. However, these 100 battlefields were much more exquisite than the true Martial Hall, and the scope was also much larger. Everyone present could see every battle clearly. Yang Wang shouted, "At the center of every battlefield, there is an entrance to the Warhound's realm. There are 100 hidden dragon battlefields, and there are 100 numbers. Everyone, please follow your numbers and enter the battlefield that belongs to you. Once I give the order, you can enter the Warhound's realm and compete for the 110 pairs of chaotic sky demonic dog fangs." The numbers had been given out half a month ago. They were sent to every hall. They were randomly arranged for the sake of fairness. 100 battlefields led to 100 locations in the Warhound's realm. As for the chaotic sky demonic dogs, they were distributed throughout the Warhound's realm. After a day, the Warhound's realm would open and everyone could come out. This meant that not only did they have to obtain the fangs, they also had to protect the fangs for a day. To the weak, this was not easy. Under Yang Wang's orders and the other law-enforcing elders' arrangement, a total of 20,000 disciples entered the Hidden Dragon battlefield in an orderly manner. After Long Chen bid farewell to Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing, he also entered his own Hidden Dragon battlefield. His number was 69, so he entered the 69th battlefield. Every battlefield only had 200 to 300 people. After arriving, Long Chen was startled. He discovered that a large portion of the people in his battlefield were from the Mad Demon Hall. Long Chen immediately understood what was going on. The Mad Demon Hall must have found out his number and swapped it with the other people who were number 69. To the giant Mad Demon Hall, this was an easy thing to do. And for this kind of small matter, generally speaking, the people from the Punishment Hall would turn a blind eye to it. There were 800 disciples from the Mad Demon Hall participating in the Warhound's realm. These people were all here to serve Long Chen. Seeing the provocative gazes of these youths, Long Chen's gaze turned cold. As he stood there alone, the others could easily feel that Long Chen was being looked at with hatred. More than 100 cultivators at the 6th layer of the divine martial realm and above were looking at him with hatred. Among them, there were dozens of cultivators at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. This scene was extremely frightening. The other cultivators who were not from the Mad Demon Hall quickly distanced themselves from Long Chen, afraid that they would be implicated. Up above, there were many people who saw this scene. At the highest position, the martial god palace's Li Chong was startled. He looked at his adoptive father and saw his adoptive father making a gesture of cutting his throat, hinting at him. Li Chong immediately understood and smiled faintly. He knew that his adoptive father wanted to kill this brat. However, why didn't he see his adoptive brother Li Tsang? Using the god martial spirit to communicate with the Mad Demon Hall master, Li Chong finally understood the whole story. Li Tsang had a high chance of entering the martial god palace, but he had disappeared. There was an 80% chance that he had died at the hands of this Long Chen. This caused Li Chang's gaze to turn cold. From the words of the Mad Demon Hall master, he knew that this Long Chen was not someone to be trifled with. However, since he had fallen into his hands, no matter what, he would not let Long Chen have a good time. On the other side, Lu Junyue was also complaining to Lu Jin. Hearing that her cousin was being bullied like this, Lu Jin's expression gradually turned cold. At this time, all the cultivators participating in the Warhound's realm were already in position. Chapter 1267. Under Yang Wang's command, in the center of every hidden dragon battlefield, a 3-meter-wide whirlpool appeared. It was like a whirlpool in the water, flashing with light waves. This was the entrance to the small universe world. After the Warhound's world opened, everyone rushed to enter, and the disciples of the Mad Demon Palace were no exception. In fact, these 200 people surrounding him did not give Long Chen any pressure. From the 6th to the 7th level of the divine martial realm, even if there were another 1,000 people, it would still be nothing to Long Chen. When the number of people entering was about the same, Long Chen blinked and entered the Warhound's world. The Hidden Dragon ranking battle had officially begun. It was finally time for the Hidden Dragon to surface. How could the Golden Qilin be a creature in a pond? Once it encountered the wind and clouds, it would transform into a dragon. In one day, at least 1,000 martial artists of the Warhound's world would die, and those who could obtain the fangs would definitely not be more than 110 people. This battle of the Warhound's world was undoubtedly cruel, but it was also the most exciting. This was because those who succeeded, as long as they did not die in the subsequent battles, their names would basically be engraved on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In an instant, Long Chen arrived at the Warhound's world. In the air, there was a smell of blood. Long Chen looked around. This was a barren grassland, with withered yellow grass everywhere. It was very large, even more than 10 meters long. These withered grass were almost the same size as trees. As the wind blew, countless withered grass bent down. This world was actually so big. Long Chen remembered this location. One day later at this time, the passage here would open again. At that time, Long Chen would be able to return. During this time, he only needed to find a pair of fangs. To Long Chen, this was an incomparably simple matter. The troublesome thing was the people of the Mad Demon Palace who wanted to kill him. When Long Chen appeared, the other martial artists scattered, leaving behind more than 100 mad demon palace disciples. They surrounded Long Chen from all directions, blocking Long Chen's path. Don't go. This day tomorrow will be your death anniversary. A warrior at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm was standing in the air. Beside him were 3 or 4 warriors with the same strength as him. The mission given to them by the Mad Demon Temple Master was to kill Long Chen. As long as they completed this mission, even if they did not get the Fong, they would still be rewarded handsomely. Anyone who could kill Long Chen and report it to the Mad Demon Palace Master would naturally receive endless benefits. According to the insider news, the Mad Demon Palace Master had already said that whoever could kill Long Chen would be able to replace Li Tsang and become his new adopted son. This was a transcendent status, and many people were willing to risk their lives for it. Therefore, the people who had come this time were basically not weak. In order to kill Long Chen, everyone was willing to put their lives on the line. Seeing Long Chen being surrounded, the disciples of the other palaces in the distance felt their hearts palpitating. As expected of a disciple of the crazed Devil Hall, he attacked the moment he entered and then left. Kill. The eyes of the crazed Demon Hall's disciples were bloodshot. Without saying a word, they attacked. Long Chen was quite willing to play with them. The scarlet blood heaven desolation appeared in his hand, but it did not turn into a battle halberd. Instead, it turned into a blood-red sword that Long Chen held in his hand. When the scarlet blood heaven desolation appeared in his hand, Long Chen's aura immediately changed. This was the temperament of a god of slaughter. The eyes of a god of slaughter were cold and indifferent. Those who were swept by his eyes were all terrified. Brothers, don't be afraid. We have many people. We can exhaust him to death. Everyone understood that if he had really killed Li Tsang, then his strength was at least at Li Tsang's level. For a moment, everyone went crazy. For glory and status, they desperately rushed towards Long Chen to kill him. Swish, swish, swish. A blood-red phantom flashed. More than a dozen corpses fell to the ground. When they touched the ground, they were instantly split into pieces. Their heads were directly chopped off, and their god martial spirits were also shattered by Long Chen's sword. Among these people, there were 2 at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. In that instant, everyone felt as if they had seen a nightmare. The people who had rushed forward all retreated at an even faster speed. Their faces were filled with shock, and their hearts were filled with disbelief as they looked at Long Chen. I'll count down the time. Within 10 breaths of time, whoever is still in my field of vision will end up the same as them. Long Chen said indifferently with his sword in hand. It was as if slaughtering lives was an insignificant matter to him. But to the disciples of the Mad Demon Palace, it was as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. The few senior and junior brothers who were still alive and kicking just a moment ago had all turned into corpses in less than a breath of time. Just how strong was this evil dragon palace leader? Brothers, don't be afraid. He's just timid. If he really had such strength, he would have killed all of us long ago. Why would he say such nonsense? Let's work together, one of the martial artists shouted loudly. But halfway through his words, everyone was shocked to find that Long Chen was actually behind him. Long Chen's hand pressed down on his head, and the scarlet blood heaven desolation flashed past him. Another corpse fell to the ground. 3 breaths of time left. Long Chen looked down on everyone. His disdainful aura made everyone's legs tremble. Run. No one knew who said that, but everyone completely lost their fighting spirit. They knew that their combined attack was enough to kill anyone at Yan Qingchen's level. But when they encountered Long Chen, they were stunned. Long Chen's speed was so fast that they couldn't even see his shadow. How were they supposed to kill him? At this moment, there was only fear in their hearts. When the first person started to run, everyone else started to run like a swarm of bees. Within 10 breaths of time, not a single person was alive beside Long Chen. In the distance, the spectating martial artists were already extremely shocked. When Long Chen's gaze swept across them, everyone actually started to run, not daring to stay in front of Long Chen. Within 10 breaths of time, Long Chen's surroundings were incomparably empty. What a bunch of grandsons. They're already scared by this. Long Chen put away the scarlet blood heaven desolation and used his soul eye technique to look for the chaotic sky demon dog's location. At this moment, his soul eye technique had already covered more than 10 miles. Any life within 10 miles could not escape his eyes. It was much more convenient for Long Chen to find the chaotic sky demon dog than others. At this moment, close to 30,000 disciples had already been separated in the Warhound's world. The chaotic sky demon dog was the master of this place, so it naturally wouldn't allow anyone to invade it. Many people had already started to fight with it, but the chaotic sky demon dog was a 7th grade Fey god. Martial artists that hadn't reached the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm would find it very difficult to deal with it. His field of vision was 10 miles and his divine sense was also 10 miles. Long Chen quickly moved through the wilderness. Although the Warhound's world was large, it couldn't stop him from searching. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen found over 100 people fighting around a chaotic sky demon dog. The chaotic sky demon dog was injured, but its ferocious nature was still present. Before the chaotic sky demon dog was defeated, everyone was of one mind. But if the chaotic sky demon dog fell, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. Since Long Chen found it, he naturally wouldn't let it go. In an instant, he appeared in the air above the chaotic sky demon dog. This dog-type demonic beast was a bit smaller than a wolf-type demonic beast, but it also had a strong ferocious nature. Its eyes were red and its body emitted a foul stench. The most prominent thing about it was its pair of fangs. They were half a meter long and their sharpness surpassed most divine weapons. The sudden appearance of a person in the sky naturally attracted everyone's attention. At this time, Long Chen's sword slashed down with incomparable precision. A pair of fangs soared into the sky and fell into Long Chen's hand. Long Chen didn't say a word as he placed it into the great void realm. The people fighting below were all stunned for a moment. They had bitterly fought for so long and so many people had died, but it had fallen into Long Chen's hands just like that. The chaotic sky demon dog no longer had any value, so no one targeted it. The chaotic sky demon dog that had been surrounded and nearly died quickly fled. Although it didn't have fangs, it still had its life. Down below, the over 100 martial artists all revealed bloodthirsty eyes. Long Chen kept his fangs, looked down, and said, "I'll take this thing away first. If there's anyone who isn't convinced, come up and challenge me. Don't worry, I'll take away your things, I won't kill you. Kill this pretentious idiot." Everyone angrily rushed forward. Half a quarter of an hour later, Long Chen stood on the ground. Beside him, over 100 people were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. All of them had lost their ability to fight, and Long Chen did not kill them. "Now, do I have the qualifications to possess this thing?" Long Chen asked with a smile. "Yes, yes. So it's the evil dragon palace leader. We are convinced." At the same time as they howled miserably, everyone hurriedly said. Long Chen smiled. Martial power was supreme, and only strength could truly intimidate others. He took the fangs and prepared to leave, but at this moment, a figure blocked in front of him. It was a young man. Long Chen seemed to have seen him in the team of the Mad Demon Palace. He was also at the 7th tier of the divine martial arts realm. Long Chen sensed an aura similar to that of Li Tsang. They were both at the peak of the 7th tier of the divine martial arts realm. Maybe this young man had cultivated the Mad Demon Heart Sutra. "My senior brother, Li Tsang, was it you who killed him?" the young man said while gnashing his teeth. Long Chen did not reply. "Give me the fangs and I'll let you live," the young man said angrily. "Why?" Long Chen asked. "Because I'm from the Mad Demon Palace. In the 3,000 palaces, no one can bully our people," the young man said proudly. "We are the gods of the 3,000 palaces." Long Chen laughed. With a great primal chaos thunder fist, he directly beat the young man half to death and stepped on him. Long Chen said, "Let me tell you, I'm going to bully your mad demon palace now. What do you think?" The young man panted, gnashing his teeth, and said, "I admit that you're very strong, but there are countless geniuses in the mad demon palace. Although senior brother Li Tsang is not here, my senior brother Li Dong has also reached the level of senior brother Li Tsang, and even surpassed him. The palace leader has already told him that in the next battle, you will definitely kill you. Just wait for your death." Long Chen was speechless, and with a kick, he sent the young man flying. What, Li Dong, is he really that strong? Long Chen did not care at all. Chapter 1268. If it was only at Li Tsang's level, Long Chen would not care about it. Back then, he had not gone through the minor three tribulations. Relying on the extreme universe finger, he was able to kill Li Tsang, who was using a grade 9 divine skill. Now, his divine essence had increased by a lot. If he met Li Tsang again, Long Chen would win without any suspense. However, not many people would believe it. When Long Chen defeated the youth from the Mad Demon Palace, the others looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with respect as they avoided Long Chen. Long Chen looked at them and said, "If you still don't make a move, the other fangs will not fall into your hands." Everyone came to their senses. Obtaining the fangs in Long Chen's hands was harder than ascending to the heavens. Everyone quickly fled and no one dared to find trouble with Long Chen anymore. In the past, they had only heard of the strength of the evil Dragon Palace Master. Today, they had seen it for themselves. After they left, Long Chen returned to where he came from and waited for the day to come back. The Battle of the Warhound's realm was the most crucial battle for the others. Out of 200 people, only one person would succeed in the end. However, to Long Chen, it was just a small matter. Similarly, Feng Jilin and the others easily completed the mission of this round. As for the Hidden Dragon ranking, Long Chen was looking forward to the final point battle. At that time, he would have to experience a total of 7 battles. Long Chen would use his strength to prove who was the strongest among the disciples in the 3,000 palaces. He believed that Lingxi, who was far away, would smile when she heard of his achievements. Actually, what Long Chen cared about the most was this matter. He was no longer a high-profile person. The reason why he was so ostentatious in the 3,000 palaces was because of Lingxi. Long Chen did not really want to enter the Martial God Palace. However, for her, he was willing to go in and make a name for himself. It was not enough to shake the 3,000 palaces. He wanted his name to shake the 3 regions and 9 realms, far surpassing the Sword Spirit Emperor District's Wang Chen. In the Warhound's world, Lu Junhua and the others were searching for Long Chen's whereabouts. Long Chen used his divine breath technique, so they naturally couldn't find him. Long Chen was not afraid of them, he just felt that it would be more interesting to defeat them in another place. The final point battle was everyone's battlefield. Very quickly, as Long Chen closed his eyes to ponder the extreme cosmic finger, a day had passed. Many people returned to the entrance dejectedly. Only Long Chen's entrance was the one that no one dared to approach. This was because Long Chen was standing there. Everyone had already been completely convinced by this youth. When the time was up, the crowd on the Hidden Dragon platform had already begun their discussions. Seeing the 100 whirlpools in the Hidden Dragon battlefield open, everyone watched in anticipation. "Adoptive father, are you sure that the 100 people you sent can kill that brat?" Li Chong was much more mature than Li Tsang. At this moment, he was using the God Martial Spirit to communicate with the Mad Demon Palace Lord. There are so many cultivators, and there are even a few at the peak of the 7th layer of the Divine Martial Realm. There shouldn't be a problem. If they all attack together, even an 8th layer Divine Martial Realm cultivator might not be able to block them. The Mad Demon Palace Lord said confidently. Li Chong was relieved. The Mad Demon Palace was very famous. Naturally, they would not let such a small character climb over their head. If they could finish him off and intimidate others, it would naturally be a good thing. It was not convenient for the Mad Demon Palace Lord to make a move against a junior. Killing Long Chen in the Warhound's world was the most suitable. In any case, the Warhound's world would lose thousands of people every time. Cultivators who had been tempered in battle were those who could truly persevere on the path of cultivation. The whirlpool flashed. The Mad Demon Palace Lord held his breath and looked at the hidden dragon battlefield that Long Chen had entered. When a figure came out, the Mad Demon Palace Lord was stunned. Wasn't that Long Chen? His face instantly turned ashen. There were so many people, but they still couldn't finish off Long Chen. Could it be that these people ate shit? At the very least, they should have injured Long Chen a little. Why was he not injured at all? The Winged Demon Palace had a total of 800 disciples participating in the battle. The Mad Demon Palace Lord had invested most of their strength in Long Chen. Adoptive father, it seems that this brat's life is very tough. Li Chong squinted his eyes and said. The Mad Demon Palace Lord gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry. If he wants to move forward, he will naturally meet someone who can kill him. We just need to wait and see. I think Lu Junhua and Feng Jilin can't wait to eat him alive." That's good. Li Chong looked at Lu Jin, who had an ugly expression, and smiled in his heart. Since the two of them were of one mind, that was even better. A large number of cultivators walked out from each Qingkuan battlefield. In the sky, Yang Wang ordered, "Those who obtained the Fang, stay where you are. Those who didn't can choose to leave the hidden dragon platform or return to your seats to watch the battle." Of the 30,000 people, 10,000 were in agony. Their hopes were dashed and they no longer had the mood to watch the battle. The other 10,000 people returned to their seats. Although they couldn't do it themselves, they were looking forward to the battle between the 100 true experts. Indeed, it was extremely difficult to obtain one of the 300 spots. Almost everyone who obtained the Fang could be ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, luck was also involved. It was a great honor to be able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranking. When everything was going smoothly, an accident happened on Long Chen's side. Because he was standing in the middle of the battlefield, those cultivators who were wary of him didn't dare to pass by him and leave the Hidden Dragon battlefield. They all looked at Long Chen with reverence, not daring to cross the line. Among them were many genius disciples of the Mad Demon Palace. This place quickly attracted the gazes of many people. Everyone could tell with a glance that this youth must have beaten them up in the Warhound's world, which was why they were so scared. This was even more shocking than if Long Chen had killed them. Who is this youth? Why are others so afraid of him? This is the evil Dragon Palace leader. He's been in the limelight recently. You actually don't know him. Ah, it's the legendary Long Chen who defeated Lu Junhua and Lu Ming in a bet. Speaking of which, everyone was talking about Long Chen. Under the introduction of people who knew him, many of the upper echelons of the 3,000 palaces got to know Long Chen. Long Chen didn't know that his momentary pause could increase his fame. He was the one who obtained the Fang, so he walked to the side and let those who respected him leave. On the other side of the Hidden Dragon battlefield, a tall disciple surrounded by Mad Demon Palace disciples was looking at Long Chen with a sinister gaze. "Brother Dong, what should we do?" A disciple beside him asked. "Don't worry, foster father has already made arrangements. If he can enter the top 100, his first opponent will definitely be me." The tall and sturdy young man with a sinister expression said. Other than these, the 4 supreme elders of the punishment hall were also observing Long Chen. Other than Lu Jihuan, this was the first time the other 3 had seen Long Chen. Is this the youth that martial fanatic and wine fanatic are taking care of? Looking at his appearance and will, he is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, given time, he will definitely become a dragon among men. I wonder how his fighting strength is. Tomorrow, the second round of elimination will begin. Just wait and see. Hee hee. The first time they knew Long Chen was because Long Chen had forced Zhang Jihuan to send Lu Junhua into the purple sky fire array. To be able to force Lu Jihuan to such an extent, this youth was already not simple. Very quickly, there were more than 100 warriors left in the plaza, less than 110 people. In other words, some of the mixed sky demon dogs had escaped, or some other problem had appeared. The reason why they didn't take a round number of 100 was also because of this. The following battles would determine one's ranking in the Hidden Dragon rank. Actually, besides the top 8, who would only be selected based on the points battle, the others would be graded based on their performance in the battles. Therefore, even if one lost the first battle, as long as one performed well enough, he would still be able to get a very high ranking in the Hidden Dragon rank. Next, it was time to check the fangs. After a round of inspection, there were 108 people left in the Hidden Dragon battlefield. Go back to your positions first. Tomorrow at noon, we will start drawing lots for the battles. 1 battle every day. Yang Wang announced loudly. In order to give them enough time to recover, it was 1 battle every day. Long Chen and the others returned to their own positions in the surrounding stands of the Hidden Dragon battlefield. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were nowhere to be seen. A day's time was only a short time for the cultivators. Therefore, many people did not leave and directly waited here for the day to come. The cultivators who had spent a lot of energy in the previous fight were now recovering with pills and other things. Yi Zheng and Wu Yang didn't get the fangs. This was within Long Chen's expectations. However, they weren't discouraged. The evil dragon palace had Long Chen, and they were already proud enough. Shintu Hong realized that Long Chen was like a mystery. As they chatted, they waited for the next battle to begin. Sweeping his gaze across the Wind God Shrine's camp, Feng Jilin was no longer there. Turning his head, he saw that Feng Jilin had already arrived at the Sky God Shrine and was sitting very close to Lu Junyue. At this moment, they were whispering to each other, and when Long Chen glanced over, they all revealed cold smiles. Making some stupid plan to deal with me. Long Chen laughed in his heart and didn't think much of it. At this moment, someone suddenly walked over from behind. Looking back, it was a tall and burly youth. His face was dark and his eyes were a little sinister, as if someone owed him a lot of money. I have something to do. Long Chen raised his head. When Shinto Hong and the others saw this person, their expressions changed. They hurriedly pulled on Long Chen's clothes. Clearly, they knew this person and were very respectful of him. I'm Li Dong from the Mad Demon Palace. Tomorrow, I will take your life. Now, I'm here to remind you to eat a good meal tonight. Do all the things you haven't done in your life, lest you regret it tomorrow. That young warrior said. Chapter 1269. It was just a drawing of lots. Li Dong was from the Mad Demon Palace and naturally had a good relationship with the Punishment Palace. Naturally, it could be adjusted. If Long Chen found out that his opponent was Li Dong tomorrow, he would definitely not be surprised. Hee hee. Li Dong sneered and turned to leave. In the midst of the turbulence, a day passed quickly. The original 30,000 disciples had mostly become spectators, discussing the genius martial artists who were lucky enough to enter the top 100. The ones who received the most discussion were undoubtedly Lu Junyue's group. Because Long Chen and Feng Jilin were both palace masters and were in the limelight recently, they also received a lot of discussion. Another thing was the disappearance of Li Tsang from the Mad Demon Palace. Li Tsang's disappearance was already known to everyone a few days ago. Almost everyone suspected that he had been killed. As for who, no one knew. But previously, Li Tsang and Long Chen had a conflict, and now the Mad Demon Palace Master also seemed to be targeting Long Chen. From these situations, it was not difficult for the crowd to see the strong smell of gunpowder. Originally, they thought that the Mad Demon Palace had no chance in the Hidden Dragon rank battle, but they did not expect that the Mad Demon Palace would actually have a new figure who was adopted by the Mad Demon Palace Master as his son. Following the Mad Demon Palace Master's surname, he was Li Dong. It was rumored that Li Dong's achievements in the Mad Demon Heart Sutra had already caught up with Li Tsang, and in other aspects, he was almost the same as Li Tsang. Similarly, Li Dong had also cultivated a 9th-ranked divine skill. An 8th rank divine skill was already a treasure, not to mention a 9th rank divine skill. Even in the full moon pavilion, 9th rank divine skills were quite rare. The closer it was to noon, the more the crowd looked forward to it. Soon, noon was about to arrive. The law enforcement elder Yang Wang had already risen into the air, looking at the crowd below, and said in a clear voice, "Disciples of the great hound Tusk, please come out and draw lots to determine the order of battle and opponents." Long Chen and the others followed his words and came to the field. There were already many law enforcement elders waiting here, preparing the tools for drawing lots. It was very simple. It was a huge wooden box with 100 balls inside. At the same time, there was also a soul-suppressing stone to prevent people from using their divine sense to spy. After waiting for the 100 experts to take their places, he raised his head and said in a clear voice, "There are numbers 1 to 54, and so on. Each number has 2 balls, and those who draw the same number will be their opponents. There will be 5 battles every time. In other words, the warriors who draw numbers 1 to 5 will immediately go to the Hidden Dragon battlefield for elimination battles. Numbers 6 to 10 will wait for a while. After the 5 battles are over and the Grand Supreme Elders have finished grading them, the next 5 battles will begin." This rule was easy to understand. Long Chen had understood it before the competition. In fact, whether it was the Battle of the Warhound's Realm or the second round of 4 elimination matches, he did not place them in his eyes at all. What he was concerned about was the final point battle. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of meeting an expert in the elimination matches. If that was the case, it would be fine if it was in the first 2 battles, as his opponent could still be revived. However, if it was in the last 2 battles, he would not be able to enter the top 8. Among the 100 people, Lu Junhua and the others were all present. Each and every one of them stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Their temperament and status were not something an ordinary cultivator could compare with. Yan Qingchen was also here. When Long Chen arrived, he patted Long Chen's shoulder and laughed, "I heard from my martial uncle that I am no longer your opponent." What he said is true. There was no jealousy in Yan Qingchen's eyes, only happiness. "Just wait and see," Long Chen said with a smile. "That's right. With your strength, you will definitely enter the top 8. At that time, I will fight with you for real and let you see my strength." Yan Qingchen laughed. At this moment, the people on the other side urged Long Chen and Yan Qingchen to draw lots. After Yan Qingchen drew his lot, Long Chen stretched his hand into the pool. There were not many balls left. He casually picked one and saw that it was number 54. In other words, he would be the last one to fight today. Long Chen did not care. He went to the side with Yan Qingchen and exchanged numbers. It turned out that Yan Qingchen was number 6 and he was going to fight soon. For the two of them, it did not matter. When they returned to their own place, the fierce battles in the Hidden Dragon battlefield had already begun. Those who could enter the top 100 in the 5 battles were all at least in the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. The 5 battles were all very intense. Very soon, the Hidden Dragon ranking battles were all heated up, forming a small climax. Everyone was fighting for the glory of the palace they were in. Therefore, everyone was extremely hot-blooded and fought with all their might. As for the battles of Yan Qingchen and the others, there was no suspense. The strength of the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm allowed them to suppress their opponents. Within a few moves, their opponents would either lose or admit defeat. Basically, when one reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm and did not meet an opponent of the same level in the elimination battles, they would usually win. Everyone knew that Yan Qingchen's group was at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Li Dong and Li Tsang could barely catch up with them. Next, it should be Long Chen and Feng Jilin's group. Many people knew that Feng Jilin had reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, but there were still some who did not know. After Yan Qingchen's battle, it was Feng Jilin's turn. Her long dress fluttered as she walked onto the stage. Her opponent was a short but strong man. He looked like a muscle ball. Looking at Feng Jilin's cute face, he laughed and said, "Don't worry, sister. I won't bully you. I am very gentle." At this moment, Yang Wang announced the start of the battle. Feng Jilin's eyes were cold. She waved her hand and instantly, countless wind blades flew out and cut off the cultivator's arms and legs. She had won the battle. The short and strong cultivator cried out in pain. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the beautiful woman. Feng Jilin's swift and decisive methods shocked the crowd. In an instant, the entire hidden dragon platform was in an uproar, cheering for Feng Jilin's strength. Her opponent was at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Without a doubt, Feng Jilin had reached the 8th level of the divine martial realm, becoming a new expert. In an instant, the crowd burst into cheers. As for the cultivator who had lost his arms and legs, no one cared about him. He was just a stepping stone for Feng Jilin. After Feng Jilin calmly returned to her own divine wind hall, someone carried him off the platform. From the beginning to the end, Feng Jilin's face was cold and arrogant. She didn't even look at Long Chen. However, Long Chen knew that she was putting on a show for him. Next, the battles continued. In order to get a higher ranking in the Hidden Dragon ranking, or even enter the top 8, everyone went crazy. In the battles, there were still deaths. In this first round of elimination, 2 people had died. Both of them had experienced fierce battles and couldn't stop in time. The reason why there were 110 fangs instead of 100 was that there would be deaths. This time, there are still 6 dead people left. I don't think it will be enough. When Long Chen thought of this, all the cultivators had already made their moves. When night fell, the last group went up. There were only 4 battles left in the last group. Seeing that Long Chen was in this group, many people couldn't help but look forward to it. 8 people went down together. Long Chen could see with one glance that Li Dong also came down from the crazy demon hall. He looked at Long Chen like a vulture and seemed to be a little proud. Everyone exclaimed. There were still 2 people who had a chance to enter the top 8. Then, would they meet each other? For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Then, they found that Li Dong and Long Chen actually went to the last hidden dragon battlefield at the same time, which was the 4th battlefield. This meant that they were both number 54. For a moment, the whole crowd was excited. They didn't expect that in the first round of elimination, there would be 2 strong cultivators meeting each other, forming the biggest climax. Soon, Long Chen stood on the 4th hidden dragon battlefield, staring at his arrogant and despotic opponent. Almost everyone cast their eyes on them. Many people knew that this level of coincidence could no longer be considered a coincidence. The people of the crazed Devil Palace must have changed some things in order to teach Long Chen a lesson. The people of the crazed Devil Palace were notorious among the 3,000 palaces. Because they were like mad dogs. Being targeted by them was not beneficial at all. Long Chen understood this. If he didn't beat this group of mad dogs until they were afraid, they would definitely not stop. Long Chen regretted not directly killing the more than 100 people. For a moment, countless people held their breath, waiting for Yang Wang to announce the start of the battle. Around them, Lu Junhua and the others also frowned as they watched this battle. They were conflicted. If Long Chen lost and died at the hands of Li Dong, it didn't seem to be enough to vent their hatred. Feng Jilin was even more so. She had paid a great price to exchange for a method that could kill a peak 9th level divine martial realm warrior, just to make Long Chen miserable for the rest of his life. If he was directly killed by Li Dong, it would be a great loss. However, the mad dogs of the crazy demon hall liked to make the first move. They couldn't do anything about it. They looked at the eyes of Long Chen, and from his eyes, they didn't see any fear. Right, even if he loses, he probably won't die. After all, he is fast. If his performance is good, he can be resurrected after 2 rounds. Thinking of this, Feng Jilin and Lu Junhua heaved a sigh of relief. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, Yang Wang announced the start of the battle. The flames of war instantly ignited in the other 3 battles. On this side, Li Dong crossed his arms, looking at Long Chen with a look of contempt, as if telling Long Chen to use whatever methods he had. Shin Tuhong and the others clenched their fists, extremely nervous. Chapter 1270. Long Chen could not be bothered to waste his breath on this idiot. Ever since his strength had increased, he had not been able to find a worthy opponent to fight against. This Li Dong could barely be considered as someone who could withstand his attacks. I hope you can withstand 2 moves. Long Chen's face did not have the slightest intention to fight. He was terrifyingly cold, as if he was not in the middle of a great battle. The scarlet blood firmament appeared in his hand, turning into a ferocious and domineering halberd. Under the light, it flickered with a blood-red light, blinding the eyes of the crowd. Oh! Li Dong chuckled. He loosened his hands, and a thick divine energy revolved around him, condensing countless ghosts behind him. Long Chen knew that this was the sky demon art unique to the Mad Demon Hall. Li Tsong had used it before. It could be seen that this Li Dong's sky demon art was indeed thicker than Li Tsong's. It walked the path of ferocity. It was tough and fierce, with a hint of madness. Long Chen did not care at all. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, he was the first to make a move. The scarlet blood firmament swept out, and instantly, a fatal killing intent, as well as a dragon's might that caused people to tremble emanated from his body. His eyes were filled with shock. That gaze that came from the ancient times shocked Li Dong for the first time. Rip. The scarlet blood firmament cut through the air. 5 Mountains Dragon. An earthy yellow divine dragon phantom appeared behind Long Chen, stretching for dozens of miles. Instantly, the mountain chi condensed. At the same time, Long Chen displayed the other 4 dragons. Including the 5 Mountains Dragon, a total of 5 divine dragons coiled behind Long Chen, roaring angrily. The scene was extremely frightening. Long Chen displayed the 5th level of the 9 Dragon Scripture. It was much stronger than the 4th level of the 9 Dragon Scripture. With the addition of the non-elemental energy of the 5 Mountains Dragon, the explosive power of the 5 forces was extraordinary. In an instant, Long Chen had transformed from a weakling into a powerhouse that looked down on all living beings. When he unleashed his strength, every martialist present squinted their eyes. Among them, Li Dong was the one who felt it the most. In that instant, his face fell. However, at that very moment, Long Chen unleashed the 9 Dragon Scripture, and the scarlet blood tenebrous desolation, which contained 5 tiers of power, swept madly toward Li Dong. Countless piercing screeches rang out, and Li Dong had the illusion that he had returned to ancient times. Under the pressure of countless divine dragons, he couldn't help but tremble. Even though he had the Dharma idol, which allowed him to infuse the will of the heavens and earth into his attacks, the will of the heavens and earth couldn't compare to Long Chen's dragon will. Sky-ripping hand. Li Dong was flustered and exasperated. He unleashed 2 moves consecutively, using both his hands, incomparably arrogant. Both sides fought fiercely at this moment. Everyone thought that there would be some suspense, but who would have thought that Li Dong felt like he had been hit by a mountain? In an instant, he spat out blood and was sent flying. His face was pale, and he slammed into the transparent barrier of the hidden dragon battlefield. In that instant, Li Dong felt the world spinning around him, as though he was about to die. His internal organs were all injured, and in an instant, he was drenched in blood. And Long Chen gently flipped the scarlet blood tenebrous desolation upside down, landing on the ground. He looked coldly at Li Dong below his feet, and said something that everyone present could hear. To think that the so-called strongest disciple of the crazed demon hall is only at this level. You can't even withstand a casual move from me. In my opinion, you should not be called the crazed demon hall, but the Mad Dog Hall. This name suits you all. Haha. The moment these words came out, everyone from the crazed demon hall stood up with ashen faces. Many of them could not help but charge at Long Chen. Long Chen had killed Li Dong so easily. Everyone was incomparably shocked, but they could not withstand Long Chen's words. The crazed demon hall was one of the 5 great halls, with hundreds of thousands of years of disciples. They had nurtured countless outstanding disciples, and among them, Li Chong had entered the martial god palace and was still sitting on the hidden dragon platform. Even if Long Chen had defeated Li Dong, he could not be so arrogant, not even giving face to Li Chong in the crazed demon hall master. The entire hidden dragon platform was on the verge of exploding. There were not many people watching the other battlefields. Silence. The voice of one of the supreme elders stunned everyone in the crazed demon palace. This should be the 3rd supreme elder with the highest status here. He was the oldest, his hair and beard were all white, and he should be nearing the end of his lifespan of 10,000 years. But his qualifications were indeed the oldest, and he also had the greatest power. The silence silenced all the disciples of the crazed demon hall. Although the crazed demon hall master was incomparably furious, he knew that it was not a wise choice to cause a commotion. He quickly suppressed the commotion. At this moment, Li Chong, who was also slapped in the face, had an extraordinary will. Despite being provoked, he only smiled faintly and said, "Since ancient times, heroes are born from the youth." Not bad, not bad. You possess both courage and intelligence. However, there is one thing you are wrong about. The disciples of the crazed demon hall are not defeated so easily. At this moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Dong, whose eyes had already turned completely blood-red, actually crawled to his feet. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Long Chen like a ferocious beast. "You are indeed strong, strong enough to force me to use this move." Li Dong was not defeated, he could still fight. At this moment, his energy was burning crazily, causing the crowd to exclaim in shock. This was the crazed demon heart sutra. Long Chen had already seen this scene before. Li Dong had raised his strength to the same level as Li Tsang. Long Chen felt as though he had fought with Li Tsang all over again. And indeed, at this moment, Li Dong used the primordial golden finger. The moment a 9th grade divine skill was used, the entire hidden dragon platform erupted into an uproar. This was the first time a 9th grade divine skill had been used in the hidden dragon ranking battles, and it was already at such a level on the first day. Selah. The primordial golden finger was like a sword, bringing with it the power of the crazed demon heart sutra that was amplified by Li Dong's crazed demon heart sutra as it slashed towards Long Chen. That majestic aura caused the expressions of everyone present to change. They all understood that if they were in Li Dong's position, they would not be able to withstand this move so easily. It seems like the crazed demon hall will not rest until someone dies today. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. Previously, he had killed Li Tsang when he used the primordial golden finger. This time, Long Chen did not hold back. In fact, he was even more ruthless than before. He used the 6th level of the 9 dragon scripture that he had successfully mastered. The power of the 9 dragon scripture had been pushed to the maximum. Initially, the crowd thought that the 5th level of the 9 dragon scripture was Long Chen's final attack. But when the golden lightning hell dragon appeared behind Long Chen with real golden lightning, the crowd was completely stunned by the terrifying aura it exuded. Long Chen's scarlet blood firmament swept behind him, and a total of 6 divine dragons appeared. Only the golden lightning hell dragon had golden lightning. This was the power of the soul-chasing hell lightning, which had been infused into this move. When this move was used, the crazed demon hall master and Li Chong were completely shocked. They were shocked by Long Chen's strength. The power of the 6th level of the 9 dragon scripture was already at the peak of a 9th grade divine skill, far surpassing the primordial golden finger. Especially when the power of the soul-chasing hell lightning was added, a terrifying wave swept towards Li Dong as Long Chen swept it lightly. Admit defeat. Li Dong admits defeat. The crazed demon hall master and the rest roared crazily as they rushed towards the hidden dragon battlefield. Li Chong, who was on the stage, also couldn't help but rush over to help. Generally speaking, admitting defeat meant stopping. However, in Long Chen's opinion, Li Dong didn't admit defeat. After using the crazed demon heart sutra, his mind had entered a frenzied state. He wouldn't stop until he killed Long Chen. Wanting him to admit defeat was simply a fool's dream. Hence, under the threat of the crazed Demon Hall Master and Li Chong, Long Chen's scarlet blood firmament, which carried the power of the 6th level of the 9-dragon scripture, completely shattered the primordial golden finger and Li Dong. This power was too strong. After it passed, Li Dong's entire body disappeared from the hidden dragon battlefield. Long Chen's 9-dragon scripture had completely erased all traces of him. He couldn't be more dead, and he couldn't even let out a scream. At this time, the crazed Demon Hall Master had almost reached the battlefield. It was Yang Wang who stopped him for a while. In just a short moment, Li Dong had already turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, the crowd gasped. The cold-blooded and decisive image of Long Chen had been deeply implanted in people's hearts. When the crazed Demon Hall Master announced his defeat, he didn't hold back at all. He simply didn't put the crazed Demon Hall Master and Li Chong in his eyes at all. For a moment, the scene was dead silent. Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened. He put away the scarlet blood firmament and raised his head to look at the crazed Demon Hall Master, who was staring at him coldly. Long Chen said a little embarrassedly, "In the hidden dragon rank battle, you have to admit defeat yourself. That's a true surrender. Since Li Dong didn't admit defeat, I naturally couldn't hold back. Otherwise, he would take advantage of the situation to harm me. I also have my own difficulties. I hope the crazed Demon Hall Master can understand each other and restrain your grief." After saying that, he didn't have any intention of apologizing at all. He turned around and was about to leave. At that moment, the crazed Demon Hall Master found himself about to explode. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. "Stop right there." The crazed Demon Hall Master gritted his teeth. A terrifying power surged from his body, suppressing Long Chen to the point where he almost knelt down. This time, he really couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't care less about his own status. When he made his move, 2 figures, one with the power of the sun and the other with the power of the stars, instantly collided with the crazed Demon Hall Master, knocking him back to the area of the crazed Demon Hall. The wine addict and the martial addict stood in the sky, staring coldly at the crazed Demon Hall Master. In an instant, everyone's numbness disappeared. They saw Long Chen standing firmly on the arena, and the 2 martial gods in the sky were like his gatekeepers. Bullying the weak, crazed Demon Hall Master. I'm warning you once. If you do it again, we'll make sure you don't have any descendants. Nangong Lai's threatening voice made the people of the crazed Demon Hall tremble slightly. The crazed Demon Hall Master gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that these 2 existences would really attack him for Long Chen. At that moment, everyone knew how terrifying Long Chen was. A few small things. 1. The ordinary 1,000-member group, Evil Dragon Palace, established the day before yesterday has reached 1,000 members. Readers who see this, please don't continue to join that group. In a few days, I will open another group, Martial God Palace. At that time, I will announce the group number in the book. Everyone is welcome. The dragons welcome you. 2. Supreme Dragon Tribe is a group for readers who subscribe to the original monthly subscription fee. Readers who are on mobile phones and pirated copies, please don't join it. This will increase the workload of the administrator. Remember, do not join if you don't meet the requirements. Chapter 1271. Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing are the people that the Mad Demon Palace Master had no choice but to swallow his anger. When they were young, they had probably interacted with each other. However, after Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing entered the Martial God Palace, although their strength was about the same now, in terms of true combat prowess, either one of them was stronger than the Mad Demon Palace Master. Furthermore, in terms of status, the 2 of them surpassed the Mad Demon Palace Master. Even Lu Jin and the others had to respect the 2 of them. Although they were rising stars, their positions in the Martial God Palace were not as high as Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing. Be it the punishment hall or the three young disciples of the martial god palace, they could only turn a blind eye to Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing's actions. The mad demon palace master swallowed his anger in the end. Being suppressed by the two of them was not a shameful matter. All the hall masters present, even the heavenly god palace master, could only swallow their anger. Furthermore, it was indeed wrong of the mad demon palace master to attack Long Chen earlier. Seeing that the mad demon palace master had become obedient, Nangong Lai smiled coldly. Han Yunxing looked around and said, "There are rules in the hidden dragon ranking battles. Not everyone's seniors have to stand up for them every time they lose. Then, what fairness is there to speak of? Everyone, reflect on this." They were the people of the martial god palace. Although they did not represent the martial god palace to watch the hidden dragon ranking battles, they were still qualified to say this. Everyone lowered their heads. Seeing that everyone submitted, the two of them left the sky, disappearing in a short while. Rumor had it that the drunkard and the martial fanatic were very protective of Long Chen. Today, everyone witnessed it for themselves. From now on, no one would dare to underestimate Long Chen. Lu Junhua and Feng Jilin had to think about whether they could kill Long Chen or not. Don't panic. They can only do things according to the rules. If you can kill him in the hidden dragon battlefield, they will have nothing to say, the heavenly god palace master Lu Chuanxiu said indifferently. Lu Junhua nodded, her eyes filled with hatred. Besides, aren't there still the punishment hall's supreme elders? If that person from the crazed demon hall breaks the rules, the punishment hall won't say anything, but if the two of them cause trouble, the supreme first elder and the supreme second elder will be watching. They are both existences in the nirvana tribulation realm, and the second elder is your uncle's senior brother, so don't worry. Lu Chuanxiu said. With her father's words, Lu Junhua was completely relieved. At this moment, Feng Jilin was also on the side. She had a plan in her heart. When Long Chen entered the points battle, if he met Lu Junhua first, then she would fight him. If she fought him first, then it would be the best time for her revenge. Lu Junhua wanted to kill Long Chen, but Feng Jilin wouldn't. She wanted to make Long Chen suffer a fate worse than death. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Long Chen returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. The next elimination battle would be a day later. Everyone hurriedly used the remaining time to cultivate and recover, trying to be in a better state tomorrow. No matter what, the more victories they had, the higher their ranking in the hidden dragon rank would be, and the more resources they would get at that time. Even the position of the hidden dragon ranking would directly affect the distribution of merit points. The day passed quickly. Among the 108 people, half of them had been eliminated, leaving only 54 people. Among them, 3 were killed, so they were naturally eliminated. After another round of battles, there would be 27 people left. At that time, the punishment hall would revive the 5 warriors who had been defeated in the first round, making up 32 people for the next battle. If Li Dong hadn't been killed by Long Chen, he would definitely have been among the list. In the second battle, there was no one controlling it. Long Chen met an ordinary opponent, who launched a strong attack right from the beginning. However, he was easily blown away by Long Chen's Great Chaos Thunder Fist. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he had lost his fighting power. Long Chen easily passed the second round of elimination battles. After the day's battles, it was still early. The punishment hall sorted out the information of the previous battles and announced the 5 names of the resurrected warriors. There were 32 people in total. After 2 rounds of elimination battles, the top 8 would be decided. The points battle of the top 8 would be the battle that people were really looking forward to. At that time, a huge monument would be erected on the hidden dragon battlefield. Everyone's points would be recorded on the monument. Who would be able to defeat the others and become the most outstanding? The third round of elimination battles would be held 3 days later, so everyone had 3 days to rest. During this time, they could freely leave the Crouching Dragon Mountain. Long Chen, Shen Tuhong, and the rest returned to the Evil Dragon Palace. At this time, Long Chen's fame in the Hidden Dragon ranking battle had already caused the entire Evil Dragon Palace to be excited. Long live the Palace Master, long live! Long live is nothing. Invincible, eternal life. At this time, Long Chen had already become the faith of the Evil Dragon Palace. It was because of Long Chen that all the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace felt proud when they went out. Those who had bullied the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace in the past were now at their beck and call. Even the male disciples were all extremely glorious. The women of the other palaces were changing one after another. It was all thanks to Long Chen that they could be so glorious today. At the same time, everyone understood that they had to rely on themselves. Therefore, it wasn't just Long Chen who was working hard. Everything in the Evil Dragon Palace was becoming more and more prosperous. After staying in the Evil Dragon Palace for 3 days, he had to return to the Crouching Dragon Mountain. He saw Qin Feng once. He felt that he had lost a lot of weight, but his strength had improved. If everything goes according to plan, I will be able to settle the matter that I promised you in 10 days. Long Chen said decisively. In the blink of an eye, half of the Hidden Dragon ranking had passed. The most famous one was the Evil Dragon Palace Master, Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen's fame in the 3,000 palaces had already surpassed Feng Jilin's. He had reached the same level as Lu Junhua, a veteran genius. At the same time, in everyone's eyes, Long Chen's battle prowess was already at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Many people were looking forward to the following battles. They wanted to see how Long Chen's performance would be. They also wanted to see how Lu Junhua, who had been sent into the extreme violet heavenly fire formation, would take revenge. On the last night, while Long Chen was cultivating, Lu Jin and Li Chong actually came to the Evil Dragon Palace. Of course, they came secretly, waiting for Long Chen outside the Evil Dragon Palace. They did not come to pay him a formal visit. If they came secretly like this, they definitely had something to hide. These two were experts at the peak of the 8th level of the divine martial realm. They could not be underestimated. However, Long Chen was not afraid of them. He tidied up and came to the night sky. Looking at these two proud sons of heaven who had studied in the martial god palace, Long Chen performed a cupped fist salute and asked, "Is there something important for the two of you to visit me so late at night?" Lu Jin and Li Chong exchanged glances. Originally, they were not on good terms. However, because of Long Chen's matter, they became united against a common enemy. Because of the relationship between the heavenly god palace and the crazed demon hall, the two of them wished that they could kill Long Chen. "I can tell that your combat prowess is very strong. Today, I came to tell you something." As Lu Jin tidied up his clothes, he raised his head and sized up Long Chen. He said, "You are too arrogant and despotic. The martial god palace does not like such disciples. I advise you to restrain yourself. Don't say anything that you should not say. Otherwise, you will know the consequences. You will not be able to bear them." On the other side, Li Chong said coldly, "Aren't you in a rush to join the martial god palace? Let me tell you, whether you can enter the martial god palace or not is not up to the martial fanatic and the drunkard. We have to report your situation. So, whether you listen to us or not depends on you. Whether you can enter the martial god palace depends on you as well." What Li Chong meant was that if Long Chen did not listen to him, then he could forget about entering the martial god palace. They would not report Long Chen's situation. Long Chen laughed loudly in his heart. However, his expression was very vague. He said, "What exactly do the two of you want me to do? Why do I not understand?" Lu Jin and Li Chong exchanged glances. Then, Lu Jin took out a small white jade bottle. It looked very ordinary, there was nothing special about it. Lu Jin said, "Don't ask so much. Just drink the thing in this, and I guarantee that you can enter the martial god palace." "Right." Li Chong guided him patiently. Originally, he thought that Long Chen would be very difficult to deal with. However, when they met face to face, he discovered that Long Chen was actually a little foolish. In the end, he was still young and inexperienced. Li Chong continued, "We will not harm you. We just want you to be more obedient. You know that we are from the Heavenly Deity Hall and the Crazed Demon Hall. Your actions a few days ago did not give us any face. As long as you drink this thing, we will not bicker with you." Otherwise, Long Chen understood that the thing in this ordinary bottle was definitely a super poison. It would probably cripple his cultivation. They knew that Long Chen's wish was to enter the martial god palace. Hence, they used their authority to threaten Long Chen. Furthermore, there was their strength. If Long Chen did not agree, he could forget about entering the martial god palace. Without a report, who knew what Long Chen would accomplish? Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing were only the two generals sent by the martial god palace to supervise the 3,000 palaces. They were not managing the hidden dragon ranking. The two of them smiled warmly at Long Chen, waiting for Long Chen's reply. At this moment, Long Chen's expression changed. He could not help but laugh. He said casually, "The two of you, don't try to trick me like you are talking to a child. This is too funny. I think you should just swallow this thing. I, Long Chen, will not accompany the two of you anymore. Goodbye." Lu Jin and Han Yinxing's expressions changed. They shouted, "Long Chen, do you not want to enter the martial god palace?" Long Chen countered with a question, "Do you think that you can control whether I enter the martial god palace or not? Don't try to trick me, and don't be too arrogant. In the eyes of I, Long Chen, the two of you are just trash. It has been 500 years, yet you have not broken through to the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. If you are not trash, what are you? If it were me, 3 years would be enough." Chapter 1272. Stop right there. Lu Jin's face turned red, and Li Chang's expression turned ugly as well. Long Chen turned around and smiled, "Since you can't trick me, you want to fight? Don't forget that my Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong are watching you. Don't seek death. Scram back to where you came from. Martial God Palace, one day, I, Long Chen, will trample you under my feet. At that time, it will be too late for them to beg for mercy." With that, Long Chen turned around and left, leaving Lu Jin and Li Chong fuming with anger. The two looked at each other and suppressed the anger in their hearts. Lu Jin said, "That brat is too arrogant. It's not a good thing." Li Chong nodded, "He even dares to talk back to us. Looks like he has a lot of confidence. We should show him some face." This dream recalling immortal grass is the nightmare of all cultivators. It's like a dream to return to the past. It cost me half of my merit points. I must let him have a good taste of it and experience the feeling of being haunted by nightmares. But this brat refuses to eat it. What should we do? They talked as they left. They had already put away the dream recalling immortal grass. They communicated using the god martial spirit. Lu Jin smiled sinisterly, "I have a way to get us out of this and make this brat suffer a fate worse than death. He can torture Jun Yu as he pleases." "What way?" Li Chang's eyes widened. "I've thought about it. Jun Yu definitely can't come, and that Feng Jilin doesn't seem to be suitable either. But there's someone suitable. I heard that Ji Luyun from the mysterious underworld hall had a conflict with Long Chen and was slapped. She hates Long Chen to the bone. Moreover, the mysterious underworld hall has a battle technique called the Rakshasa Mysterious Een Hand. The powerful whirlwind of the Rakshasa Mysterious Een Hand should be able to insert the dream recalling immortal grass into Long Chen's body," Lu Jin said gloomily. Li Chang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and smiled, "Wonderful, wonderful." At this point, they had already returned to the hidden dragon platform with their speed. These 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The remaining 32 people had completely recovered to their most perfect state. Then, they would proceed to the last 2 elimination rounds. As long as they entered the top 8, they would be destined to have a meteoric rise in their lives. This was an incomparably great glory. When the time came, everyone gathered at the Hidden Dragon platform. I've heard that the 32 people that remain are basically all at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm or above. However, there's absolutely no problem for you to enter the top 8. When Shinto Hong spoke to Long Chen, his tone was filled with reverence. This time, only Shinto Hong came. The others were waiting for Long Chen's good news in the Evil Dragon Palace. The Hidden Dragon platform was filled with people. Other than those who had seats, the other disciples were also able to make it to the Hidden Dragon battlefield. They could only watch from afar. After not seeing each other for 3 days, the atmosphere between the palaces had become more and more intense. Of the 32 people, many of the participants had already studied the information of the others. Of course, that was excluding Long Chen, who was almost certain of his victory. In these 2 battles, if he encountered a cultivator of the same level, even if he was at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, he would not have a chance of resurrection. In other words, even if he was an expert, whether he could enter the top 8 or not depended on luck. In the eyes of the crowd, there were a total of 6 people who had the same battle strength as Lu Junhua. They were the 6 that had competed in the Heavenly Street. There were still 2 spots that could be fought for. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. They were all discussing the 6 strongest cultivators. Among them, Long Chen was the most discussed. Previously, when Long Chen killed Li Dong, it had already caused a huge impact on the crowd. I'm guessing that Long Chen will definitely enter the top 8. Not necessarily. If he really encountered a cultivator at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, I don't know if he would be able to handle him. Let's wait and see. It seems that the 6 of them have not met an opponent that could make them fight with all their strength. A few days ago, Li Dong disappointed me. He underestimated Long Chen, so he was defeated. If he had taken him seriously from the start, he would not have lost so badly. Do you guys think that there will be experts who will meet in these 2 battles, and then one of them will be eliminated? This time, they could only rely on luck. At noon, Yang Wang finally announced the start of the 3rd elimination round. This time, Long Chen and the others were summoned to draw lots. There were a total of 32 people, which was clear to the crowd. However, Feng Jilin and Lu Junhua did not pay attention to Long Chen at all. Long Chen and Yan Qingchen drew lots together. The 2 of them were not opponents of each other, so they waited at the side. From now on, the battles would basically be carried out one by one. Today, there would be a total of 16 battles. This time, Long Chen drew number 3. After the first 2 fierce battles, it was his turn to fight. He had thought that his opponent would be very difficult to deal with and would be arranged by someone else. However, he did not expect that his opponent would be an ordinary cultivator at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. He could only admit that he was unlucky to encounter an opponent like Long Chen. However, after fighting for a while, he was easily defeated by Long Chen using the 24 war spear. Everyone already believed in Long Chen's strength. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. After Long Chen defeated his opponent, he left the stage. The next one to go up was actually Ji Luhua. This man who looked like a woman glanced at him with disgust and snorted. He was like a proud rooster as he walked up the stage. Long Chen was somewhat speechless as he returned to his seat. After another round of battles, the battle for the top 8 would begin. At that time, he would fulfill his promise to Qin Feng, as well as settle things with Feng Jilin. Today's battles ended very quickly. There were no cultivators at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Those who were eliminated were basically all at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. There were no deaths. The remaining 16 people would undergo another elimination round tomorrow to determine the top 8. Tomorrow would be the day when the top 8 would be born. Therefore, it would be much more exciting. In truth, the closer it was to the end, the more exciting the battles would be. The entire Hidden Dragon platform was suddenly filled with undercurrents. Long Chen knew that many people were definitely up to something. If it was in the past, he would definitely be very careful. However, in the face of absolute strength, there was no need for that. He had sufficient confidence in himself for this battle. At night, when Xiao Chen raised his head, he saw Lu Jin and Li Chong sneering at him. Clearly, they were plotting something. The sneers of Long Chen's group had something to do with the bottles in their hands. What exactly was in those ordinary bottles? Did they think that they could stop Xiao Chen from entering the martial god palace? Long Chen could only chuckle. The day of the battle for the top 8 arrived very quickly. Under Yang Wang's lead, the 16 people drew lots again. Following the group, Long Chen quickly obtained the number 8. This gave him a bad premonition. This was because the 8th round was the last round. Previously, didn't he also draw 54 and face off against Li Dong? This time, it was obvious that someone else had arranged an opponent for him. Who exactly is sending themselves to death? Long Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He retreated to the side with Yan Qingchen. Yan Qingchen drew number 4, so he was in the middle. After grabbing the things in their hands, Long Chen and the other 16 people directly stood outside the huge hidden dragon battlefield number 1. Yang Wang stood in the middle of the hidden dragon battlefield and said a lot of exciting words in a clear voice before announcing the start of the most intense battle. The 2 cultivators who drew number 1, please come to the hidden dragon battlefield. The tens of thousands of people present were filled with anticipation as they looked at the 16 people. At this moment, 2 people stepped out. It was Feng Jilin and another cultivator that Long Chen did not recognize. It was a woman. Based on her attire, she should be a woman from the Snow Lotus Hall. The people in the Snow Lotus Hall were all women, and they were all cold. Most of them had never married. Although there were many beautiful women in the Snow Lotus Hall, they were called the Nuns' Hall. Soon, Feng Jilin and that woman started a fierce battle. At this moment, Feng Jilin displayed the skills of the LV8 Divine Martial Realm. Her fighting strength was extraordinary, which was far from the time when she was tortured by Long Chen in the sky above the evil dragon palace. About 15 minutes later, she cut off that disciple's limbs with cruel means. After that, she looked at Shuizi with provocative eyes. This could be considered as revenge for the slap she gave Shuizi on Heaven Street. Shuizi did not say anything. She silently brought her junior sister back to the Snow Lotus Hall, and then returned to the original place. The following battles with number 2 were also very smooth. Basically, if a warrior of the LV7 Divine Martial Realm met with a warrior of the LV8 Divine Martial Realm, the battle would end in a very short time. However, if 2 warriors of the LV7 Divine Martial Realm encountered each other, the battle would be quite fierce. The 2 of them would have to fight to the point where blood and flesh would fly in the air before a winner could be determined. The winner would successfully enter the top 8. The number of spots in the top 8 was getting smaller and smaller. Coincidentally, there were basically no 2 warriors of the LV8 Divine Martial Realm who encountered each other. There were a total of 6 warriors of this level. In fact, the probability was quite high. It was not difficult to see that the drawing of lots was also arranged by someone else. Yan Qingchen, Lu Junhua, Shuizi, and Feng Jilin all easily defeated their opponents and entered the top 4. Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Ji Liuai, who had a pretentious expression. The one who was arranged to intercept me is Ji Liuai. Long Chen thought that Lu Junhua could not help but want to fight with him at this time. Now that the 6th battle was going on, only Long Chen, Ji Liuai, and 2 warriors of the LV7 Divine Martial Realm were left. In the eyes of the onlookers, in the next 2 battles, Long Chen and Ji Liuai would easily defeat their opponents and enter the top 8. In that case, the battles of the top 8 would be even more exciting. No one wanted the 2 experts to meet each other in advance. Chapter 1273. Who will be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the points battle? Let's wait and see. Yang Wang laughed loudly. He glanced at Long Chen and the other 3. The 2 cultivators of the 7th layer lowered their heads in disappointment. They knew that they had been arranged to become the stepping stones for Long Chen and Ji Liuai. Ji Liuai was a genius who had become famous many years ago, and Long Chen was a rising star. They were no match for him. The two cultivators who have drawn number 7, please come to the stage and fight. Yang Wang shouted loudly. The crowd cheered. Another visual feast was about to take place. In the crowd's eyes, Ji Liuai and Long Chen would definitely not meet. They were both qualified and strong enough to enter the top 8. But at that moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. The two cultivators of the 7th layer were the first to make a move. Even they were stunned. You are number 7. The two of them said at the same time. In the next moment, they roared excitedly. They had thought that they had no chance. Who would have thought that they still had a 50% chance? Their eyes suddenly became fiery. The crowd outside the stage immediately became noisy. They were not cheering for the two cultivators of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm, but for the other two, Long Chen and Ji Liuai's battle. Nobody had thought that the battle would take place at that moment. Only Li Chong and Lu Jin smiled. They did not want to let Long Chen fail to enter the top 8. In fact, they had a higher vision. They knew that Long Chen's fighting strength was probably stronger than Ji Liuai's. However, with the help of the Dream Recall Immortal Grass, Long Chen was very likely to win. But the point battle would definitely be very interesting. The two cultivators of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm were fighting with their lives on the line, but it did not arouse the crowd's interest. Although it was a pity that one of the two cultivators of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm could not enter the top 8, they were still very excited to see such a fierce battle. After half an hour, the winner of the battle was decided. One of the two had successfully entered the top 8, but he only had one life left. At that moment, Long Chen and Ji Liuai appeared on the stage. Ji Liuai seemed to have known about this situation, so she was very calm. The two of them silently looked at each other on the battlefield. I've seen your battles, you're not bad, but do you really understand the strength of the 8th god Qi layer? Asked Ji Luxian in a flirtatious way. Long Chen slapped him. He hated such a violent person. Long Chen didn't say anything. The scarlet blood skywiled in his hand answered for him. Long Chen's anticipation for this battle was even greater than Ji Liuai's. Previously, Li Dong hadn't been interesting enough. After surviving the 3rd tribulation, he could finally display his true combat strength. Crimson blood skyend landed on the battlefield. In an instant, the entire battlefield trembled. Outside the arena, countless people cheered. For Long Chen's unyielding and hot-blooded nature, Ji Luxian was like a woman. What a rude fellow. No wonder so many people hate you. Other than Yan Qingchen, everyone wants your life. Ji Liuxuan said with some disgust. Long Chen really couldn't stand this guy anymore. He pointed at Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation and said, "Shut your mouth and do it." Ji Luxian was furious. This brat really didn't know how to be polite. Originally, she wanted to give him a way out. After all, that thing was too evil. But since he didn't appreciate it, she wouldn't be polite anymore. When she received that thing, Ji Luxian was also shocked. She knew that if one was poisoned by that thing, it might not be obvious at first, but after a day, the situation would be obvious. Dream Recall Immortal Grass. This seemingly dreamy name was the nightmare of all high-level cultivators. Dream Recall, it was like going back to the past in a dream. It was a kind of thing that would destroy a cultivator's body structure and directly affect the god martial spirit, causing the cultivator's strength to decrease by 1 level every day until they died. The Dream Recall Immortal Grass was colorless and odorless. After being poisoned by it, there wouldn't be any symptoms on the first day. But on the second day, the cultivator's cultivation would start to decrease by 1 level. On the third day, the cultivator's god martial spirit would be damaged again, causing the cultivator's cultivation to decrease by 1 level. The stronger the cultivator, the later they would die. This kind of poison didn't cause immediate death. Instead, the cultivator would watch his strength decrease by 1 level every day. If Long Chen didn't enter the top 8, it would be fine. But if he did, his cultivation would decrease by 1 level every day. How miserable would his end be? At the beginning, Ji Luxian hesitated, but now she didn't. She felt that Long Chen deserved to die. It could be said that this was the most intense battle since the start of the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. Everyone's blood was boiling. After this battle, tomorrow's battle would be especially cool. Xianming Divine Art. Ji Luxian was the eldest disciple of the Xianming Palace. His cultivation was extraordinary. At this moment, the power of the divine country descended. Long Chen could faintly see that there was a hidden world in his body. As expected, there was still a gap between the real cultivators of the Great Path of Qian Kuan and Li Dong. The cultivators of the Great Path of Qian Kuan had the power of the world. In terms of the amount of divine origin, they could reach an indestructible level. At the same time, when they used the power of the divine country, almost no cultivator below the 8th level of the divine martial realm could resist. Long Chen saw a world filled with Yin Qi in Ji Liuxuan's body. It was like the demon world of Yin. That Yin Qi had the greatest amount and was endless. That was the greatest power of the 8th level of the divine martial realm. The great path of Qian Kuan wasn't as simple as the martial path of the divine martial realm. It was the beginning of the great path of Qian Kuan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the great path of Qian Kuan. Ji Liuxuan's comprehension of the martial path was far ahead of Long Chen. That was normal. After all, Long Chen was only in his 20s. Xianming Divine Country, that shocking power filled Ji Liuxuan's body, causing his clothes to flutter. It seemed like the entire Hidden Dragon battlefield was under Ji Liuxuan's control. Ji Luxian raised his head, smiled coldly and said, "You can't touch that power." Indeed, it seemed like Long Chen couldn't deal with the Xianming Divine Country. Under Ji Liuxuan's power, he was as weak as a blade of grass. However, Long Chen had a disdainful smile on his face. True power doesn't need to be fancy. I have been studying the Xianming Divine Country for hundreds of years. Today, I will let you try it. It was very simple. He threw a punch at Long Chen. In the Divine Country, the Xianming Divine Countries 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 Divine Country. If he didn't, he definitely wouldn't be able to deal with it. Long Chen clearly remembered that Yi Wuxiang had given him his comprehension of the great path of heaven and earth, hoping that it would be helpful to him. Ji Luxian gave him the same feeling that Yi Wuxiang had given him back then. That boundless strength made it seem like she was the entire world. She was much stronger than when she had been at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. As expected, the higher the level of the divine martial realm, the more difficult it was to imagine. At this moment, Long Chen felt like he was being surrounded by the entire world. Luckily, the heavens granted me a trace of the nirvana force when I overcame the tribulation of the 3 little tribulations. A smile appeared on Long Chen's face. The power of nirvana rebirth, although it wasn't as vast and majestic as the power of a world, seemed very ordinary. It was the power that originated from the beginning of the world. It was ancient and chaotic, and was the power that peak martial artists pursued. Compared to the power of a world, the power of nirvana rebirth was actually much more terrifying. The nirvana force in Long Chen's hand was only a 10,000th of the mysterious underworld force in Ji Liuxuan's hand. However, when he threw out an ordinary punch, although it wasn't as powerful as Ji Liuxuan's, it was enough to send Ji Luxian flying. The mysterious underworld force shattered, and the divine country shook. Ji Luxian coughed out a mouthful of blood, her face deathly pale. At that moment, everyone stood up. They were simply stupefied. No one had seen how Long Chen had defeated Ji Luxian. They hadn't seen what kind of power he had used. In their eyes, it was just a casual punch from Long Chen. The stronger they were, the more shocked they were. The Heavenly Divine Hall Master, Mad Devil Hall Master, Grand Elder and the others all stood up, staring at Long Chen in shock. Only the martial artists closest to the Nirvana Tribulation realm knew that the power Long Chen had just used had a trace of Nirvana force. They could only vaguely sense it, and weren't sure. After all, they hadn't truly come into contact with Nirvana force. However, other than the power of Nirvana rebirth, what else could defeat Ji Luxian like that? There seemed to be none. For a moment, the entire scene was silent. They watched as Ji Luxian wiped away the blood on her face and stood up with a dazed expression. "Do you admit defeat?" asked Long Chen. He had a huge conflict with Lu Junhua. As for this Ji Luxian, she could be considered ordinary. Long Chen wasn't a murderous demon king, and it wasn't that he had to kill every opponent he met. The true Tao was always benevolent in the midst of slaughter. Ji Luxian stared at Long Chen with wide eyes, retreating several steps before taking a deep breath. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that Long Chen was undefeatable. He was like a peak mountain that couldn't budge. The mysterious underworld force that he had painstakingly cultivated was broken so easily. In that case, what couldn't this Long Chen do? However, Ji Luxian wasn't seriously injured. Seeing the crowd's shock at Long Chen, he couldn't accept it. "Let's go again. I'll let you see the power of my mysterious underworld force fused with battle skills. You have to be careful. What I'm going to use next is the 9th grade divine skill of my mysterious underworld hall, the Luosha Mysterious Yin Hand," said Ji Luxian with a sinister expression. He rarely cared so much about his image. On the stage, Li Chong and Lu Jin exchanged a glance and smiled. Next, it was time to watch a good show. They didn't know that their exchange of glances had attracted Long Chen's attention. Long Chen knew that they were going to play tricks on Ji Luxian from the start. Could it be now? Then, what were they going to do? Long Chen was very careful. Chapter 1274. It was because Long Chen had discovered some small changes in the other party that he was now on high alert, paying attention to every movement of Ji Liuai. He believed that there must be a problem with Ji Liuai, and this problem must have been caused by Lu Jin and Li Chong. Previously, Long Chen remembered that they had given him an ordinary bottle. Sure enough, at this time, Ji Liuai actually took out a bottle from his divine kingdom. Under his control, the bottle quickly broke, and a small drop of black liquid was absorbed into his palm under the control of his divine origin. If one did not look carefully, they would never notice that this drop of liquid was in his hand. Like the white jade bottle, this drop of liquid looked very ordinary, but a trace of excitement appeared in the depths of Long Chen's soul. He realized that the thing that Lu Jin and Li Chong brought out was obviously not simple. If he was hit by it, he was afraid that his fate would be very miserable. Martial God Palace was the core of true Martial Emperor Palace. It was filled with countless magical things. One could see from the 9 Revolutions Golden Soul Pill that the resources inside were absolutely abundant. Long Chen still had 5 purple crystal jade rhizome pills on hand. With such abundant resources, there must be something that was enough to kill Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was highly concentrated. The mysterious underworld realm that Ji Liuai was most proud of was actually defeated by Long Chen. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Originally, his desire for revenge was not as strong as Lu Junhua's, but in this moment of madness, he no longer cared about the consequences. He knew how powerful the dream recalling immortal grass was. If Long Chen was hit by it, it would definitely be a lifetime of sorrow. Moreover, in the following points battle, Long Chen would be in an extremely miserable state. His cultivation would fall by 1 level every day, and he would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Long Chen might not even be able to deal with the 3 cultivators at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. Letting out a heart-wrenching laugh, Ji Luyin changed his transvestite appearance to become somewhat sinister. The drop of reverberating dream immortal grass liquid spun in his hand. His divine energy was originally dark green in color, so under the protection of his divine energy, the drop of reverberating dream immortal grass liquid was practically invisible. The Rakshasa mystic Yin hand was a combat skill with extremely high rotational force. It was one of the essence of the mysterious underworld hall and was a 9th grade divine skill that was as famous as the primordial golden finger. Ji Liuming's attack immediately caused a series of exclamations. At the same time, he poured all the power of the mysterious underworld realm into his attack. In an instant, the might of his attack increased to a level that made everyone tremble. "Don't blame me, kid. Really don't blame me." Ji Liuzhen smiled cruelly as his hand gestures changed again and again. After a few rounds of changes, a whirlwind of mysterious underworld realm power spun around his hand. At the very top of that whirlwind was Ji Liuzhen's finger. At the tip of his finger was the medicinal liquid of the dream recalling immortal grass. Rumble. The entire hidden dragon battlefield shook. At this moment, Ji Liuzhen did not hesitate and thrust the Rakshasa mystic Yin hand towards Long Chen. This was the most tearing force that Long Chen had ever seen. The space rippled as if it was about to be torn apart. That power was actually close to the 9th level of the divine martial realm. As expected of a warrior who had condensed a divine kingdom in his body. Even Li Tsang and Li Dong and the others would not be able to withstand this attack. Perhaps even if they could withstand it, the power of the reverberating dream immortal grass would be directly impacted into Long Chen's body. As long as it broke through Long Chen's skin, it would be able to enter Long Chen's body and cause unimaginable damage to Long Chen. It has been proven that those who are disobedient will end up in a miserable state. Lu Jin said with some regret. He had seen a lot of geniuses in the martial god palace over the years. He had been very depressed. Most of those geniuses had been nurtured in the martial god palace since they were young. Only when they came here did they have this kind of feeling of being superior. In the martial god palace, they had been subservient for too long. Li Chong also felt the same way. He said, "This kind of person is too hot-tempered. Even if he enters the martial god palace, he will not have a good ending. Maybe he will die even faster. What we are doing is helping him. Don't you think so?" Of course. Lu Jin's eyes exuded a heroic spirit. The stronger a warrior was, the more terrifying his aura would be. For example, Lu Jin's heroic aura could basically make anyone below the 5th tier of the divine martial arts realm tremble in front of him. However, they had underestimated Long Chen. The drop of dream returning immortal grass's medicinal liquid was clearly displayed in front of Long Chen. How could Long Chen let that thing touch him? If he had not discovered it, he would have used the 9th layer of the 9 dragon scripture and executed nirvana power. That way, he would have been able to defeat Ji Liuai. However, it was not the time now. In order to ensure his safety, Long Chen had no choice but to execute his trump card. Extreme Universe Finger. For a moment, Long Chen sank into a mysterious state. The river of time flowed around him, and the extreme Ian finger in his hand was like a huge hand that allowed him to slightly obstruct the flow of time. The first level of the extreme Ian finger allowed him to influence time by 2 times, allowing him to unleash time disorder by more than 2 times. Against Ji Liuai, Xiaochen did not need to use his full strength. Under Ji Liuai's attack, Long Chen did not seem to have any reaction. In the end, he actually used an ordinary attack. However, it was precisely this ordinary attack that had scared the wits out of them. "Long Chen is going to lose," someone exclaimed at the beginning. Then, his jaw dropped to the ground. Long Chen casually flicked his finger, and just like before, Ji Luyin was completely defeated. A deafening explosion rang out, and Ji Liuin's entire body was covered in blood as she was sent flying. It was as if she had encountered a spatial distortion. At that moment, everyone stood up once again. They had no idea how Long Chen had defeated Ji Liuai. A cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm had not been able to see through Long Chen's attack. This proved how terrifying Long Chen was. At that moment, there was another moment of silence. Long Chen was actually not at ease. That drop of black liquid was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Long Chen had noticed it. Otherwise, Ji Liuai would have really stuffed it into his body. With the power of the Extreme Universe Finger, Long Chen directly shattered the drop of black liquid. As a punishment, Long Chen shook it into Ji Liuai's body. He did not know what would happen. Anyway, since Ji Liuai had agreed to use this thing to mess with him, he would let him reap what he sowed. The evils he sowed were the hardest to bear. From this battle, Long Chen had a rough idea of his own combat strength. It could be said that for warriors who had just entered the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, although they had the power of the world and endless divine spirit, and the power of the world was a kind of crushing power, Long Chen had the power of nirvana to resist it. For warriors at this level, as long as he used the extreme cosmic finger, which was almost equivalent to the martial arts of the calamity realm, he would definitely win. As for the peak of the 8th level of the divine martial realm, it was equivalent to Ji Liuai's level. Because Ji Liuai's divine nation had started to mature, his power of the world was definitely much stronger than Ji Liuai's. Whether Long Chen could deal with him or not was a problem, but at least he could guarantee that Long Chen would not be defeated. At this moment, Ji Liuai had fallen to the ground, completely unconscious. Long Chen smiled and cast a complacent look at the two youths. The expressions of the two youths from the martial god palace instantly turned ugly. That dream recalling immortal grass had wasted a lot of their merit points. They did not expect to waste them like this. However, what made them feel even more uncomfortable and shocked was Long Chen's performance just now. They could not clearly see what Long Chen's move was, but its might was really frightening. Perhaps even they themselves were not sure that they could resist Long Chen's attack. They did not care that the dream recalling immortal grass had fallen into Ji Liuai's hands. With their status, Hall Master Xian Ming would only seek trouble with Long Chen and not them. 2 moves, and each move completely defeated Ji Liuai. What did this mean? Everyone's mind buzzed for a moment, and then they came to a conclusion. This Long Chen's strength was actually very likely to be in the top 3 of this Hidden Dragon ranking tournament. He was very likely to be the champion. This was because even Lu Junhua, who was publicly acknowledged as the strongest, could not do this. This was big news. Unexpectedly, Long Chen had hidden his strength to this extent. His strength was the strongest. The suspense of the points battle for the top 8 had increased once again. Everyone could not wait to see the battle between Long Chen and them. This was all in the future. At this moment, Long Chen raised his head and looked at Yang Wang. There was a kind of majesty in his eyes that people did not dare to look directly at. Yang Wang was slightly dazed for a moment, then he recovered with a start and announced, "The last spot for the top 8 is Long Chen from the Evil Dragon Palace. He has defeated the number 1 disciple of the Xianming Hall, Ji Liuai, and ended this most exciting battle. Let us give him a warm round of applause." Rumble. Immediately, a wave of applause came. Many people's faces turned ashen under the applause. Long Chen had offended many great halls. First it was the Wind Divine Hall, then the Mad Demon Hall, the Sky God Hall, and now the Xianming Hall. When the Xianming Hall master carried Ji Liuai back, he took a deep look at Long Chen and did not say anything. Long Chen also did not know the effect of the black liquid. Anyway, all this had nothing to do with him. The top 8 spots had all been determined. The points battle would begin in 3 days. The 7 consecutive days of battles would be the true climax of the Hidden Dragon ranking tournament. Today's battle ended just like that. Today, there was no doubt that one person's name was deeply engraved in the minds of the people from the various great halls. That was Long Chen. Long Chen defeated Ji Liuai and entered the top 8. Chapter 1275. It was rumored that Ji Liuai had fainted during the battle. By the time he woke up, the Hidden Dragon ranking would have already ended. This time, the pitiful Ji Liuai had no chance with the Hidden Dragon ranking. As for the Martial God Palace, it was even more impossible. However, compared to Li Tsang and Li Dong, his situation was much better. No one paid attention to the losers. All the attention was focused on Long Chen. It was rumored that when Long Chen defeated his opponent, he had used a move. That move was invincible. Long Chen had almost replaced Lu Junhua as the person most likely to become the champion. In 3 days, the entire 3,000 palace was filled with discussions about Long Chen. For example, in a secret room of the heavenly deity hall, Feng Jilin had destroyed the exquisite hall in anger. She had torn all the luxurious chandeliers, paintings, and so on into pieces. Only in the end did she stop. She shrieked, "Why? Why does he keep getting stronger? If I lose to him again, I'll just kill myself. What a coward. Trash." Another voice came from the depths of her soul. Feng Jilin was startled. Her voice turned cold. "You're finally willing to show yourself. I've been watching today's battle. That youth is not bad. Even I could not see through the mysteries of that last move. This Tao is close to the power of laws. I advise you to kill him as soon as possible. If he lives, the entire 3 regions and 9 realms will be thrown into chaos. At that time, even the Jinwu Emperor will have to be replaced. That's terrifying." Feng Jilin was stunned. Long Chen had actually made such a person say such things. This had exceeded her expectations. At this moment, she had to face this reality. Long Chen was like a person blessed by the heavens. Anyone who fought against him would not have a good ending. However, she had to settle this grudge. "The best way is to kill him as soon as possible before he matures," the voice said cruelly. Feng Jilin was shocked. "You mean that the method you gave me can definitely kill him, never to reincarnate?" The mysterious voice laughed and said, "Of course. Don't underestimate me. If you knew my true identity, you would be scared to death. He would never be able to reincarnate." Feng Jilin gritted her teeth. There wasn't such a deep hatred between them, but why did she have such a strong hatred in her heart? As for the mysterious voice's words, she disdainfully said, "If you really were that powerful, then you wouldn't be fighting over my body with me in such a sorry state. Save it." Feng Jilin's words were not polite at all to the person who was about to destroy her. At the same time, Long Chen's performance this time made many people anxious. Actually, Long Chen wanted to wait a bit longer and not reveal his strongest battle power right away. But the reverting dream grass made him cautious, so he had no choice. In the Sky God Palace, Lu Jihuan, Lu Chuanxiu, Lu Jin, Lu Junhua, and Lu Junhua's mother were all sitting together. The atmosphere was very serious. That beautiful woman had heard about what had happened today and was extremely worried. She kept nagging, "No, my good boy, you can't take the risk. You are not that much more powerful than Ji Liuzhen. Fighting against that guy is just suicide. Can you not go to the hidden dragon rank battles?" "Mother, absolutely not. He sent me into the extreme violet heavenly fire formation. I will definitely let him experience the most painful torture. This is my only chance." Lu Junhua's eyes were bloodshot as she spoke. She was like a bloodthirsty wild beast. The woman hugged Lu Junhua affectionately. Afterwards, she looked at Lu Chuanxiu furiously and said, "You're the leader of the Heaven God Hall. Just what are you doing? How can you let such a powerful person bully my child? Can't you just kill him?" Lu Chuanxiu was about to explode when the 6th Supreme Elder, Lu Jihuan, held him back. He said sincerely, "Sister-in-law, it's not as simple as you think. He has the support of 2 people from the Martial God Palace. It won't be easy." Lu Jin used the reverting dream grass today and did not finish him off. Instead, he tested his strength. This is a good thing. Only then did the beautiful woman stop speaking. She hugged her son tenderly, burying his head deep into her chest. Seeing the hatred in Lu Junhua's eyes, the beautiful woman's heart ached. She hurriedly begged Lu Jihuan, "Uncle, do you have any way to let Junhua kill that bastard?" Lu Jin analyzed, "Auntie, according to my calculations, the strongest person in this hidden dragon ranking should be that guy. Junyue will probably only be second. Who said I'm not his opponent? I can definitely kill him. Lu Junyue said unwillingly. Beside them, Lu Chuanxiu and Lu Jihuan pondered for a while. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Lu Jihuan sighed and said, under normal circumstances, if Junyue went to deal with him, he would probably die. It seems like we can only find a loophole. What loophole? The beautiful woman quickly said. The others were also very interested. Lu Jihuan said in a low voice, in order to ensure fairness and to test the true power of each warrior, only weapons and healing medicines can be used in this point battle. Other things like talismans, magic treasures, and other things that are powerful and can only be used once. If you use them, you will be warned, and in serious cases, you will be kicked out of the hidden dragon rank battle. Lu Jin was very smart. He clapped his hands and smiled. My father is from the Punishment Palace. He has a good relationship with a few elders, especially the second supreme elder. If Junyue uses something, he can kill that Long Chen. As long as he dies, it doesn't matter if Junyue gets punished. With me around, it won't be a problem to get him into the Martial God Palace. But if that Long Chen dies, everything will be over. Dead people don't get anything. The beautiful woman was ecstatic. Yes, the Punishment Palace is our people. Breaking the rules is a small matter. With Uncle's words, Junyue will definitely be fine. Even if he can't continue fighting, there's still Lu Jin. Hugging her favorite son, the beautiful woman cried tears of joy. That bitch actually dared to harm my son. He should just die. Reaching there, Lu Junyue was most interested in a question. His eyes lit up, and he asked in a hurry, Father, Uncle, what are you going to give me? Is it that? Lu Chuanxiu smiled. That's right, it's the greatest treasure of our heavenly god hall, the golden elephant of the 9 spirits seal. This is a treasure of our heavenly god hall that has been passed down for 100,000 years. Only Nirvana realm cultivators can truly use it with Nirvana force. This is a treasure of the Tribulation realm. Many treasures of the Tribulation realm are unimaginable. If you use the power of the world, you should be able to temporarily refine the golden elephant of the 9 spirits seal. When you use it, the might of the ancient golden elephant will descend. That Long Chen won't be able to withstand a single blow and will definitely be crushed to pieces. Hearing that, Lu Junyue's eyes basically burned with rage. With the golden elephant of the 9 spirits seal, he had finally turned the tables. It was only a matter of time before he killed Long Chen in the battle for points. You have to remember, after you obtain the golden elephant of the 9 spirits seal, you have to familiarize yourself with it quickly. I'll do my best to postpone your battle so that you can familiarize yourself with it. When the real battle begins, when you use the golden elephant of the 9 spirits seal, you have to kill him immediately. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to confiscate it, Lu Jihuan lectured earnestly. Thank you, Uncle. Junyue will definitely kill him as soon as possible. Lu Junyue smiled. At this moment, he looked down on Long Chen very much. He laughed to himself, you? So what if you have 2 seniors of the Martial God Palace protecting you? You're not as powerful as my Lu family. In the Evil Dragon Palace, Long Chen stood alone on the Cloud Ascension platform. The Extreme Universe Finger was executed in advance, causing a huge commotion. However, Long Chen didn't mind it. He ultimately believed that only true strength would allow him to have the last laugh. As for other crooked methods, they could go to hell. Right now, Lu Junyue and Feng Jilin were also doing evil methods. Kitten, after the hidden dragon ranking ends, with Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong around, entering the Martial God Palace will not be a problem. However, it will probably take some time to receive the summons. I want to make use of this time to make a trip to the 9-star Primal Chaos City. At the mention of the 9-star Primal Chaos City, Kitten became extremely excited. That was related to the Void Aeon Dragon's essence blood inheritance. To Kitten, this matter was much more important than the Martial God Palace. Even giving the entire true martial emperor palace to Long Chen was not as important as the void Ian dragon's essence blood. Brat, are you finally enlightened? Hurry up and go to the 9-star primal chaos city. That is a place with great treasures. What's there to go to in the martial god palace? Kitten shouted. Long Chen had already made up his mind. Originally, he had planned to enter the martial god palace and obtain the highest level of guidance. After that, he would go to the Sword Spirit Emperor region and marry Lingxi openly. Now, it looked like he had to make a trip to the 9-star primal chaos city first. Oh, right, do you want to bring your 2 uncles over? Kitten asked absent-mindedly. No, I want to train myself. With them around, there will not be that thrilling feeling. I will not be able to break through. Long Chen had already made up his mind long ago. That's good. If they see the void cosmic dragon, they might go crazy and kill you. It's better to share good stuff. Kitten's words sounded a little strange. That's good. Long Chen was startled. Don't worry about this. I absolutely trust them. I don't want them to go with me because I want to train myself. Kitten pouted and said, there is no knowing what is in a man's heart. Do you think this Lord Cat is trustworthy or them? Long Chen was too lazy to care about it. I am serious. Kitten said angrily. Chapter 1276. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Kitten's expression turned a little strange. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. Screw you. Don't even think of touching this Lord Kitten. Kitten bared his fangs and brandished his claws, returning to the great virtual realm. Long Chen laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the night sky. The next day, the highly anticipated Hidden Dragon ranking battle officially began. The entire Hidden Dragon platform was completely surrounded. The punishment hall had to send out a large number of people to maintain order. As participants, Long Chen and the others had already arrived at the Hidden Dragon battlefield long ago. At this moment, there were some changes in the Hidden Dragon battlefield. Originally, there were hundreds of battlefields, but now, there was only one left. It was a huge, circular battlefield with a circumference of dozens of kilometers. A strong transparent barrier enveloped the entire battlefield, and only the top had an entrance. And in this vast Hidden Dragon battlefield, the most obvious change was a huge black stone tablet that shot up into the sky. It was hundreds of meters tall, and it shot straight into the clouds. This stone tablet gave off a huge pressure, making people not dare to raise their heads to look at it. They had to maintain a respectful attitude in their hearts. Golden light flowed on the huge black stone tablet, and names gradually appeared. Long Chen, Feng Jilin, and the others' names were all on it. Because the battle hadn't started yet, they hadn't been ranked yet. Everyone was in first place, and their points were the same as they had been at the beginning, 5 points. From today onwards, the scoreboard would be updated every day until it was finalized. That would be the true ranking of the scoreboard. The change of the ranking was what everyone was looking forward to the most. On this day, the seats closest to the Hidden Dragon battlefield were the highest ranked halls. Although the Evil Dragon Palace was small, there were hundreds of seats for people like Long Chen. Among them, there were 10 vice palace masters, some elders, hall masters, and disciples of the Jiang Xian Pavilion, such as Qin Feng, all came to cheer for Long Chen. There was a great commotion. The supreme elders and the geniuses of the martial god palace arrived one after another, saying some stirring words. Long Chen sat at the front of the Evil Dragon Palace. At this moment, everyone in the Evil Dragon Palace was looking at his back with deep respect. Everything was ready. The law-enforcing elder, Yang Wang, stood on the light shield of the Hidden Dragon battlefield and was giving a passionate speech. His speech was very exciting. Before the official start, he told everyone about their names, achievements, and other information. Especially when he talked about Long Chen defeating Ji Luhua in 2 moves, it was simply a legend. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, young Wang Kai explained the rules of the battle. Everyone, please take a look at the hidden dragon battle monument. Everyone turned to look at him. The words on the hidden dragon battle stele are martial secret formations. They are absolutely fair and just. This is something passed down from the martial god palace. It will record the rankings of the 8 geniuses. Right now, everyone has 5 points. Even at this point, we still do not know whose opponent will be today or who will be the first to fight. We will leave everything to the hidden dragon battle stele. Among the 8 names, when it is time to fight, 6 of them will be hidden. The 2 bright names will represent the 2 participants. At this point, a bell rang, indicating that the battle of the hidden dragon list had begun. In that case, let us look at the hidden dragon battle stele and see who will be the first to fight. Everyone stared at the 8 names. As soon as Yang Wang finished speaking, 6 of the golden names dimmed, leaving only 2 that were still lit up. Xue Zi, Fang Wenfeng. An explosion rang out. The crowd cheered. The first battle was Xue Zi against Fang Wenfeng. Fang Wenfeng was at the peak of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. He was a disciple of the war god Hall, ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 palaces. The war god Hall cultivated close combat. Everyone was muscular, and Fang Wenfeng was rumored to be able to catch up to Li Cong. It was not luck that made it into the top 8. He had fought his way through. Although there was no suspense in this battle, the atmosphere of the hidden dragon battle stele still made everyone excited. Soon, Xue Zi defeated her opponent. Then, the crowd discovered that Xue Zi's name had risen to first place on the hidden dragon battle stele, with 6 points. Fang Wenfeng had become 3rd place, with 4 points. The others were all 2nd place, with 5 points. The change in the rankings was really exciting. Who will be facing who in the next battle? In Yang Wang's broadcast, 2 names shone as brightly as before. Long Chen, Aou. Long Chen was stunned. He did not think that it would be his turn so soon, and it was against someone at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. Could it be that this hidden dragon battle stele was really not that easy? His opponents were left with 3 at the 8th layer of the divine martial realm and 2 at the 7th layer. It seemed that against someone at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm, he would only have 2/5, which was not low. As soon as Long Chen appeared, the cheers became even louder. This was his first battle in the ranking battle, and there was no doubt that he would win easily. However, the crowd still wanted to see his heroic performance. Using the 5th level of the scripture of 9 dragons, Long Chen easily swept his opponent onto the ground. He did not use too much force, giving his opponent a chance to fight again tomorrow. Long Chen's gentlemanly action immediately attracted many praises. It should be known that the hidden dragon battle stele was not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of resilience and willpower. It was a battle of strength, and whoever could last until the end would be the winner. If Long Chen could seriously injure his opponent today, it meant that his next battle would be very miserable. Returning to the evil dragon palace, another round of cheers rang out. Long Chen calmly sat down, ignoring Feng Jilin and Lu Juanyue's ferocious gazes. Today, there would definitely be 2 experts at the 8th layer of the divine martial realm fighting. In the blink of an eye, half of the battles were over. The remaining 4 were Feng Jilin, Yan Qingchen, Lu Juanyue, and another expert at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. Among the 3, which 2 would fight? Under the crowd's anticipation, the 3rd pair of names finally appeared on the hidden dragon battle stele. Yan Qingchen, Lu Juanyue. Long Chen was shocked. Yan Qingchen had encountered Lu Juanyue. Because of her relationship with Long Chen, Lu Juanyue hated Yan Qingchen to the core. Therefore, Long Chen was somewhat worried for Yan Qingchen. However, thinking about it carefully, as long as Yan Qingchen entered the top 8, he would have to fight with the others. No matter how worried he was, there was nothing he could do. Under the crowd's anticipation, Yan Qingchen and Lu Juanyue met in the hidden dragon battle stele. The clash between the strong naturally created a climax. This was the climax of the first day of the points battle. As a spectator, Long Chen was even more nervous than when he was fighting. The points battle had its own rules. Therefore, he could only sit here and could not help Yan Qingchen. Moreover, Yan Qingchen was not a weakling. Before Long Chen appeared, Lu Junue was the publicly acknowledged strongest expert. He had the demeanor and temperament of an expert. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Yan Qingchen calmly. He was like an unshakable mountain. As for Yan Qingchen, he just stood there casually with a smile on his face. After sizing up Lu Junue for a while, he laughed and said, "It's not like I don't know you. Do you need to pretend to be so refined in front of me? If you act like a beast, even my body won't be able to block you." Lu Junue's mouth twitched. If it was in the past, Yan Qingchen would not have dared to laugh at him like this. The matter with Jiang Cha had not been exposed. He was still the dream lover of many young girls. The appearance of Long Chen had replaced the position that belonged to him in the minds of many young girls. The two people that Lu Junue wanted to torture the most were Yan Qingchen and Long Chen. He had already prepared a big gift for Long Chen. As for Yan Qingchen, Lu Junue smiled. He had also prepared a big gift. In fact, he had asked Lu Jihuan to arrange today's battle. Lu Junue's goal was to cripple Yan Qingchen so that he would not be able to participate in the next 6 battles. This would cause him to lose the opportunity to join the martial god palace. This way, he would be able to display his might and intimidate Long Chen. He wanted to show everyone who was stronger, Lu Junue or Long Chen. Unfortunately, you are the unlucky one. Who asked you to be on good terms with Long Chen? Lu Junue laughed coldly in his heart. He had not fought for a long time. Everyone had forgotten that he, Lu Junue, was ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking 500 years ago. Although he did not make it into the top 8, he was still ranked 10th. That was why he was recognized as an expert by the grading elders of the punishment hall. At that time, Yan Qingchen was not even in the top 100. The battle started at any moment. 2 cultivators in the 8th layer of the divine martial realm instantly displayed the power of their deities' nations. Crimson Heaven's world power. Yan Qingchen let out a furious roar as his body was engulfed in flames. The energy emitted a scorching heat wave that surrounded him. At this moment, Yan Qingchen looked like a miniature sun as his body was engulfed in terrifying flames. Radiant world power. A milky white energy appeared beside Lu Junue. Both of them had a world inside their bodies. This world was faintly discernible, revealing a shocking outline. They were the true controllers of the world inside their bodies. In an instant, the two of them started fighting fiercely. Most of the people could only see a ball of white light and a ball of red flame fighting fiercely. The Hidden Dragon battlefield, which was so big, was also shaking at this moment. Boom! 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 The two of them fought from the sky to the ground and from the ground to the sky. The battle was extremely intense. Although it was not as direct as when Long Chen fought Ji Liuai, it was more eye-catching. The two of them were evenly matched. Although they were protected by the transparent light shield, some of the onlookers were still affected by the aura and felt uncomfortable. The situation of their battle was within Long Chen's expectations. With their strength, they would probably have to fight for a period of time. As for who would win, Long Chen was not sure. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that Yan Qingchen had a slight upper hand because he was stronger. Lu Junue's fierce fighting style was a bit too much for her to handle. I have been wasting my time on women all these years. It seems that I have regressed a little. However, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. How can a stupid donkey like you compare to me? Lu Junue roared in her heart as she could not get the upper hand. Gloominess gradually filled her heart. Originally, I wanted to use these moves to deal with Long Chen and make him suffer. Since I have the golden elephant seal of 9 spirits, I will give it to you, Yan Qingchen. Haha. At this moment, Lu Junhua changed her moves and her fighting style was completely different. P.S. On the 7th of September, there will be an interview on Baidu Tiaba's Dragon-Blooded God Warrior Bar. All readers are invited to participate. In addition, I would like to recommend 2 books. One is a fantasy work, Martial King of Medicine, by Swimming Dragon in 9 Heavens. The other is a complete work, Martial King, by an awesome author. Chapter 1277. The majority of the Sky God Hall's cultivation techniques were righteous. They used extreme light energy to destroy. Currently, Lu Junhua's entire body was emitting traces of a bloody aura. The feeling she gave off was somewhat similar to Long Chen's. A blood-colored ghostly face vaguely appeared on his body. It seemed to be screaming. Long Chen squinted his eyes and stood up. He had a premonition that the cultivation technique Lu Junhua was cultivating was definitely not something good. It was very likely to be an attack similar to the 100,000 evil cultivators of the Yang clan. Back then, Long Chen had gone to the 9 underworlds to compete with the geniuses of the 9 underworlds for the sake of the 100,000 evil cultivators. He did not wish for the same thing to happen again. Previously, Yan Qingchen and Lu Junhua had displayed their utmost strength. They had even used 9th grade god skills. However, they were evenly matched and were unable to defeat each other. Lu Junhua was very powerful, but Yan Qingchen had the guidance of Nangong Lai and his father, the Scarlet Firmament Hall Master. His cultivation was actually quite extraordinary as well. Lu Junhua could not defeat him in a short period of time. The commotion caused by Lu Junhua's cultivation technique made everyone cry out in surprise. The higher-ups in particular had a strange expression on their faces. The Scarlet Firmament Hall Master was a middle-aged man who looked similar to Yan Qingchen. He seemed much more composed than Nangong Lai. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. He stood up with a whoosh and glared in the direction of the Sky God Hall Master. Although he did not say anything, the dissatisfaction in his eyes was obvious. What cultivation technique was that? Long Chen had only been in the true Martial Emperor Palace for a short period of time, so he naturally could not recognize it. However, Shen Tuhong, who was beside him, was stunned. He said in shock, "Oh my god, Lu Junhua actually cultivated the blood refinement scripture that the punishment hall forbids disciples from cultivating. Isn't she a little too daring? And she even used it here." Shen Tuhong's words were a little naive. What did he mean by forbidden by the punishment palace? Lu Junhua dared to use this forbidden martial art in this hidden dragon rank battle. Naturally, she had already informed the punishment palace. The Heavenly God Palace and the Punishment Palace were in the same boat. In front of relationships, fairness was just a shit thing. No wonder the Scarlet Firmament Hall Master and the group of people from the Scarlet Firmament Hall would be so furious. What's so strange about this blood refinement scripture? Long Chen asked Shen Tuhong as he stared at the battle between the two. Shen Tuhong had a nervous look on his face as he said, "There's no reason for this. Logically speaking, Lu Junhua should be punished for cultivating this cultivation technique. To think that she is using it so openly." It was not only Shen Tuhong. There were actually many people who were dissatisfied. However, from Lu Junhua's display until now, the people from the punishment hall had not expressed any objections. Clearly, they did not want to interfere. Thinking about how there were many people in the punishment hall who had complicated relationships with the divine hall, and how Yan Qingchen did not belong to their hall, they chose not to interfere. At this time, Shen Tuhong told Long Chen about the blood refinement scripture. 10,000 years ago, the blood refining scripture was one of the 9th grade divine skills that our true Martial Emperor Palace could cultivate. However, we later discovered that not only is the blood refining scripture cruel, but it also harms both the user and the user. Every time it is used, it will shorten one's lifespan by 3 years. Therefore, it is forbidden for the disciples to use it. However, there is no doubt that the power of the blood refining scripture is extremely great, surpassing the ordinary 9th grade divine skills. In addition, if one is hit by the blood-refining scripture, the blood devil will be added to the body, and the warrior's bloodline will be destroyed. The warrior's cultivation will collapse, and the foundation will be destroyed. Hearing this, Long Chen's heart was filled with anger. He hated people like this the most. Just because Lu Junue was related to someone from the punishment hall, she didn't even care that he had used such a technique. Don't be impatient, Brother Yen. We'll discuss it after the battle is over. The sixth supreme elder, Lu Jihuan, was calm and collected. He didn't seem to care about this at all. The other supreme elders also closed one eye and pretended that they didn't see anything. How could the Scarlet Heaven Palace Hall Master sit still? The blood-refining scripture was so powerful and its attack was so tyrannical. Since Lu Junue used this move, Yan Qingchen was already at a disadvantage. Furthermore, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. At this moment, the Scarlet Heaven Palace Hall Master was extremely angry. He knew the strength of this group of bastards. If they wanted Lu Junue to win, then Lu Junue would definitely win. The Scarlet Heaven Palace Hall Master didn't think that the higher ones ranking in this Hidden Dragon ranking would definitely be able to enter the Martial God Palace. Therefore, he had already shouted for Yan Qingchen to admit defeat. Long Chen also felt that it was better to admit defeat at this moment. After all, the blood-refining scripture was executed at full power. Lu Junue was already surrounded by all the blood devils. The scarlet shadow that enveloped her body looked extremely horrifying. Every time Lu Junue attacked, there would be a sharp whistling sound. During the battle, Yan Qingchen was naturally very unwilling to admit defeat. However, he had already heard the Scarlet Heaven Palace Hall Master telling him to admit defeat. You want me to admit defeat? Yan Qingchen was also very angry during the intense battle. He could clearly feel that he was no longer able to deal with Lu Junue after she executed the blood-refining scripture. Firmament's raging flames finger. A ray of fiery light gathered on Yan Qingchen's finger and pierced towards Lu Junue. This was an attack of a grade 9 divine skill. If a cultivator in the 9th layer of the divine martial realm used it, it would definitely be able to pierce through space. Furthermore, Yan Qingchen had sufficient divine energy and his attack was relatively powerful. It was much stronger than Ji Liuai's Rakshasa mysterious Yin hand. In terms of battle prowess, Yan Qingchen might even be slightly stronger than Ji Liuai. Ha ha ha, Yan Qingchen, have you run out of tricks? In that case, I will grant you death. You will be immersed in pain forever. You will be in so much pain that you will wish you were dead. You will never be able to reincarnate. This blood devil will torture you for the rest of your life. Lu Junue laughed maniacally. A disciple of the Heaven God Hall like him was not even close to a god. He was more like a demon. Blood-refining scripture, blood devil's descent. After Lu Junue executed the blood-refining scripture, a strange blood-colored energy quickly gathered on his hand and gradually turned into a blood-colored spike. Lu Junue held the spike and stabbed it towards Yan Qingchen. It collided with his grade 9 divine skill, Firmament's raging flames finger. In an instant, the energy of Qi Zhao's world clashed with the energy of the radiant world, causing the entire Hidden Dragon arena to tremble. In the end, Lu Junue was still the stronger one in this battle. The power of the blood-refining scripture was not something an ordinary battle skill could compare to. In order to execute this move, Lu Junue's face had turned pale. It was obvious that he had lost 3 years of his life. To Lu Junue, in order to take revenge on Long Chen, he was willing to sacrifice 3 years, even if it was 300 years. He wanted to let Long Chen taste the pain of the 100 days of the extreme amethyst heavenly fire formation. A loud explosion sounded. Although Yan Qingchen did not use the blood refinement sutra on his body, he was still sent flying in order to resist the force of the collision. He was sent flying and he almost fell to the ground. The huge impact caused the blood in his body to churn. Indeed, I'm no match for him after using the forbidden blood refining scripture. If I continue to fight, I'll definitely end up in a miserable state. But the punishment hall has no intention of stopping me. Looks like I have no choice but to admit defeat. Yan Qingchen thought to himself. He had just been pushed back by the other party. Yan Qingchen stood at his original position while Lu Junyue chased after him at full speed. Looking at Lu Junyue's excited expression, it was clear that he wanted to have another round with Yan Qingchen. He wanted to completely defeat Yan Qingchen. His eyes shone with the glow of a wild beast. I admit defeat. Yan Qingchen shouted loudly. In an instant, the entire Hidden Dragon platform could hear him admitting defeat. There was no doubt about it. Yan Qingchen had admitted defeat. According to the rules of the Hidden Dragon ranking tournament, if one party admitted defeat, the other party would have to stop immediately. If one party continued to attack and caused damage to the other party, he would be disqualified from participating in the points battle. This was a rule that had been passed down for thousands of years. Thus, when Lu Junyue said those words while he was still far away, Yan Qingchen was relieved. Long Chen and the Scarlet Firmament Palace Master heaved a sigh of relief as well. They were worried that Yan Qingchen would fight recklessly. Knowing when to retreat was the most important thing he needed to do. The crowd burst into an uproar. Lu Junyue was someone who had defeated a cultivator at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Many people thought that Lu Junyue was really powerful because they couldn't see through the tricks of the blood-refining scripture. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. When Yan Qingchen's words rang in everyone's ears, Lu Junyue acted as if he hadn't heard anything. With a roar, he charged at Yan Qingchen. Blood-refining scripture, descent of the blood demon. It was the same move as before. This time, it was even more powerful than the last time. At this moment, the expressions of Long Chen and the others changed drastically. He couldn't think too much anymore. His heart was filled with anger as he dashed towards the entrance of the Hidden Dragon battlefield. The person who was faster than him was the Scarlet Firmament Palace Master. Yan Qingchen was also shocked. He had let his guard down, but he didn't expect Lu Junyue to be so shameless. In a moment of panic, he could only use the firmament of raging flames to deal with Lu Junyue. But how could such a hurried martial art be a match for Lu Junyue? This time around, Yan Qingchen let out a roar of pain. The power of the blood-refining scripture shattered the firmament of raging flames and turned one of Yan Qingchen's fingers into dust. Then, the power of the blood-refining scripture rushed into Yan Qingchen's body, covering his body with a layer of blood. Yan Qingchen's body fell to the ground. Qingchen. No matter how fast the Scarlet Firmament Palace Master was, he was still a step too late. By the time he reached Yan Qingchen had already fallen to the ground. The Scarlet Firmament Palace Master hurriedly went over to support his son. When he saw the miserable state his son was in, his eyes turned bloodshot. No one had expected such chaos to occur at this moment. Chapter 1278. He didn't care about the leader of the Scarlet Firmament Temple at all. The crowd was silent at first, but then they burst into an uproar. Long Chen's speed was even slower. When he reached the entrance, the law enforcement elder, Yang Wang, reacted and stopped him. Looking at the smug look on Lu Junyue's face and the pitiful state that Yan Qingchen was in, Long Chen's heart was filled with rage. A chilling killing intent burst forth from his body, causing even Yang Wang's heart to skip a beat. Didn't Yan Qingchen admit defeat? Why did Lu Junyue still attack him? Could it be that he couldn't stop? After all, Lu Junyue's attack was too powerful. Impossible. I think he wants to take revenge on Long Chen by attacking Yan Qingchen. But isn't that against the rules? Isn't he going to be kicked out of the points battle? Yeah, he admitted defeat from so far away. We heard it too, so it's impossible that Lu Junyue didn't hear it. But he still attacked Yan Qingchen. It's obvious. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. The leader of the Scarlet Firmament Temple's eyes turned red. The power that belonged to the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm made Lu Junyue, who was standing next to him, feel scared. Fortunately, the leader of the Divine God Temple and the sixth Supreme Elder Lu Jihuan appeared next to him. Lu Junue became arrogant again and laughed loudly. Scarlet Firmament Temple's leader, I'm really sorry. My ultimate skill was too powerful and I couldn't stop it in time. I'm really sorry. When the Hidden Dragon ranking competition is over and I'm the champion, I'll definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Those words were simply too despicable. Looking at Yan Qingshen's injuries right now, anyone could tell that Yan Qingshen was probably going to be crippled from now on. How could the leader of the Scarlet Firmament Temple swallow his anger? First, he used the Forbidden Blood Refinement scripture. Then, he continued to attack his opponent after his opponent admitted defeat, taking advantage of his opponent's relaxation. This kind of person could only be described as despicable. The leader of the Scarlet Firmament Temple's leader was covered in flames. He held his unconscious son in his arms and looked at Lu Jihuan and Lu Chuanxiu with bloodshot eyes. Both of you, this Lu Junue has violated the rules twice. In the end, she even took advantage of the fact that her opponent was lax in admitting defeat to attack my son with a vicious cultivation method. Are the two of you not going to give me and my Crimson Firmament Palace an explanation? At this moment, all the disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Palace were mobilized and surrounded the Hidden Dragon battlefield. Everyone's face was filled with anger. They were all smart people and knew what had happened. Lu Chuanxiu didn't expect his son to cause such a huge ruckus. However, he couldn't back down now. The leader of the Scarlet Firmament Temple was a loner and didn't have many friends. Lu Chuanxiu didn't care about him at all. He laughed and said, Brother Yan, you're too serious. It's normal for two people to get hurt in a battle. Although Qingshen was injured this time, it's not a big deal. I think we should leave this place first and let the Hidden Dragon ranking battles continue. There's still one more battle to start. Lu Jihuan was the sixth Supreme Elder and he represented the opinion of the Punishment Hall. He said, You're right. Even if he dies, it's normal. Those who dare to participate in this battle have to risk their lives. Yan Qingshen's skills are not as good as his opponent, so there's nothing more to say. I think he's in a bad condition. Brother Yan, you should hurry up and bring him to receive treatment. If you miss the treatment, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. After saying that, he opened his arms and announced, The winner of this battle is Lu Junue from the Heavenly God Palace. As his voice landed, the rankings on the Hidden Dragon Battle Monument changed again. Lu Junue's score was now 6 points, while Yan Qingshen's was only 4 points. Those who are not involved, please leave immediately. The next battle is about to begin. The Deacon Elder, Yang Wang, hurriedly announced. His voice was loud and he was the most suitable person to announce the next battle. The Scarlet Heaven Hall Master was not good with words. Under the sophistry of Lu Chuanxiu and Lu Jihuan, he did not know how to respond. He could only feel his blood boiling. He knew that he had suffered a loss and he might even suffer a loss in silence. However, he was not willing to let this matter go just like that. The only thing he was worried about was the fact that Yan Qingshen's injuries could not be delayed any longer. The Scarlet Heaven Hall Master knew what it meant to be hit by the blood refinement scripture. He was in so much pain that he wanted to kill Lu Jihuan and Lu Chuanxiu right now. But he also knew that he wasn't Lu Jihuan's match. If he fought them head-on, he'd end up in a miserable state. At that moment, Long Chen, whose heart was already racing, rushed into the Hidden Dragon battlefield when Yang Wang wasn't paying attention. He stood beside the Scarlet Heaven Hall Master and checked on Yan Qingshen's injuries. Within Yan Qingshen's body, countless amounts of blood had accumulated and were unable to flow. Shadows of blood demons were roaming around within his body, destroying his body. Blood, Long Chen's body trembled. When it came to blood, he was the ancestor. A drop of dragon blood dripped from his finger and entered Yan Qingshen's body. Under Long Chen's control, the blood demons immediately retreated while shrieking. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He already knew that the injuries caused by the blood refinement scripture could be treated. First, he took out a purple jade rong pill from the Martial God Palace and fed it to Yan Qingshen. This stabilized Yan Qingqian's injuries. As for the remnant blood demon energy, it would not be too late to expel it when he returned. However, how could he just let it go like this? The Scarlet Heaven Hall Master did not know where to start. However, Long Chen knew. While everyone was in an uproar, Long Chen purposely stood in front of the three people from the Lu clan. Just when everyone was curious about what Long Chen was going to do, he laughed heartily and looked at the three people in front of him. His eyes were blazing. No one knew how angry Long Chen was at this moment. He looked down on people like Lu Junhua the most. Relying on the power of his elders, he committed all sorts of crimes. Did he really think that no one could restrain him? Lu Junhua looked at him coldly. She licked her lips and put on a look of disdain. The next battle is about to start. Unrelated people, leave immediately. Yang Wang shouted from the sky. Long Chen countered with a smile, it's about to start. I think this bullshit hidden dragon ranking battle will end today. There is no suspense in this bullshit. The champion will definitely be this Lu Junhua. Of course, he does not have the strength, but the two old dogs behind him do. They can use all kinds of tricks, and all kinds of despicable methods until you lose and become crippled. Today's matter has been witnessed by all of you. You all know whether I, Long Chen, am telling the truth or not. The two old dogs made Lu Chuanxiu and Lu Jihuan dizzy. They knew that letting this brat continue talking would not do them any good. They were prepared to take action, but the Scarlet Heaven Hall Master protected Long Chen at his side. You can't explain it, right? Long Chen laughed, his eyes were filled with disdain as he coldly said, there might still be people who don't understand, so I, Long Chen, will explain it to everyone. Lu Junhua's son of a bitch is at most as strong as my brother, Yan Qingqian. However, in order to win the Hidden Dragon rankings, this son of a bitch secretly cultivated the forbidden blood refining art of the true martial emperor palace. Every time he used the blood refining art, his lifespan would be shortened by 3 years. Today, this son of a bitch's lifespan has been shortened by 6 years. When Lu Junhua used this forbidden battle skill for such a long time, the punishment hall actually didn't stop him. Long Chen's words were sharp and direct, causing many people in the punishment hall to blush. On the stage, the remaining few Supreme Elders' faces were not looking good either. They didn't listen to Lu Jihuan, but because Lu Jihuan and the second Supreme Elder were martial brothers, they had to give him face. They didn't expect that Lu Junhua would ignore Yan Qingqian's surrender and cause such a scene. Of course, Long Chen didn't dare to let it go. Many people didn't know about the blood refining art at the beginning, but after hearing Long Chen's words, they recalled it. The blood refining scripture is a forbidden martial art. If a disciple were to learn it, he or she would be severely punished by the punishment palace. However, Lu Junhua has performed it in front of everyone in this hidden dragon rank battle, and the people in the punishment palace did not even say anything. It seems like the punishment palace is basically working for your Lu family. What is the point of that? We are all disciples of the 3,000 palaces, so why should we be punished by the punishment palace, while this Lu Junhua can get away with it just because her uncle is the great master? The famous true martial emperor palace's 3,000 palaces are actually controlled by a bunch of bastards. What's the point of staying here? That's not the most important thing. On Long Chen's side, Long Chen looked around. His disdainful aura moved the crowd. Everyone understood that when Long Chen said this, he wasn't afraid at all. Even if he scolded the punishment hall as a bunch of bastards, no one could do anything about it. Lu Jihuan and Lu Chuanxiu's expressions were extremely unsightly, but at this time, it was already the time for the outstanding heroes to be angered. The onlookers, especially the people from the smaller halls, the Snow Lotus Hall, and the Scarlet Firmament Hall, were extremely dissatisfied. They were waiting for an explanation. If they still blocked Long Chen's mouth at this time, the matter would obviously become even more serious. Chapter 1279. Actually, many people would be furious if they were in her shoes. To a cultivator, having their martial Tao destroyed meant endless despair. Many people would even commit suicide in the midst of pain. Lu Junhua was so evil, yet the punishment hall was still protecting her. This made everyone's hearts turn cold. Everyone was in an uproar, protesting loudly. In an instant, the entire Hidden Dragon platform was in an uproar. The Hidden Dragon ranking tournament could no longer continue. Long Chen actually felt very sad in his heart. If he had absolute power, he would not let a single one of these bastards off. But now, he could only use words to embarrass the three from the Lu clan. Today, it will definitely be Lu Junhua. Even if this puppy doesn't have the power, he does have a powerful background. Those two old dogs will definitely use all kinds of tricks and excuses to make this puppy the champion. Everyone, what's the point of continuing this Hidden Dragon rank battle? Please don't try to trick us. Just send your son to the Martial God Palace. We don't have any background, so it would be better for us not to participate. Otherwise, we might be tricked by others, and we won't have anything to say then. We don't have any backers, so it's best if we don't participate. Almost everyone other than those from the Heavenly Deity Hall was very dissatisfied. Many of the Punishment Hall's enforcement elders had ugly expressions, especially the three Supreme Elders. Their positions were higher than Lu Jihuan's, but in Long Chen's words, they had become the servants of the Lu clan. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Furthermore, when everyone rebelled, it meant that the Punishment Hall had lost its credibility. When the Punishment Hall lost its image of fairness and impartiality, who would be willing to accept it? This was especially so when the Martial God Palace found out about this. At that time, the Punishment Hall would undergo a huge reorganization. At that time, they would probably be out of luck. The three Supreme Elders exchanged glances. They knew that it was time to make a decision. Otherwise, the Hidden Dragon ranking tournament would be over. Among them, the sixth Supreme Elder, who was the most qualified, stood up and floated in the air. This guy had quite a bit of power. The people who were complaining stopped talking and wanted to see how the Punishment Hall would settle the score. Everyone, what Long Chen said today is basically true. This is our Punishment Palace's negligence. Lu Junhua has openly violated the rules and ruined the competition environment. After the discussion between the three of us, we have decided to give her the following punishment. After the Hidden Dragon rank battles, she will be locked in the Extreme Purple Sky Fire spell for 10 years as a warning to others. Extreme Violet Heavenly Fire Formation, 10 years. Only then did everyone vent their anger a little. The third Supreme Elder did things swiftly and decisively. He didn't discuss it with Lu Jihuan. This time, Lu Jihuan's actions affected their status and influence, making them a little angry. These 10 years of confinement could be considered a warning to Lu Jihuan. As the Supreme Elder, he still had to consider the image of the Disciplinary Hall. As for why the Disciplinary Hall did not stop the appearance of the Blood Refinement Sutra, everyone knew this, so the third Supreme Elder did not say anything. The three Supreme Elders had already been extremely benevolent towards Lu Jihuan. This was because they did not deprive Lu Jihuan of the right to continue participating in the Hidden Dragon rank battles. The 10 years of the Extreme Purple Sky Fire spell would only be used after the competition. After 10 years, Lu Junhua could still enter the Martial God Palace. Who knows, these 10 years might be enough for Lu Junhua to endure humiliation. Long Chen understood that without absolute strength, this was all he could do today. If he continued to cause trouble, the Punishment Hall would probably pursue him for slandering Lu Junhua. Of course, Long Chen could not wait for Lu Junhua to continue participating in the Hidden Dragon rank battles. Only by participating in the Hidden Dragon rank battles could Long Chen return everything that he had given Yan Qingchen. Xiao Chen's actions today were all because he had too much anger and frustration in his heart. Now that he had said it, he could let everyone know the true face of the Lu clan. Taking Lu Junhua down a notch, he felt much better. I can save him. Long Chen told the Scarlet Firmament Hall Master softly. The Scarlet Firmament Hall Master suddenly saw hope. He looked at Long Chen excitedly. The Scarlet Firmament Hall Master did not have much power. He was already grateful for Long Chen's help earlier. Now, he actually heard that Long Chen had a cultivation technique to save Yan Qingchen. This is all we can do for today. I will take revenge. Many thanks. The Scarlet Firmament Hall Master nodded. He also knew that there would be no consequences if he continued to cause trouble. The Punishment Hall Master punished Lu Junhua severely to shut everyone's mouths. At the same time, Long Chen and the Scarlet Firmament Hall Master retreated. The two of them left with Yan Qingchen. As they were leaving, Long Chen looked at Lu Junhua and the other two with ashen faces. The three of them looked at him with a gaze that indicated that they wanted to kill him. Long Chen laughed. He did not stand on ceremony. As he left the hidden dragon battlefield, he said loudly, "What are you looking at?" 10 years of the extreme purple sky fire spell. Huh, I think it must taste great. Lu Junhua's body twitched. Originally, he felt great after dealing with Yan Qingchen. However, Long Chen turned the tables on him. Back then, he had almost collapsed from the 100 days of the extreme purple sky fire spell. It was a shadow that haunted him for the rest of his life. He lived in fear every moment of his life. This time, it was 10 years. Even his entry into the Martial God Palace would have to be delayed. 10 years. Lu Junhua did not want to live anymore. 10 years. 10 years. I will definitely kill you. Long Chen. Today's Yan Qingchen is just the appetizer. When I familiarize myself with the 9-spirit golden elephant seal, it will be your most painful moment. Just you wait. The commotion finally came to an end. Long Chen and the people from the Evil Dragon Palace and the Scarlet Firmament Hall returned. The people from the Heavenly God Palace also left. Only then did the people from the Heavenly God Palace calm down. The next battle was between Feng Zhilin and another disciple in the 7th layer of the Divine Martial Realm. In order to calm down the atmosphere, Yang Wang announced loudly, "Everyone, look at the Hidden Dragon Battle Monument. The next battle is between Feng Zhilin and Dong Yu." The cultivator called Dong Yu quickly went up the stage. "Where is Feng Zhilin?" The crowd looked in the direction of the Wind God Palace. "Palace Master." A Vice Palace Master behind Feng Zhilin reminded her. "Yes." Feng Zhilin came back to her senses. She had been looking in the direction of Long Chen and was in a daze. Between the two men, it was easy to tell who was the hot-blooded man and who was the sinister bastard. However, Feng Zhilin realized that she was on the same side as the bastard. She was the enemy of the man who was not afraid of anything and dared to say anything for his brother. He was responsible and courageous. Was he considered a bad person by doing this? This made Feng Zhilin very confused. Is it right to target him like this? "Palace Master, it's time to fight." The person behind Feng Zhilin raised his voice again. Feng Zhilin shook her head and went up the stage. She defeated her opponent in a few moves. Today's battle had finally come to an end. As for tomorrow's battle, no one knew how it would turn out. However, the only thing for sure was that Yan Qingchen seemed to be crippled. In the Divine Sky Palace, there were a few people in the secret room with ugly faces. "What? My son is going to be locked in the extreme violet skyfire formation for 10 years? Bullshit. How can that be? Absolutely not. Lu Chuanxiu, if you really lock my son in there, I'll kill myself for you to see." The beautiful woman's face was pale, and she grabbed Lu Chuanxiu's clothes with both hands. "What can I do? This is the 3rd Supreme Elder's order. This is all your son's fault. It's all your fault for having such a son. I have to clean up after him every day." Lu Chuanxiu said angrily. "You're his father, so what's wrong with wiping his ass? Otherwise, what's the point of having a father like you? Lu Chuanxiu, how can you be so useless? You can't even defeat a little baby," cried the beautiful woman. She was crying. "That's enough." Lu Jihuan, who was at the side, couldn't bear to watch any longer. He looked coldly at the beautiful woman and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll speak the truth. Jun Yu's fate today was all because of your pampering. Today, he was the one who killed the others after they admitted defeat. So many people saw it clearly. Even if we were gods, we wouldn't be able to protect your son. In my opinion, your good son should be locked up for 10 years, so that he can reflect on himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know when he's killed." "Uncle." The beautiful woman gritted her teeth. Although she knew that Lu Jihuan was right, to lock her son up for 10 years, 10 years, no, Junyue, you must quickly familiarize yourself with the golden elephant of the 9 spirits seal and kill that lowly bastard," the beautiful woman said viciously. In the corner, Lu Junyue's face was gloomy. His eyes were so gloomy that they were about to drip water. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended. Hee, so many things have happened during this period of seclusion. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked. They hurriedly looked at the door respectfully. Other than Lu Jihuan, everyone else bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, Second Supreme Elder." Inside the Scarlet Firmament Hall, Long Qin used the dragon blood to cleanse Yan Qingqian's body of the blood demon. Yan Qingqian's physique was very strong, and the power of the Blood Refinement Sutra was able to repair the damage done to him. With the help of the amethyst essence jade pill that Long Qin had given him, Yan Qingqian had mostly recovered. However, his vitality had been greatly damaged this time around, and he still needed some time to recuperate. "Little friend Long Qin, I'm really grateful to you. If not for you, my son would have been finished. I, old Yan, have lived my life in vain. Being bullied by others, I didn't even have the strength to retaliate." The Scarlet Firmament Hall Master seemed to have aged a lot in just a day. Long Qin smiled, "That's not the case. You're not good at quibbling, so you can't be in the right. If you act rashly, you'll only give those 2 old dogs an opportunity." By this time, Yan Qingqian had already fallen asleep. Not wanting to disturb him, Long Qin left the room with the Scarlet Firmament Hall Master. Looking in the direction of the Hidden Dragon platform, the Scarlet Firmament Hall Master asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Long Qin had a resolute look in his eyes as he replied, "Qingqian is my brother. Since he was tricked, I naturally have to seek justice for him. Uncle Yan, just wait and see. There are still 6 more days. I'll meet him in 6 days." The Scarlet Firmament Hall Master's eyes turned cold as he said, "If there's an opportunity, don't let him enter the extreme purple heavenly fire formation." Long Qin smiled, "I understand. Dead people don't have to enter." Tonight, Baidu's Tiaba, Dragon Blood God War Forum, will be holding a reopening interview. Lunatic welcomes all readers to participate. Click to like this forum, and the number of people in this forum will soon break 10,000. Evil Dragon Palace is full. Please do not add any more. A new 1,000-person group, Martial God Palace, has been opened. Group number 1118270024. Warning, those who have already joined the Evil Dragon Palace, please do not join the Martial God Palace, lest you take up space. If discovered, both groups will be removed. If you wish to apply for the Martial God Palace to manage, please contact the administrator, Xiong. Requirements: sufficient computer time, likes dragon blood, and has a sense of responsibility. Chapter 1280. Yan Qingqian woke up in the middle of the night. Although he had been unconscious, he still had some perception. He knew what had happened after that, and he also knew that it was Long Qin who had saved him. When he woke up after a good rest, Long Qin and the Scarlet Firmament Palace Master were beside him. Yan Qingqian was extremely grateful that he was able to see the 2 of them in one piece. He didn't dare to imagine how miserable his future would be if he was crippled by Lu Junyue. Perhaps, he would commit suicide. How many people would be able to endure such a blow when they lost their martial arts and became a cripple? In fact, Yan Qingqian was lucky that he was able to survive. Lu Junhua had used the Blood Refinement Sutra, a strange technique that utilized the power of bloodlines. Coincidentally, this was what Long Chen was most proficient in. Hence, he was able to eliminate the blood demon in Yan Qingshan's body. Brother Long Chen, it is all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I would be dead. Yan Qingshan wasn't someone without a temper. When he thought of Lu Junhua, his expression turned hostile. Long Chen knew that Yan Qingshan would be in a hurry to take revenge. Today was the humiliation of the Scarlet Firmament Palace. However, he couldn't rush things. He said, "You have not fully recovered yet. Rest well for the next few days. Don't participate in any high-intensity battles. As for the Martial God Palace, Uncle Nangong is around. There might not be any problems." Didn't 3 or 4 people enter the top 8 previously? Yan Qingshan nodded. Given his current condition, it wasn't the time for him to act tough. No matter what, you saved my life today and helped the Scarlet Firmament Palace regain its dignity. You even caused that despicable fellow to be punished by the extreme purple heavenly fire array for 10 years. My life belongs to you, Long Chen. If you need anything in the future, feel free to tell me. Long Chen didn't think too much when he saved him. He comforted Yan Qingshan and waited for tomorrow to arrive. If Yan Qingshan was in a hurry to kill him, he would probably do it on the second day. Long Chen was familiar with Lu Junhua. He definitely didn't have the patience. He could have fought with Long Chen immediately, but he had to endure for such a long time. The next day quickly arrived and everyone gathered on the Crouching Dragon platform. The Lu clan had truly lost the support of the people due to yesterday's matter. There weren't many people in the 3,000 halls who saw the Lu clan as an eyesore anymore. Everyone had some resentment towards the Lu clan. Everyone had arrived. In the direction of the Divine Hall, Lu Junhua and the others were unperturbed. They laughed and chatted as if nothing had happened yesterday. The beautiful female disciples surrounded Lu Junhua and constantly teased her. At this moment, Long Chen, the people from the Evil Dragon Palace, and the cultivators from the Scarlet Firmament Palace entered the arena one after another. Although Yan Qingshan's face was pale, he wasn't completely crippled like Lu Junhua had imagined. Seeing Yan Qingshan in such a state, Lu Junhua nearly fell off his chair. He had absolute faith in the power of the Blood Refinement Sutra. Could it be that an expert had appeared? To think that he would have the power to save Yan Qingshan. Lu Chuanxiu was also puzzled. He exchanged a glance with his son and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Their gazes clashed in mid-air, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Long Chen didn't need to provoke someone when he was determined to kill them. He returned to his seat and sat upright, waiting for time to pass. Long Chen didn't know who he would meet in today's battle. However, he guessed that be it Lu Junhua or Feng Jilin, they were both impatient people. Very soon, the enforcement elder Yang Wang arrived at his seat. Looking around, Yang Wang seemed to have forgotten about yesterday's matter. He said passionately, "Today is the second day of the points battle. Everyone, please take a look at the rankings." There was no need to look to know that there was no tie. Among everyone, 4 people had 6 points and the remaining 4 had 4 points. After giving a casual explanation, Yang Wang suddenly said passionately, "Today, a shocking person that will make all of you scream will appear. He will be arriving soon. Everyone, guess who it will be?" The crowd was in an uproar. Among everyone present, the strongest group was the few Supreme Elders. Could it be that someone stronger than them would make them scream? Seeing that everyone was discussing happily, someone already guessed who would arrive. Yang Wang announced excitedly, "The person arriving today is our Punishment Hall's second Supreme Elder." Hua! Indeed, the crowd screamed. This second Supreme Elder was a true legend. In his life, he had made countless contributions to the 3,000 palaces. He was a true doyen of the 3,000 palaces. His position was second only to the first Supreme Elder from the Martial God Palace. In the 3,000 palaces, this second Supreme Elder's prestige was even greater than that of the other elders combined. Many people had never seen this second Supreme Elder before. As for the first Supreme Elder, he had never appeared before. Just as Yang Wang's voice faded away, an old man suddenly appeared on the right side of the middle two positions above the hidden dragon battlefield. This old man's hair and beard were all white, but his face was similar to a middle-aged man's. He was extremely handsome and possessed boundless charm. His eyes were like deep pools, filled with mist, making it impossible for others to see through them. He was dressed in black, and his entire person seemed to have melded into the black mist, making it difficult to see his true appearance. A cultivator of such a level was enough to make Long Chen's heart palpitate from such a distance. It was not difficult for Long Chen to guess that this second Supreme Elder should be a Nirvana Tribulation cultivator. Back when he fought Ancestor Mo and Ancestral 1 in the Supreme Een demonic world, they were similar. If it weren't for the revolving soul's sacred jade, they could have easily crushed Long Chen with their strength. For a moment, there was a flood of praises. No one had thought that this second Supreme Elder would actually appear. A cultivator of his level should be focusing on cultivation and preparing for the Nirvana Tribulation that would arrive within 1,000 years. Long Chen noticed a detail. After the second Supreme Elder appeared, the people of the Sky God Hall were especially excited. Long Chen roughly knew that this second Supreme Elder was the senior brother of the sixth Supreme Elder, Lu Jihuan. It looked like he was also an enemy. However, Long Chen was completely fearless. So what if he was an enemy? In the 3,000 palaces, as long as the martial fanatic and drunkard were present, so what if he was a Nirvana Tribulation cultivator? After the second Supreme Elder appeared, he was rather stern. He did not say a single word and only shot Yang Wang a glance. He hurriedly announced the start of the battle. Long Chen began to look forward to it. He was confident that even if the second Supreme Elder was present, he would still be able to kill Lu Junhua. Everyone turned their attention to the hidden dragon battle monument. Who would be the first two to fight? Soon, there were only two names left on the stele. Long Chen saw that his name was still lit up. As for the other one, he originally thought it would be Lu Junhua or Feng Jilin. He did not expect it to be Yan Qingchen. Yan Qingchen was also stunned. After the two went up the stage, under the attention of the crowd, Yan Qingchen said, "This time doesn't count. When I recover, I will fight with you again. Today, I admit defeat." This was the first time that he admitted defeat before the fight had even started. There was no need for the two to stand here. Long Chen's points had reached 7, and he was temporarily ahead of everyone else. The next battle was between Lu Junhua and a cultivator at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. When Long Chen and Feng Jilin withdrew, Lu Junhua happened to walk into the hidden dragon battlefield and met with Long Chen. The current Lu Junhua was talking cheerfully and was gentle and elegant. It seemed that everything was under his control. He smiled at Long Chen and said, "Do you know why I was not your opponent today?" Long Chen said, "You are afraid." What a joke. Lu Junhua laughed and said, "That is because I will wait until the last day to kill you. Don't you think that it will be more suspenseful that way?" Long Chen sneered and returned to his position with Yan Qingchen. Of course, Lu Junhua won. He had attacked very hard, and his opponent vomited blood and left the stage. It was estimated that he would not be able to recover within the next day. Lu Junhua had never cared about these cultivators who were not as strong as the Divine Palace. In his opinion, these guys' lives were worthless. The battles in the hidden dragon battlefield were obviously manipulated. Feng Jilin and Xue Zi's opponents were both at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. When their battles were over, the battle for points would also be over. Today's battles were not interesting at all, and they ended early. Just when Yang Wang announced that he would rest and recuperate, a cultivator in a black robe rushed towards Long Chen. "Long Chen, you bastard. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will crush you to pieces." A loud shout deafened Long Chen. He turned around instantly and saw the person clearly. It was the lord of the mysterious underworld palace. Because Ji Luyun did not enter the top 8, the entire mysterious underworld palace did not participate in the battle for the top 8. Why did the lord of the mysterious underworld palace target him today? Long Chen had just saved Yan Qingchen. The Scarlet Sky Palace Lord, of course, would not let him be hurt by the lord of the mysterious underworld palace. He stood in front of Long Chen and shouted angrily, "Li Long, what's wrong with you? Speak clearly." The lord of the mysterious underworld palace had no choice but to stop. He floated 100 meters in front of Long Chen. Long Chen noticed that the lord of the mysterious underworld palace's eyes were red. He was really angry and did not look like he was looking for trouble. The one who really had a grudge against Long Chen was Lu Junhua. "May I ask why the lord of the mysterious underworld palace is looking for me? Is there any misunderstanding?" Long Chen was very calm. Because of this sudden turn of events, the people who had been preparing to leave actually all stopped in their tracks and watched the situation unfold. The few grand elders also didn't move. Chapter 1281. Dream Returning Immortal Grass. Long Chen swore that he had never heard of this thing before. He was stunned for a moment. However, he noticed Lu Jin and Li Chang's proud expressions. After some thought, he realized that this was what Ji Liuai had used to deal with him. Looking at the hatred in the Xian Ming Palace Master's eyes, it must have been the so-called dream returning immortal grass that nearly destroyed Ji Liuai. In such a situation, Long Chen needed to remain calm. "I wonder what the dream returning immortal grass that you speak of is?" Xiao Chen already knew, but he could not pretend that he did. At this moment, the change startled many people. Many of the law enforcement elders had already surrounded the Xian Ming Palace Master. With the second Supreme Elder present, everyone had to give him face. Yet, the Xian Ming Palace Master made such a scene. This was simply irrational. The punishment hall's people were somewhat angry as well. There were even more people who were watching the show. The Xian Ming Palace Master became even more furious. If not for the fact that he could not do anything to Long Chen in public, he would have torn Long Chen into 1,000 pieces. He clenched his teeth and stared at Long Chen with sinister eyes. He said, "In your fight with my disciple, Ji Liuai, you were indeed stronger. However, you used the dream-returning immortal grass to deal with him, destroying his 1,000-year cultivation and even ending his lifespan. Your actions are simply too despicable. To use such a medicine in the Hidden Dragon ranking, you have already broken the punishment hall's rules." Hearing the Xian Ming Palace Master's words, many people who knew what the dream-returning immortal grass were shocked. They looked at Long Chen in disbelief. At first, everyone thought that Long Chen was righteous. Could this fellow be like Lu Junhua, a despicable person who would do anything to achieve his goals? To think that he used the dream-returning immortal grass to destroy someone else's life. This was truly ruthless. What deep hatred does Long Chen have with Ji Liuai? The 3,000 palaces should not have the dream-returning immortal grass, right? However, the Martial God Palace does. Do you remember that the Evil Dragon Palace's palace master has a very good relationship with the martial addict and wine addict? The dream immortal grass must have been given to him by these two. I never thought that this Evil Dragon Palace leader would also be such a despicable person. You really don't know a person's face. I thought he was a hero in the past. Sigh. Lu Junhua was imprisoned by the Extreme Violet Heavenly Fire Array for 10 years. In my opinion, this Long Chen should also be imprisoned for 10 years and let him reflect on himself. If the Blood Refinement Sutra was a forbidden battle skill, then the Immortal Dream Grass was even more forbidden. Everyone looked at Long Chen with scrutinizing gazes. Their questioning gazes made Long Chen very uncomfortable. Long Chen knew what was going on. He could not allow others to slander him. Supreme Elders, yesterday, Lu Junhua made 2 mistakes and has already decided to imprison him in the Extreme Violet Heavenly Fire Array for 10 years. As for Long Chen, his actions are clearly even more vicious than Lu Junhua's. He actually used such a sinister thing like the dream returning immortal grass in the hidden dragon ranking battle. In my opinion, if he was not imprisoned in the extreme violet heavenly fire array for 10 years, how would he be able to convince everyone? The palace master of the mysterious Nether Palace said in a clear voice. His voice was like a surging tide, shaking everyone's eardrums. As he spoke, he looked at Long Chen with a gloomy gaze. Since he could not kill Long Chen on the spot, he would give Long Chen a torture that was even worse than death. Everyone looked at the second Supreme Elder. At this moment, only he could make a decision. If the situation was true, Long Chen's situation was similar to Lu Juanyue's yesterday. Long Chen knew that if he did not defend himself now, he would not have another chance. He raised his head and said to the palace master of the mysterious Nether Palace, "Looks like there is something I have to make clear." His spearhead instantly pointed at those two, Lu Jin and Li Chong. Long Chen laughed heartily and said, "Let me tell everyone a story. This is the true story. A few nights before I fought Ji Luhua, two esteemed guests came to the evil dragon palace." Long Chen recounted the events of that night. When he mentioned the ordinary bottle, everyone noticed it. They all looked at Lu Jin and Li Chong with strange gazes. Lu Jin and Li Chong could not remain calm when so many people looked at them suspiciously. At this moment, Long Chen continued to recount how he used the Rakshasa profound Yin hand against Ji Luhua, how he broke the bottle, and how the black liquid appeared. I don't even know what that black liquid is. If I hadn't discovered it in time and counterattacked, that black liquid would have drilled into my body. May I ask everyone, am I, Long Chen, guilty? If what he said was true, then he was indeed innocent. The ones who were guilty were Ji Luhua and Lu Jin and Li Chong, who gave him the dream returning immortal grass. However, these two were supervisors from the martial god palace. What was going on? Everyone began to panic. Until now, Long Chen still did not know what use the dream returning immortal grass had. When the Scarlet Firmament Palace Master told him about it, he could not help but be flabbergasted. He did not expect that one drop of liquid to have an even more horrifying effect than the Blood Refinement Sutra. The mysterious Nether Palace Master looked at Long Chen with an uncertain expression. Previously, he had pushed all the blame onto Long Chen. When Long Chen told him the truth, he already knew the truth. That night, Lu Jin and Li Chong came to look for Ji Luhua. After that, Ji Luhua became very agitated. From this, he could infer that what Long Chen said was definitely true. Lu Jin and Li Chong had a lot of responsibility for his favorite disciple becoming like this. However, in the mysterious Nether Palace Master's heart, no matter what, Long Chen was the true culprit. If not for Long Chen, Ji Luhua would not have ended up like this. The mysterious Nether Palace Master hated these three people. Everyone looked at the second Supreme Elder to see what the second Supreme Elder would decide. Obviously, if what he said was true, the two from the martial god palace could not be touched. If they were implicated, this matter would undoubtedly become complicated. Some people believed Long Chen's words, while others did not. At this moment, the second Supreme Elder spoke. Today's matter never happened. Everyone, go back to what you were doing. If you continue to pursue this matter, I will not be polite anymore. This hoarse voice rang in everyone's ears. It was like a small knife scratching their faces. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Hearing this, everyone was even more confused. What was going on? The mysterious Nether Palace Master's face was gloomy. In the end, the second Supreme Elder did not put Long Chen on trial. This made him very unhappy. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lu Jin and Li Chong looked at each other. Their expressions were not very good. Only then did this unforeseen event end. That night, Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai arrived. Long Chen told them what happened in the past few days. Nangong Lai was furious and said, "This bunch of grandsons. This old man only returned to the martial god palace for a few days, and they actually caused such a commotion. Those old dogs of the Lu clan even dared to touch this old man's nephew. They are really tired of living. The usually silent Han Yinxing revealed a murderous look on his face. He nodded and said, "It looks like it is time to teach them a lesson. From tomorrow onwards, we will accompany you." With these two around, Long Chen did not have to worry about anything. That Lu Junhua said that he wants to deal with you on the last day. Han Yinxing suddenly mentioned this problem. Long Chen nodded. With his personality, it is impossible for him to wait until the last day. Furthermore, he injured Yan Qingchen on the first day to take you down. I think those old dogs of the Lu clan must have given him something to familiarize him with so that he can kill you on the last day. They are people who are willing to break the rules to achieve their goals, Han Yinxing said in a deep voice. Nangong Lai laughed angrily and said, "It is obvious that the most famous thing in the Heavenly God Palace is not the Tribulation Treasure, the golden elephant seal of the Nine Spirit. Lu Chuanxiu probably wants his son to learn it so that he can kill Shao Chen immediately. After all, the strength that Shao Chen displayed when he fought Ji Liuai scared him." "What is the golden elephant seal of the Nine Spirit?" asked Long Chen. Han Yinxing said, "When we reach the Retribution Realm, a lot of things have to change. When we reach the Retribution Realm, everyone's nirvana power is different. It has a strict personal imprint, just like everyone's blood. It's different. In this world, there are some items that surpass the god tier, such as combat skills and elixirs, which are treasures of the Retribution Realm. When you reach the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, other than ordinary weapons, if you are lucky, you can also obtain all kinds of magic treasures. Sometimes, the power of magic treasures is more terrifying than weapons. Weapons and magic treasures need to be refined before they can be used. Refining means using your own nirvana power to refine them. Speaking of which, you seem to have a trace of nirvana power, so you can almost refine some magic treasures and weapons that are close to it." Long Chen did not expect the Tribulation Realm to be so mystical. The golden elephant seal of the Nine Spirit is not a heaven-defying Dharma treasure. It is nothing in the Martial God Palace, but in the 3,000 palaces, it is one of the top treasures. Your Uncle Han and I do not have any amazing Dharma treasures to give you. If you are strong enough, you can snatch the golden elephant seal of the Nine Spirit and play with it. They have underestimated your combat prowess. In any case, we are very confident in you, said Nangong Lai as he patted Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen smiled as well. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how the Lu clan and the others schemed against him, it would all be for naught. If they were to violate the rules and take out the Nine Spirit golden elephant seal, Long Chen would have to accept it. There was no way Long Chen would return it. From the third day onwards, with the martial fanatic and drunkard around, the Lu clan did not dare to be too arrogant. Feng Jilin did not do anything, but based on her expression, it seemed like she was struggling. She and Long Chen never spoke to each other again. Chapter 1282. As for Yan Qingchen, he would only be able to win against a LV7 Divine Martial Realm expert. Because of his previous injuries, he could not fight too hard. It would take him some time to recover. So far, only Long Chen, Lu Junhua, and Feng Jilin had not been defeated yet. Xue Zi had only lost once, to Lu Junhua. As for Yan Qingchen, he had already lost 3 times. In fact, Yan Qingchen's ranking was obvious even without the fight. Among the 5 martial artists at the 8th LV of the Divine Martial Arts realm, his ranking was definitely the lowest. The 3 LV7 Divine Martial Realm experts would definitely be ranked last, because their points had almost fallen to the bottom. One of them even had 0 points, which meant that he had not won a single match. In the blink of an eye, half of the points battle had passed. On the 5th day, the climax came again. There were 4 matches every day, and the first 2 matches were between Yan Qingchen and the 3 LV7 Divine Martial Realm experts. This meant that Long Chen, Lu Junhua, Feng Jilin, and Xue Zi would definitely fight against each other. Finally, the exciting moment had arrived. The crowd could not help but be excited. What they wanted to see the most was the match between Long Chen and Lu Junue. The name of the third match was soon announced. In fact, Long Chen had already expected it. Lu Junue and Feng Jilin did not want to face him so early, so Long Chen's opponent today was Shuizi. Of course, he was in the fourth match. The third match was between Feng Jilin and Lu Junue. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what would happen between the two of them. They were both very strong-willed people. Even though they seemed to have a good relationship, they would probably give it their all for the sake of first place. Feng Jilin was wearing a snow-white dress. Her long hair danced in the air, making her look like a fairy. As for Lu Junue, she was dressed in a white brocade robe. She had an imposing appearance and her eyes exuded a sense of righteousness. When the two of them were paired together, they looked like a pair of immortal companions. However, those who truly understood them, such as Long Chen, knew that their hearts were completely different from their appearances. The battle was about to begin. The crowd was excited. But when Yang Wang announced the start of the fight, Feng Jilin suddenly said, "I give up." For a moment, everyone's faces stiffened. Lu Junue also felt a little strange. At this time, Feng Jilin had already left the hidden dragon battlefield and returned to her position. During this process, she looked deeply at Long Chen. The emotions in her eyes were extremely complicated. There was hatred, sorrow, entanglement, and even more confusion. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. He realized that he had no idea what this woman was thinking. Perhaps only in the final battle would he be able to understand what she was thinking. As long as he took care of Shuizi, the next two battles would be between Lu Junue and Feng Jilin. Long Chen and Shuizi entered the arena. This battle should be very intense. Everyone began to look forward to it. Previously, the battle between Lu Junue and Shuizi was the most intense. Long Chen didn't dare to underestimate this woman's strength. Although she didn't speak much, she had an unyielding will. Her battle with Lu Junue was incomparably intense, but in the end, she still lost to Lu Junue because of the slight difference in cultivation. However, that battle was met with countless cheers. The battle began very quickly. Just as Long Chen was about to make his move, Shuizi unexpectedly said, "I give up." This completely stunned Long Chen. What was going on? It was fine if Feng Jilin had given up in front of Lu Junue, but she had also given up in front of him. Don't doubt it. I know I'm not your match. I've fought Ji Liuai before, and it was a draw. Shuizi had always been a person of few words. After saying this, she returned to the Snow Lotus Hall's team. In the Snow Lotus Hall, no one seemed to be dissatisfied with her giving up. Just like that, today's battle, which was supposed to be very exciting, actually ended so hastily. But when everyone thought about it, tomorrow would definitely be the most exciting time. Between Long Chen and Lu Junue, or Feng Jilin, they would definitely meet one of them. Up until now, only Long Chen and Lu Junue had not tasted defeat. So, who would be the final winner? What would the final standings be? All of this made everyone so excited that they couldn't wait for tomorrow to arrive. The meeting was over. At this moment, a disciple of the Divine Palace walked towards Long Chen. Although he was only in the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, he arrogantly blocked Long Chen's way and looked at Long Chen provocatively. My senior brother Lu said that he can't wait anymore. Tomorrow will be the day he takes your life. He told me to let you cherish your last day and enjoy it. I will. Long Chen smiled and walked past him, returning to the evil dragon palace with everyone else. Looks like that kid can already control the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. Nangong Lai smiled. To be honest, other than the time when he fought against Ji Liuzhen, Long Chen had not fought a real battle for a long time. Finally, it was his turn to fight. This made his blood boil. If that was the case, his understanding with Feng Jilin would be the last day. A silent night passed. In the 3,000 palaces, undercurrents were surging. Everything was for tomorrow. In the Divine Palace, a group of people gathered together. Today, Lu Chuanxiu was mainly demonstrating the use of the 9-spirit golden elephant seal to Lu Junue. Remember, you don't have to use the 9-spirit golden elephant seal at the beginning. Use your true strength to numb your opponent. If you really can't stop him, use the 9-spirit golden elephant seal the moment you're about to lose and kill Long Chen immediately. With the second Supreme Elder here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. As for the martial addict and the alcoholic addict, they're very strong. I'm not their opponent, but no matter how strong they are, can they be a match for a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert? Lu Chuanxiu laughed. The beautiful woman beside him was also full of smiles. She looked at her child dotingly and said, "Good boy, you must be the most ruthless tomorrow. Smash that bastard to pieces. Only then will I be able to vent my anger." Lu Junue patted his chest and said, "Mother, don't worry. I'm 100% confident." The second elder promised not to send me into the extreme violet heavenly fire formation. Without that worry, I'll do anything I want. Then, he said to Lu Junue, "Father, I don't think that my true strength is inferior to Long Chen's. Tomorrow, you'll see. I'll use my true strength to defeat him. If I really can't hold on, I'll use the 9-spirit golden elephant seal and crush his divine martial realm." Good, good. Lu Chuanxiu stroked his son's head. The next day, everyone gathered on the crouching dragon platform early in the morning, excitedly waiting for the day's battles. There was no need to mention the battles on the hidden dragon battle tablet. Basically, Lu Chuanxiu arranged all the battles. The first 2 battles were for Yan Qingchen and the others. The third battle was the real heavyweight battle. It was between Feng Jilin and Xue Zi. Long Chen felt that Feng Jilin hadn't displayed her true strength from the start. Looking at the 2 women, one dressed in white and the other in a mysterious purple dress, standing opposite each other on the hidden dragon battlefield, Long Chen couldn't help but pay full attention. He could feel a strong power awakening in Feng Jilin's body. Perhaps this meant that Feng Jilin hadn't displayed her true strength in the previous battles. Long Chen knew that she had a god martial soul in her body, which meant that she had endless possibilities. Xue Zi's battle wasn't optimistic. Soon, the battle between the 2 women began. As expected, the speed and combat power of the 2 women were extremely fast. Long Chen seemed to remember that Xue Zi had slapped Feng Jilin in the Sky Street competition. No wonder Feng Jilin was unusually fierce today. It seemed like she wanted revenge. This woman was indeed very narrow-minded. She was a vengeful person. Back then, Long Chen had only stripped her naked, but he hadn't done anything to her. Yet, she still bore a grudge against him. Very quickly, Long Chen noticed something was amiss. Feng Jilin's fighting strength was actually increasing as time passed. Her attribute was originally pure wind, but when she used this move, it actually gave off a kind of eerie feeling. The black wind that surrounded her actually gave off a kind of eerie feeling. Long Chen knew that this was definitely not Feng Jilin's own strength. At this moment, the black wind around Feng Jilin's body exploded and condensed into a huge black palm that slapped in the direction of Xue Zi's face. Long Chen stood up. He could feel that the power of Feng Jilin's move had already surpassed the power that Lu Junue could display at her limit. In other words, in terms of true combat strength, Feng Jilin was probably even stronger than Lu Junue. I didn't expect this girl to have hidden her strength so well. She didn't fight Lu Junue yesterday. She was waiting for me. She wants to fight me in the last fight. Does she really believe that I can defeat Lu Junue? As expected, her thoughts were hard to read. Xue Zi, who was in the arena, naturally felt Feng Jilin's strength. She wanted to have a good fight with Feng Jilin to see who was the strongest female disciple. Now, she realized that she was far from being a match for Feng Jilin. She remembered that she had slapped Feng Jilin once. Xue Zi wasn't stupid. She knew that Feng Jilin would definitely take revenge on her. I admit defeat. As she said that, Xue Zi hurriedly stepped back. Although she wasn't as strong as Feng Jilin, she could guarantee her own safety after admitting defeat. With Yan Qingqian's lesson, she wouldn't allow Feng Jilin to slap her after admitting defeat. However, she was thinking too much. After she said that she admitted defeat, Feng Jilin immediately stopped. She floated in the air with her clothes fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fairy descending to the world. Occasionally, a whirlwind would blow by and reveal her snow-white skin. It would make people drool. Long Chen suddenly realized that she had changed. She wasn't as vengeful as before. She had become more open-minded. Even though Shuizi had slapped her, she didn't take revenge on her. It could also be said that her target had always been Long Chen. Chapter 1283. Lu Junyue was indeed Long Chen's greatest opponent in this battle. She also possessed a tribulation treasure like the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. While everyone thought that Long Chen and Lu Junyue were the two strongest opponents, they forgot about Feng Jilin. Long Chen knew very well that Lu Junyue wouldn't be Feng Jilin's match without the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. It was terrifying because this woman had learned how to endure. If the person Long Chen wanted to kill the most was Lu Junyue, the person he feared the most was Feng Jilin. Even if Feng Jilin didn't have the 9-spirit golden elephant seal, Long Chen still felt that she was more terrifying. Moreover, he had more entanglements with Feng Jilin. She was usually arrogant and despotic. She was originally a young lady from a wealthy family, but after arriving at the true martial emperor palace, she grew at an astonishing rate without the protection of her clan. Her temperament had matured even more. Regardless, the day passed just like that. For the battle on the second to last day, many people were so excited that they could not wait for tomorrow to arrive. This was especially so for the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace and the Heavenly God Hall. Long Chen was the pride of all the Evil Dragon Hall disciples. On this day, everyone stood guard outside the River Heart Pavilion, silently cheering for Long Chen. On the Sky God Hall's side, Lu Junyue was also ready. The next day, Long Chen arrived at the Hidden Dragon platform surrounded by the disciples of the Evil Dragon Hall. The Hidden Dragon battle steel that seemed to be randomly chosen finally ushered in the most intense and suspenseful battle of the Hidden Dragon ranking tournament. The first 3 battles were somewhat ordinary. No matter how hard the 3 warriors at the 7th LV of the Divine Martial Arts realm fought, and no matter how fierce their battles were, there was nothing special about their battles. Who was Long Chen's opponent today? Everyone held their breaths as they watched the announcement of the 3rd opponent on the Hidden Dragon battle steel. This time, it was Feng Jilin against Yan Qingqian. Yan Qingqian naturally wasn't Feng Jilin's match. Hence, he chose to concede after a while. Feng Jilin didn't make things difficult for him either. She quietly returned to the Wind God Hall and didn't say a word for the rest of her life. Next, the Crouching Dragon platform erupted. Countless people started to yell. They had to yell because there were only 2 people who had not fought yet. It was the second last day of the Hidden Dragon rank battles. These 2 people were Long Chen and Lu Junyue. The Heavenly God Hall's disciples were generally stronger than the Evil Dragon Palace's disciples. They were extremely loud. As they shouted, Lu Junyue's name drowned out all the other Evil Dragon Palace disciples' shouts. The truly exciting moment had finally arrived. Lu Junyue, who was surrounded by countless experts, had a faint smile on his face as he walked towards the Hidden Dragon battlefield. He was the first to land on the Hidden Dragon battlefield. His calm expression wasn't the least bit affected by the cheers from the outside world. His calmness made everyone secretly admire him. Long Chen had never met an opponent since the start of the points battle. However, from the way he easily defeated Ji Liuai, he was definitely very strong. Moreover, the hatred between the 2 of them was not ordinary. Everyone was looking forward to this battle. Lu Junyue will definitely win. Senior brother Lu is invincible. He's the strongest of the 3,000 palaces younger generation. The Evil Dragon Palace master can go eat shit. Outside, the surging voices boomed out, showing how many disciples of the heavenly God Hall were and how arrogant they were. At this moment, they all stood up and looked in Long Chen's direction with disdain. The evil Dragon Palace disciples did not have the aura to compete with them. However, when that youth stood up, the disciples of the heavenly God Hall shut their mouths. That was because Long Chen's body emitted a faintly discernible and strange aura that made them involuntarily apprehensive. This kind of aura was something that Lu Junue didn't have. In terms of aura, Lu Junue was very pitiful compared to Long Chen. Seeing so many disciples of the heavenly God Hall frightened by Long Chen standing up, Lu Junue's expression became somewhat unsightly. This was not a good sign. This made him hate Long Chen even more. He remembered that when he first met Long Chen did not have this kind of might. Lu Junue had always considered himself to be the most talented disciple of the 3,000 palaces. Recently, Long Chen had stolen all the limelight from him. At this moment, the indifferent Long Chen descended on the hidden dragon battlefield amidst the absolute silence. He landed 100 meters in front of Lu Junue and stood there casually. Seeing that it was about time, Yang Wang did his best to exaggerate the two before announcing the start of the battle. Everyone was watching intently. The entire place was silent. It was like the calm before a storm, incomparably calm. The smell of gunpowder in the two's hearts gradually rose. Lu Junue was not in a rush to fight. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so he wanted to enjoy it properly. At this moment, he looked at Long Chen with disdain. He smiled faintly and said, "Yan Qingchen must be in a lot of pain." Although he was lucky to recover the blood refinement scripture, given his performance in the hidden dragon ranking, it seems like it will be very difficult for him to enter the martial god palace. Long Chen did not say anything. He just looked at Lu Junue quietly. This kind of silence made Lu Junue's heart go numb. Lu Junue continued smiling and said, "There are some things that might anger you. However, so what? I, Lu Junue, am the son of the heavenly deity Hall's Hall Master and the nephew of the Supreme Elder. I have a cousin in the martial god palace. As for you, Long Chen, who are you? You have no parents, you are a bastard." Lu Junue said these words to infuriate Long Chen. Lu Junue understood the logic of battle. Calmness was the best way. If he could make Long Chen lose his rationality first, his chances of victory would be very high. Lu Junue was also a proud person. Hence, he did not admit that he needed the 9-spirit golden elephant seal to defeat Long Chen. He would not use it unless he was on the verge of defeat. However, he was disappointed. Long Chen was still scarily quiet. Lu Junue thought that the bastard would make Long Chen lose his rationality. If that didn't work, then it seemed like he had to release a huge bomb. Lu Junue condensed his voice and transmitted it to Long Chen's ears. He said, TSK, a few days ago, a certain person was very pitiful. In order to send me into the extreme purple heavenly fire formation for 10 years, he said a lot. Unfortunately, the punishment hall belongs to my Lu clan. With the second supreme elder there, why would I need to go to the extreme purple heavenly fire formation? He thought that this would make Long Chen even angrier. After all, Long Chen had gone to great lengths to send him into the extreme purple heavenly fire formation for 10 years. However, he thought too much. Long Chen had never intended to send him into the extreme purple heavenly fire formation. If you're done talking, then let's do it, Long Chen said indifferently. Lu Junue was speechless. He realized that he had underestimated Long Chen. Since this kind of provocative method didn't work, then he could only use strength. Lu Junue had already made sufficient preparations. He stretched out his hand, and the power of the world slowly gathered on his body. He rose into the air, and the white light made him look like a god from the heavens. In that instant, Lu Junue was incomparably flirtatious. Countless female disciples screamed at his image. A man from the Sky God Hall using the power of the world of light was really too damn cool. Lu Junue had heard such praises many times. After the battle, Long Chen's eyes gradually turned blood red. A murderous aura gradually filled the entire hidden dragon platform. Even without Lu Junyue's provocation, Long Chen could already enter a frenzied state of battle. On his cheeks, a few blood-red dragon scales appeared. This appearance made him look abnormally ferocious. The current Long Chen was actually covered in incomparably tough dragon scales at all times. It was just that they were hidden. Hiss, the sound of air currents reverberated around Long Chen's body. When the real battle began, everyone was even more excited. They would be able to see their battle soon. This was the most anticipated battle of the Hidden Dragon rankings so far. Rumble. The battle between the two erupted at the first instant. You want to fight with me, Lu Junyue? Why don't you take a look at what you look like? My mother was right, you're a lowly bastard. If you hadn't angered me, someone like you wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight with me, Lu Junyue. Lu Junyue laughed crazily. The anger he had suppressed in his heart because he couldn't kill Long Chen completely erupted. Long Chen hadn't lost his cool, but he had. As for his previous calmness, it was all an act. Facing Long Chen, he couldn't calm down at all when he thought of the 100 days of extreme violet heavenly fire formation. You should die until nothing is left. Lu Junyue laughed loudly. The power of the world of light surrounded him, completely enveloping him in a white light. That dazzling light almost covered half of the hidden dragon battlefield. Many people didn't dare to look at Lu Junyue directly, or they would be blinded by the power of the world of light. And Long Chen was the first among them. Everyone let out cries of surprise. Lu Junyue seemed to have become stronger today. In reality, in order to defeat Long Chen, Lu Junyue had just consumed a pill that could temporarily increase his divine energy. Now, he could use it all at once. Everyone was somewhat hesitant. It looked like Lu Junyue would still win today. After all, the Heavenly God Hall's foundation was too deep. Radiant ceremony, illuminate the 9 provinces. Lu Junyue let out an explosive sound. This radiant grand ceremony was actually a set of fist techniques. When Lu Junyue used it, his entire body was enveloped in white light. As he danced, countless rays of white light condensed on his arm, causing his arm to instantly expand by 3 times. A terrifying power was infused into his arm, and the white light condensed into an arm covered in runes. As Lu Junyue let out an explosive roar, his fist shook the heavens and earth as it shot towards Long Chen. For a moment, even the air outside buzzed. In the face of this shocking pressure, the corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a slight smile. Some people just like this kind of flashy but impractical move. Long Chen circulated his own power and added a small portion of nirvana energy. His muscles tensed up, and his current physical body surpassed that of an ordinary 9th grade body refining technique. The power of the ancestral dragon physique gathered together. When Long Chen punched, a golden lightning dragon erupted from his arm and coiled around his right fist. With a buzzing sound, the might of a dragon descended. Chapter 1284. The Radiant Grand Ceremony was a 9th grade divine skill. It was very famous in the Heavenly Hall. Anyone who could successfully cultivate it at the 8th level of the divine martial realm could be called a genius. The 2 fists clashed in the first instant. This was a direct head-on confrontation. They were competing in terms of attack power. Long Chen's attack contained the true power of lightning. Combined with his tyrannical body, the explosive power of this punch surpassed everyone's imagination. Who was stronger, Long Chen or Lu Junyue? Very soon, everyone saw the answer. Lu Junyue, who was high up in the air, was sent flying by Long Chen's 8th grade divine Great Chaos Thunder Fist. The golden lightning power of the Great Chaos Thunder Fist wrapped around Lu Junyue's body and twisted it. Lu Junyue's clothes and accessories were instantly torn to shreds. His originally white body was now like charcoal. Puff. Lu Junhua spat out a mouthful of blood as he slammed into the barrier of the hidden dragon battlefield. Bouncing back down, Longchen suddenly gave a roundhouse kick, sending him flying again. He let out a miserable howl of despair. Seeing the man tidying up his clothes in a relaxed manner, while Lu Junhua was roasted to a crisp on the other side, everyone's faces were in a daze. Even if they racked their brains, they wouldn't have guessed that this would be the result. Defeated in one move. It could be said that this was simply too ridiculous. Lu Junhua had exaggerated his strength. With his strength, if he really fought against Long Chen, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. How strong was Long Chen? He knew that basically, no one in the early stage of the 8th tier of the divine martial arts realm was a match for him. As for Lu Jin and Li Chong, if Long Chen used the extreme finger of time, he might be able to have a fierce fight with them, and he would definitely not let them gain the slightest advantage. If Lu Junhua didn't have the Lu clan's foundation, Long Chen wouldn't even care about his strength. This was the truth, and it was also a blow to Lu Junhua. At this moment, Lu Junhua was dumbfounded. Although his injuries weren't serious, it was a heavy blow to his dignity. This caused Lu Junhua to fall from heaven to hell. Lu Junhua crawled up in a daze. His entire body was charred black. His hair was all burned off. Even his crotch had been electrocuted by Long Chen's golden lightning. Who knew where his family jewels had gone? Lu Junhua's current appearance was truly laughable. Many people still held back their laughter out of consideration for the heavenly god palace's face. However, the evil dragon palace's people didn't care. Seeing how the heavenly god palace's people had suppressed them earlier, they immediately burst into laughter. Their laughter was extremely piercing in the silent hidden dragon platform. Lu Junhua went crazy. He roared and directly used his hands to tear off his charred skin. He had an astonishing recovery ability. Under his charred skin, new flesh had already grown. After removing that layer, Lu Junhua regained the image of an elegant young master. After putting on his clothes with great difficulty, Lu Junhua panted heavily. He looked at Long Chen with a flushed face. There was nothing more humiliating than what he had just done. Right now, there was only one word left in Lu Junhua's mind: kill. Only by killing Long Chen would he be able to wash away all this humiliation. He couldn't help but admit that he had underestimated Long Chen too much. That was why he had suffered such humiliation. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer. In particular, the ear-piercing mockery of the people outside had caused Lu Junhua to completely lose all reason. His entire world had turned blood-red. In his field of vision, there was only a man who stood in the center of the hidden dragon battlefield, not moving at all. He was also quietly looking at him. There were no fluctuations in Long Chen's calm eyes, only a trace of blood-red killing intent leaked out. This murderous aura caused Lu Junhua's hair to stand on end for no reason. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Lu Junhua let out a roar. Ah! This explosion caused his aura to build up again. Long Chen, you bastard, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. If a person had already gone crazy, then he would not be far from death. Lu Junhua was already not far from him. Nirvana divine light. Following Lu Junhua's roar, an intense white light burst forth from his body. In an instant, Lu Junhua was like the sun in the sky. The terrifying light instantly pierced through the hidden dragon battlefield and rushed out, enveloping the entire hidden dragon platform. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. This nirvana divine light was too strong. Everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness. Being illuminated by this light, everyone felt a terrifying burning sensation on their bodies. They had no choice but to use divine essence to protect their bodies and eyes. Needless to say, it was a vast expanse of whiteness in the hidden dragon battlefield. Nothing could be seen clearly. No one knew where Long Chen and Lu Junhua had gone. Although this mystic art was not bad, Long Chen wasn't intimidated. The Nirvana divine light wasn't a direct attack, but something similar to a domain. Speaking of domains, it had been a long time since Long Chen had used the devouring world of blood. In that white world, traces of blood gradually seeped out, mixing with the range of the nirvana divine light. The devouring world of blood was the mystic art of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. As Long Chen's divine energy grew, its power would increase. It was always useful. It was just that Long Chen hadn't met an opponent that required him to go all out, so he rarely used it. When he used the devouring world of blood, Long Chen could practically find an endless supply of divine energy from his opponent's bloodline. This was his heaven-defying ability. Moreover, this power was formless. At the start, Lu Junue couldn't feel it at all. After using the nirvana divine light, Lu Junue thought that Long Chen wouldn't be able to find him. What a joke. Long Chen could easily find his position with a single glance. In fact, it was even easier than Lu Junue. The scarlet blood of desolation appeared in Long Chen's hand. Without saying a word, Long Chen's 24-war spear pounced forward and frantically attacked Lu Junue. Under this intense light, not only was Long Chen's combat strength not affected, but it actually became even more ferocious. Lu Junue couldn't even block Long Chen's great primal chaos thunder fist, let alone Long Chen's 24-war spear. In an instant, Long Chen's scarlet blood of desolation pierced through Lu Junue's chest and nailed him to the ground. There was a loud clang. Lu Junue was injured, and the nirvana divine light dissipated. When everyone saw the current situation, their expressions became even stranger. Originally, they thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. Unexpectedly, Lu Junue was being abused. At this moment, Long Chen nailed him to the ground and looked down at Lu Junue. He chuckled and said, "Trash, stop struggling. Hurry up and take out your 9-spirit golden elephant seal. I can't wait any longer." Lu Junue's eyes widened. He didn't expect Long Chen to know about the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. Furthermore, he didn't show any fear after learning about it. Lu Junue wasn't frightened. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that Long Chen was a smart person, so it was normal for him to guess it. He warned himself not to let Long Chen scare him. At this moment, he had already acknowledged Long Chen's strength. However, he absolutely wouldn't give up. He wanted to counterattack, to take back everything he had lost. Scram! Although he was nailed to the ground by Long Chen, he could still attack again. Long Chen was helpless and could only take out the scarlet blood of desolation. In truth, if Lu Junue didn't take out the 9-spirit golden elephant seal, Long Chen could easily kill him. However, Long Chen didn't want this process to end so quickly. Lu Junue, who had a hole in his chest, faced Long Chen once again. Long Chen was fine, still very quiet. However, Lu Junue cut a sorry figure, panting heavily. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Long Chen. Many people could no longer sit still when they saw the situation of their battle. Lu Jin and Li Chong exchanged glances in the martial god palace's 3 seats. "Brother Lu, this Long Chen's combat prowess is already catching up to ours. Your cousin is probably going to lose for sure." "Not necessarily." Lu Jin knew that Lu Junue possessed the 9-spirit golden elephant seal that even he coveted. Once that item appeared, Long Chen would definitely die. The few Supreme Elders at the side were similarly shocked. Only the second Supreme Elder's expression did not change. It was unknown what he was thinking. The 6th Supreme Elder, Lu Jihuan, had already arrived at the Heavenly Deity Hall's side. Lu Chuanxiu and his wife were seated at the very front. Lu Chuanxiu was currently comforting his wife. Heavens, how did it turn out like this? Junue is not his opponent. He actually dared to injure my son. Chuanxiu, no matter what, you must kill him. No, you must not let this little bastard die easily. Lu Chuanxiu had also underestimated Long Chen's strength. He shook his head helplessly and said, "This Long Chen is too strong. Junue is not his opponent, but he is very strong. I think he is going to use the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. Once he uses it, Long Chen will definitely die." The beautiful woman heaved a sigh of relief when she heard her husband's words. However, her heart bled as she watched her son being abused. That was her own son. She could not even bear to scold or hit him. Yet, Longchen actually injured him like this. The other people of the heavenly deity hall naturally had ugly expressions. As for the people of the evil dragon hall, they were all cheering. Among them, Qin Feng and Yan Qingchen were currently sitting together. Both of them wanted nothing more than for Longchen to kill Lu Junue immediately. Qin Feng's eyes were brimming with tears. He could finally take revenge for Jiang Cha today. It was impossible for him to take revenge. Fortunately, he had Longchen. On the hidden dragon battlefield, Lu Junue stared at Longchen. He was wondering if he should kill Longchen right now. However, he was still unwilling. Chapter 1285. The moment the Blood Refinement Sutra appeared, the crowd went into an uproar and cursed. However, the people of the Sky God Hall and Punishment Hall remained unmoved. The crowd understood that the second Supreme Elder was also on the Lu family's side. At this moment, almost everyone started to abandon the Punishment Hall and Sky God Hall. Of course, it was only in their hearts. The Hidden Dragon ranking tournament had lost all sense of fairness. It was as if it was completely under the Punishment Hall's control. Everyone was from the Punishment Hall and the Sky God Hall. The entire Hidden Dragon platform was filled with dissatisfied voices. At this moment, everyone hoped that Lu Junue would die quickly. The evil Dragon Palace disciples started cursing. Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing were sitting there, so no one dared to do anything to them. The second Supreme Elder also saw the two of them present. Amidst the countless curses, Lu Junue ignored everything else and used the Blood Refinement Sutra to attack Longchen. The dense blood demon energy appeared on his body, and the originally bright light turned evil. Blood Demon Calamity. Lu Junue smiled sinisterly and used this attack to attack Longchen. This was much more terrifying than the Radiant Ceremony. The crowd couldn't help but worry for Longchen. It would be a pity if Longchen was injured by the Blood Refinement Sutra. Longchen was now the strongest person in the crowd's hearts. Longchen found it funny. This person was too arrogant. He really thought that he could deal with me with his own strength. Longchen channeled Nirvana energy into the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation. The fifth layer of the Nine Dragon scripture instantly erupted. Behind him, the might of the 5 divine dragons shocked everyone. The power of the 5th level of the 9 dragon scripture, in addition to the power of Nirvana, appeared in Longchen's hands. Longchen believed that the second Supreme Elder had already seen through the power of Nirvana. However, this guy didn't seem to be someone easy to deal with. Even when he saw Longchen's Nirvana power, he didn't seem to be moved. As expected of someone stronger than Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing. The Blood Refinement Sutra was a complete joke to the 9 Dragon Sutra, which was an absolutely righteous attack. Moreover, Longchen was a primordial spiritual blood dragon. He was the true ancestor of the Blood Tao. Once the 9 Dragon scripture was unleashed, Lu Junue was forced to retreat in a sorry state once again. This time, Longchen directly chopped off his legs, causing him to roll on the ground several times as blood spurted out. In the Divine Hall, the beautiful woman stood up and shrieked. Lu Chuanxiu was speechless. He knew that Lu Junue was no match for Longchen. Junue, you are no match for him. Don't be silly. Lu Chuanxiu knew that his son was very stubborn, but the situation was already very clear. He was urging Lu Junue to use the golden elephant seal of the 9 spirits. Otherwise, if Longchen wasn't careful, he might just kill him. Then, there would be nothing left. Lu Chuanxiu had prepared a lot for this battle, but he had never imagined that it would turn out like this. When he heard his father's words, the frantic and miserable Lu Junue struggled to get up. The muscles and bones in his legs were growing at a visible rate. Perhaps they would be fully grown soon, but he would definitely lose a large amount of yuan qi. The supreme golden body wasn't truly immortal. However, he still couldn't accept it. Was he really no match for Long Chen if he didn't use the golden elephant seal of the 9 spirits? Lu Junyue's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Long Chen. He hoped that Long Chen would treat him as a difficult opponent, but unfortunately, in Long Chen's eyes, he was just an ant. Haha. After his legs had grown back, Lu Junyue crawled up and suddenly laughed crazily. So what if his father had improved? Lu Junyue still couldn't accept it. His injuries were too painful, and his fall was too miserable. It was as if he had fallen off a cliff. That kind of laughable and painful feeling made him want to cry on the spot. However, he could only laugh. Long Chen, you will never be able to defeat me, because I will never lose. Lu Junyue roared crazily like a wild beast, his body drenched in blood. Long Chen spun the scarlet blood apocalypse in his hand. That sharp halberd, like Long Chen's gaze, stared coldly at Lu Junyue. You will regret this. Lu Junyue laughed crazily. He then spread his arms wide and looked at the sky. Blood ignition technique. Long Chen squinted his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Junyue had actually used a technique similar to Long Chen's blood sacrifice. This should also be one of the methods of using the blood refinement scripture. However, this blood ignition technique was even more powerful than the insane Demon Heart Sutra. Of course, the price of using it was even greater. When Lu Junyue used the blood ignition technique, everyone from the Heavenly God Hall was stunned. Lu Chuanxiu even clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. They didn't understand. Lu Junyue was a proud person. If he hadn't lost so badly, he wouldn't have gone crazy. The blood ignition technique was something that was absolutely forbidden in the blood refinement scripture. Every time it was used, one would lose 1,000 years of life. Lu Junyue didn't want to lose, so he went crazy. He wanted to use his own strength to kill Long Chen. However, he forgot that if he used the blood ignition technique, it wouldn't be his own strength. At this moment, Lu Junyue's strength skyrocketed. Long Chen helplessly closed his eyes. This young man with a bright appearance was actually a madman who couldn't face reality. In Long Chen's opinion, he didn't have the qualifications to be Long Chen's opponent. On the high platform, Feng Jilin watched everything in silence. Long Chen turned back to look at her. The scarlet blood firmament revolved in his hand, and he turned into a phantom. The 6th layer of the 9 dragon scripture, in addition to the power of nirvana, was Long Chen's strongest attack apart from the extreme finger of time. Rumble. The 6 divine dragons that stretched for thousands of miles soared into the sky. Each one of them possessed a terrifying might. When the power of the 6 divine dragons combined, the entire hidden dragon battlefield trembled. The true power of nirvana was actually so powerful. Die. The blood ignition technique was successfully used. Lu Junyue's body was covered in blood-colored runes. His body started to collapse, becoming extremely ugly. However, he still charged towards Long Chen like a madman. Break. Long Chen softly spat out a word. The 9 dragon scripture gathered on the scarlet blood firmament, instantly breaking through the defense of the blood ignition technique. The rapidly dancing halberd instantly severed Lu Junyue's arms, and at the same time, his chest was split open. Large amounts of his internal organs flew out. Lu Junyue howled miserably as he was sent flying, falling into a pool of blood. Junyue. Lu Chuanxiu's heart was bleeding. He admitted that he had spoiled his son too much. This child was too stubborn. He didn't believe that this was reality. If he had used the 9-spirit golden elephant seal earlier, there wouldn't have been so many problems. As for the beautiful woman beside him, she was already crying hysterically. She cursed all 18 generations of Long Chen's ancestors. She wanted to rush up and kill Long Chen. If Lu Chuanxiu hadn't stopped her, she would have gone crazy. Lu Chuanxiu's roar made Lu Junyue, who was lying in a pool of blood, climb up again. He indeed had great willpower. He hadn't fallen yet. Long Chen also didn't kill him immediately. He wanted Lu Junhua to enjoy the process of being tortured. No one could be his enemy. After being suppressed for so long in the 3,000 great halls, it was finally time for him to explode. He stood quietly in front of Lu Junhua. It was as if the one who had beaten Lu Junhua into this state wasn't him, Long Chen. I understand. Lu Junhua struggled to stand up. Understand what? Long Chen asked with interest. I understand. I'm not your match. 1,000 years of lifespan dissipated under the great art of blood ignition. But he was still defeated by Long Chen in one move. Lu Junhua's heart suddenly calmed down. Only peace could allow him to kill Long Chen. After losing 1,000 years of lifespan, Lu Junhua suddenly woke up. He knew what he had to do now. His father's call just now had also made his heart bleed. He closed his eyes. At this moment, Lu Junhua had changed a lot. A golden power suddenly appeared on his body. At this moment, Long Chen frowned deeply. This golden power was too strong. Even the great art of blood ignition did not give Long Chen such an oppressive feeling. A golden imprint appeared on Lu Junhua's chest. Then, within this imprint, a golden seal appeared. This golden seal looked a little like a mountain, with a total of 9 golden divine elephants engraved on it. An ancient and barren aura was emitted from the golden seal. It made Long Chen feel like he was in a barren world. The golden seal actually contained the will of a beast. The moment the 9-spirit golden elephant seal appeared, the entire crouching dragon terrace was in an uproar. After Lu Junhua used the blood refinement scripture, he had violated the rules again. He used the supreme treasure of the Heaven God Hall, which was also one of the top treasures in the 3,000 great halls. This was no longer a simple hidden dragon ranking battle. This was a battle of life and death. This meant that the Heaven God Hall and Punishment Hall had joined hands to kill this young man who was protected by a martial arts fanatic and an alcoholic fanatic. This was a blatant declaration of war. Other than the heavenly deity temple, the other 3,000 palaces were not willing to accept this. However, what else could they do? The second Supreme Elder, who was sitting high up on the stage, had already explained everything. Today, they not only wanted to kill Long Chen, but they also wanted to intimidate the martial addict and the drunkard. Truly, how extravagant. This matter had nothing to do with most people. Since it had nothing to do with them, there was no need to get involved. Even if many halls wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. With the second Supreme Elder here, no Nirvana tribulation expert dared to be dissatisfied. As soon as the 9-spirit golden elephant seal appeared, the entire hidden dragon battlefield was suppressed by a golden power. Long Chen could not move at all. Thank you for letting me understand that sometimes, pride should be put down. Lu Junhua was bathed in the golden power. His injuries began to recover, and he became as radiant as before. Chapter 1286. At this moment, the true power of the 9-spirit golden elephant seal was displayed. Within the golden seal, there were 9 deep roars that seemed to come from the primordial era. For a time, Long Chen's body shook. If his cultivation and physical body were not strong enough, he would probably have been blasted to death. If Lu Junhua was alone, he definitely wouldn't be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Long Chen understood that although Han Yunxing and the others described the 9-spirit golden elephant seal as ordinary, that was only because they had seen the world. To Long Chen, the power of a tribulation realm treasure was unimaginable. Lu Junhua could use 10 times the power of a treasure. It was no wonder that he was so fearless after obtaining the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. Previously, he had been abused by Long Chen, but he was still able to withstand it. In the past, Long Chen had looked down on Lu Junhua, but now, he felt some admiration for him. Amidst the roars, a total of 9 golden divine elephants covered in runes emerged from the golden seal. Every time one emerged, the entire hidden dragon platform would tremble. These golden divine elephants were covered in golden runes, a symbol of primordial power. Many places regarded the golden divine elephant as an ancient deity. At this moment, there were a total of 9 divine elephants floating in front of Long Chen. Their terrifying might suppressed Long Chen greatly, rendering him immobile for a moment. Long Chen, ah, Long Chen. Haha. Lu Junue was extremely pleased. He thought to himself, so what if Long Chen is so powerful? He has no background and no 9-spirit golden elephant seal. In the end, he'll still die in my hands. The thought of crushing Long Chen into a meat patty made Lu Junue's blood boil. He really yearned for that scene. Not to mention Long Chen, even Lu Junue himself was fearful of the might of the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. It was no wonder his father gave it to him. With it, Lu Junue swore that he would be able to torture Long Chen to death. Ever since the golden elephant of 9 spirits seal appeared, the outside world was in an uproar, and even despair. This was no longer a competition, but a premeditated murder. The high and mighty second supreme elder clearly wanted to kill Long Chen. Even though Lu Junue had defeated Long Chen in the end, in the hearts of the people, Long Chen was the true expert. Everyone was worried, but they also looked expectantly at Long Chen. Would he be able to accomplish the impossible at the final moment? Long Chen's performance had always exceeded everyone's expectations. Would he be able to create another miracle? Everyone in the evil dragon palace stood up with pale faces. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai also narrowed their eyes. They had actually placed a lot of hope on Long Chen. They had no idea whether Long Chen would succeed in the end. On the side of the Wind God Temple, seeing that Long Chen was in a situation where he could not fight back, everyone from the Wind God Temple was excited. Only Feng Jilin's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Fortunately, in the end, she closed her eyes. The instant she closed her eyes, Lu Junue attacked. He had suffered at Long Chen's hands, so he deeply remembered the warning of his elders. If he didn't kill Long Chen now, then he would never have another chance in this lifetime. He could not drag this out. After exhausting all his energy, Lu Junue felt like his body was about to explode. If he had not taken so many elixirs at the start, he would not have been able to activate the golden elephant of 9 spirits seal in his current condition, let alone kill someone. Rumble. The 9 huge golden divine elephants were like gods from ancient times. They were high up and filled with boundless might. At this moment, under Lu Junue's control, the golden seal smashed down at Long Chen's head. As the golden seal moved, the 9 golden divine elephants let out low roars that shook the entire imperial star as they stomped down on Long Chen's head. With so many golden divine elephants, it was enough to crush Long Chen to pieces. Outside the divine hall, everyone screamed when they saw Long Chen not moving at all. Almost everyone in the divine hall smiled. The maddened woman finally had tears in her eyes as she muttered, "Stomp him to death, stomp him to death." Long Chen really could not move. No. Under the suppression of the golden divine elephants, he had entered a very mysterious state. This was the pressure he had hoped for. Under this pressure, he could often explode with uncontrollable might. This golden divine elephant came from ancient times, almost the era of Kitten. That era was the era that the divine dragon had just informed the past. What were the creatures of that era most afraid of? Without a doubt, it was the divine dragon. No matter how powerful this golden divine elephant was, no matter how terrifying it was, Long Chen only felt contempt for these inferior creatures from the bottom of his heart. At the last moment, the 9 golden divine elephants stomped down from the sky, wanting to crush Long Chen's body in an instant. Haha. After the divine elephants, Lu Junue smiled proudly. He was really proud that he could kill such a powerful opponent like Long Chen. But at this moment, what exploded in front of him was an even more terrifying divine dragon from ancient times. Roar. A furious roar erupted from Long Chen's mouth. This roar seemed to come out uncontrollably. It could be said that Long Chen's own roar drowned out the roars of the 9 divine elephants. For a moment, the movements of the 9 golden divine elephants were slowed down by Long Chen's roar. Buzz! A destructive aura flowed on Long Chen's body and suddenly exploded. Long Chen's movements were not fancy at all. He stabbed out with his finger. At this moment, the entire situation changed drastically. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Long Chen had clearly resisted, so what was the result? Whoosh! The faces of the 9 golden divine elephants, which were covered in runes, actually showed expressions of fear. As Long Chen stabbed out with his finger, an illusory dragon's shadow appeared behind him. No one could imagine how big this transparent, seemingly non-existent dragon's shadow was. However, Long Chen knew that this dragon's shadow had already wrapped around the entire imperial star. Its body had completely coiled around the imperial star. This dragon's shadow, which could not be seen or touched at all, was the Void Universe Dragon. As the Extreme Universe Finger was unleashed, the dragon's shadow of the Void Aeon Dragon actually appeared. When this dragon's shadow appeared, the 9 golden divine elephants let out mournful wails. Their fighting strength was greatly reduced, and the golden runes on their bodies dissipated. Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity to unleash the power of the Extreme Universe Finger. With a loud explosion, the entire golden seal was repelled by Long Chen. Lu Junhua, who had been laughing happily, looked as though he had been struck by lightning. His face instantly turned pale, and countless streams of blood shot out of his body like arrows. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all covered in blood. Some of his eyeballs even exploded. This scene was unimaginably bloody. The 9 golden divine elephants retreated miserably into the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. The 9-spirit golden elephant seal was sent high into the sky. Before it could fall, it was grabbed by a blood-red shadow. It was Long Chen. At this moment, the 9-spirit golden elephant seal had completely escaped Lu Junhua's control. When Long Chen held it in his hand, Long Chen could feel that the 9-spirit golden elephant seal was actually trembling. Long Chen surveyed his surroundings and laughed heartily with an extremely arrogant expression. If he had been calm at the start, then he had finally unleashed his full power. The Blood Refinement Sutra, the 9-spirit golden elephant seal, and all sorts of nomological breaking items had appeared, yet the second Grand Elder still hadn't said a word. Long Chen wasn't a fool. This was simply murder. This was a declaration of war against Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's blood-red eyes glanced at the second Grand Elder. At this moment, he finally saw an incomparably huge shock in the old man's eyes. This was what Long Chen wanted. Even the second Grand Elder had turned pale with fright, let alone the others. Those who had nothing to do with the Sky Divine Hall were naturally excited. However, this excitement was just too shocking. At this moment, Long Chen's actions shook their hearts. They dared to say that they would never forget Long Chen's domineering and heroic appearance for the rest of their lives. The blood-red halberd, the heaven-defying finger, and the illusory image of the cosmic dragon were all deeply engraved in the hearts of countless people. Perhaps no one would forget Long Chen today, because he had simply created a legend. Whoosh! Everyone stood up and stared blankly at the arrogant Long Chen, who was laughing. What else was he going to do? The Sky Divine Hall's Lu Jihuan, Lu Chuanxiu, and Lu Jin all had extremely interesting expressions. They could only be described as numb. However, when they saw the golden elephant of the 9 spirits land in Long Chen's hands, they finally reacted. Lu Junhua had lost. This was already a fact. Although they did not dare to believe that Long Chen could deal with the golden elephant of the 9 spirits, this was a fact. They had seen it with their own eyes. Even Lu Chuanxiu was trembling. Seeing his son bleeding from all 7 orifices, his heart felt like it had been twisted to the point where it could squeeze out large amounts of blood. As for the beautiful woman, there was no need to even mention her. She had been constantly wiping her eyes, not realizing that this was a fact at all. The first to react was the 6th Grand Elder, Lu Jihuan. He understood Long Chen very well. From Long Chen's unfriendly gaze, he seemed to be able to see what Long Chen was going to do next. Junue, admit defeat. Lu Jihuan roared without caring about his image. This time, Lu Junue was definitely heavily injured. Without a few years, he would probably not be able to climb back up. However, he was still not dead. He still had a chance to live. Of course, with Long Chen's personality, he had to admit defeat at this moment. Chapter 1287. His entire body, including his brain, had almost been shattered by the terrifying injuries. If not for his god-martial soul, he would not have been able to hold on any longer. He only had a tiny bit of will to live. At this moment, he heard Lu Jihuan's cry. This cry brought him back to life. I admit defeat. Lu Junue was extremely miserable. He used the last bit of his strength to speak. The people of the Sky Divine Hall were relieved when they heard his voice. Only by admitting defeat would there be a chance of survival. Fortunately, Lu Junue had not lost his rationality because of this terrible defeat. Hua. Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of Lu Junue with the 9-spirit golden elephant seal in one hand and the scarlet blood eternal desolation in the other. The tip of the halberd pierced through Lu Junue's mouth, forcefully interrupting his last word. At this moment, almost everyone was dumbfounded, especially the people of the Sky Divine Hall. What is Long Chen trying to do? Long Chen's actions had exceeded the limits of what the crowd could bear. Lu Junue had already admitted defeat, but he still attacked. Could it be? Everyone recalled that Lu Junue had continued to attack even after Yan Qingchen had admitted defeat. Could it be that Long Chen was returning a tooth for a tooth? But that was not all. Lu Junue let out a miserable howl. His mouth had been completely crushed by Long Chen. He couldn't say a single word, but Long Chen didn't stop. He looked at the people of the Sky Divine Hall with a provocative gaze and said arrogantly, "Everyone of the Sky Divine Hall, he seems to have admitted defeat, but I don't think I heard it. Next, let's see who is faster, or I, Long Chen, am faster. How am I going to kill him?" With that, the scarlet blood eternal desolation in his hand turned into a blur. Starting from Lu Junue's newly grown leg, it rapidly pierced through Lu Junue's body. Soon, Lu Junue's body was cut in half. Only half of Lu Junue's mouth was left, and he let out a tragic cry. This was what he deserved. Long Chen believed that he had already given Qin Feng and Yan Qingchen an explanation. "Stop, you bastard. Stop. Long Chen, you're courting death." Lu Jin, Lu Jihuan, and Lu Junue rushed towards the hidden dragon battlefield. With their speed, they could reach Long Chen in the blink of an eye and stop Long Chen from killing Lu Junue. However, when they approached the entrance of the hidden dragon battlefield, 2 towering figures blocked their way. "Get lost!" Nangong Lai roared. Lu Jin spat out blood and retreated. He fell to the ground unconscious. As for Lu Chuanxiu and Lu Jihuan, they paused for a moment before fighting with Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. "Lu clan's 2 grandsons, you've never been able to defeat me and old Han in your entire life. Today, you want to be humiliated? Today, I, Nangong Lai, will satisfy you. If I don't torture you to death, I'll change my surname to yours," shouted Nangong Lai, laughing loudly. He completely suppressed Lu Chuanxiu. Lu Chuanxiu and his brother's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. On one hand, they had to defeat Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. On the other hand, they had to deal with Lu Junue. Long Chen raised his head and glanced at them. The bloodthirst in his eyes caused Lu Chuanxiu and Lu Junue to feel despair. They didn't understand why Long Chen and the 2 grandsons in front of them would be so daring under the pressure of the second Supreme Elder. Could it be that they were not afraid of death? Long Chen would give them an answer. Before he unleashed his final attack, he glanced at the surroundings and sneered, "Everyone, you've seen it clearly. The Lu clan and the Punishment Hall are here to kill me, Long Chen. They made a mistake first, so I, Long Chen, will not be polite anymore. When Long Chen heard this, he couldn't help but ask, Long Chen, who do you think you are? The Punishment Hall and the Lu clan are the real giants. Why should they care about Long Chen's mood? If they want to kill you, they can do whatever they want. However, when they saw Lu Chuanxiu and Lu Jihuan being beaten up in the sky, they believed it. This fearless kid had really done something legendary today. Goodbye. Under the despairing gazes of Lu Chuanxiu and the others, Scarlet Blood Tianhuang crushed Lu Junyue's god martial soul without hesitation. Long Chen had very easily killed Lu Junyue in front of everyone, fair and square. He's really daring. Isn't the second Supreme Elder still sitting there? Why are they so daring? When Long Chen put away the Scarlet Blood Tianhuang, there was only one emotion in everyone's eyes, fear. Although this youth's strength has not reached a decisive level, his courage, his aura, and his will were already unshakable. The most horrifying faction of the 3,000 palaces was like a joke before him. Everyone understood that Long Chen was going to oppose the second Supreme Elder this time. Recently, the news of the second Supreme Elder becoming a Nirvana Tribulation cultivator had spread far and wide, shaking the 3,000 palaces. However, no one expected a nobody like Long Chen to oppose such a person. Aside from the protection of 2 cultivators from the Martial God Palace, what else did Long Chen have? What gave him the right to be so daring? He dared to kill Lu Junyue in front of the second Supreme Elder. No one could understand what this meant. In an instant, the entire place was deathly silent, eerily quiet. Lu Jihuan and Lu Chuanxiu stopped fighting as well. They stared at Long Chen in a daze. Their eyes were filled with the most terrifying hatred and anger, which had already begun to burn. They were burning with rage. At this moment, Long Chen actually soared into the sky and floated between the 2 experts from the Martial God Palace. Everyone had the illusion that when Long Chen stood between them, they saw that Long Chen was the true leader. And the most famous martial fanatic and drunkard of the 3,000 palaces were actually his servants. At the start, they were envious of Long Chen because he was protected by the 2 fanatics. Now that they thought about it, the 2 fanatics working together with Long Chen was definitely not as simple as just protecting him. A commotion broke out like a tidal wave. Today's Hidden Dragon ranking battle had ended. However, a real storm had arisen once again. The 3 people in the sky were facing off against the Punishment Hall and the Deity Hall. There would probably be an even greater commotion next. When Lu Chuanxiu saw that his son was dead, he actually calmed down, terrifyingly so. Everyone from the Deity Hall and Punishment Hall, aside from the Supreme Elders, came to the side of Lu Jihuan and the others, facing off against Long Chen and the other 2. Lu Junyue's mother was on the verge of fainting. Her current sluggishness was indescribable. It was as if she had lost her soul. Her eyes became incomparably empty as she stared at Long Chen. Her body trembled, but she did not move at all. Her son had already turned Long Chen to ashes. The only thing that could be seen seemed to be the 9-spirit golden elephant seal in Long Chen's hand. The flames of war burned once again. Lu Jihuan first stabilized his own side. The dead were already dead, and the key was revenge. He was calmer than Lu Chuanxiu. He knew that Long Chen had already planned for this to be a declaration of war. A declaration of war against the 3,000 palaces and Punishment Hall. However, he had to use the rules to speak and reason. Lu Jihuan said in an extremely cold voice, everyone saw today's scene. This was originally the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. Long Chen had the upper hand, but when Lu Junyue was outnumbered, he used a cruel method to kill her. He ignored the words of us Supreme Elders. Such vile behavior is truly infuriating. In my opinion, he should be sentenced to death and executed on the spot. What do the other Supreme Elders think? With that, Lu Jihuan looked around him. Don't you have eyes? Didn't you see what Lu Junyue did just now? He used the Blood Refinement Sutra and that forbidden burning blood technique. He sacrificed 1,000 years of his life just to kill me. In the end, he even took out a retribution realm treasure to deal with me. He has already broken countless rules. Your punishment hall is blind. I just couldn't retract my attack, so I accidentally killed him. How can you blame me for that? Lu Junhua laughed wildly before pointing at Lu Jihuan and saying, "You dare to be the Grand Elder? Are you retarded? Did your brain not develop properly? Don't you have eyes? Didn't you see what Lu Junhua did just now? He used the Blood Refinement Sutra and that forbidden burning blood technique." Long Chen's sharp manner made every single person from the Divine Hall and Punishment Hall clench their fists tightly. They were only waiting for Lu Jihuan's order, and they would take action. Everyone understood that it would definitely be a battle next. The people of the Divine Hall would not let Long Chen leave safely, even if Long Chen had Duo Qi by his side. Lu Jihuan knew that he definitely could not out-talk Long Chen, so he chose to directly announce, "Since no one has any objections, I declare that Long Chen has broken the rules of the competition and even betrayed the 3,000 halls to oppose the punishment hall. He should be executed immediately. I, Lu Jihuan, will carry out the punishment. If anyone else helps a tyrant, they will be executed regardless of their identity." The last sentence was directed at Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai. Long Chen and the other two smiled. Long Chen beckoned with his hand and said, "Grandson, come." Whoosh. Long Chen's nonchalant tone stunned the tens of thousands of people below. Many people could not help but steal glances at the second Supreme Elder's expression. At this moment, someone suddenly broke free from the Divine Hall's control. She roared like a wild beast and charged at Long Chen. She was at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. At her age, she could not be considered a genius. Long Chen naturally recognized this crazy woman. He knew that many of Lu Junhua's crimes were covered up by this woman. Lu Chuanxiu and the others did not notice, and the two sides were too close. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman arrived before Long Chen. The scarlet blood desolation pierced out like a dragon, directly piercing the woman's chest. But even though she was injured, she still roared, "Bastard, how dare you kill my son? Bastard, you dare to kill my son? Bastard, bastard, bastard. You're a bastard who was born without a mother. Die. No, you don't have any parents at all. You were raised by dogs." This woman was extremely ugly. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Her words touched Long Chen's taboo. Like mother, like son. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. The scarlet blood desolation rotated and the woman before him was killed. Chapter 1288. If it could be said that Long Chen's guts were fat after killing Lu Junhua, then the word fat could no longer be used to describe his current boldness. He clearly didn't place the punishment hall in his eyes at all. He had also clearly declared war. Long Chen did not hesitate to kill this woman. There was always a forbidden area in his heart. Once this forbidden area was touched, then death would be the only outcome. He was an ancient spiritual blood dragon. His will did indeed contain the kindness of his nature. However, when the other party touched this forbidden area, his fangs and claws would be revealed. Just like now. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the pale-faced Lu Chuanxiu. He said coldly, "I'm sorry, but I killed your son and wife today. They both deserve to die. If you have the guts, then stop whining and come at me." Taking a deep breath, Long Chen glanced across every single person from the Divine Hall and Punishment Hall. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen glanced at everyone from the Divine Palace and the Punishment Palace with his dark eyes. He suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, there is no need to do this. You obviously want to kill me today, so just come at me directly. Otherwise, what is the blood refining scripture? What is the burning blood great art? What is the golden elephant seal of the 9 spirits? I think you are all bastards. If you don't treat this hidden dragon ranked battle as a fair competition, why should I treat it as a fair competition? The ones who broke the rules first are still you all. The Divine Hall and Punishment Hall had suffered the most terrible lesson today. Even though the losses were negligible, Long Chen's slap in the face had already made everyone's face burn. Long Chen's words were not without reason. The Punishment Hall and Divine Hall wanted to kill Long Chen today, but they had never thought that something like this would happen. After his wife and son died together, Lu Chuanxiu clenched his fists tightly. If it were not for Lu Jihuan who was beside him controlling him, he would definitely have gone mad. Second Elder. Lu Jihuan called out. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were too powerful. Although they did not say anything, it was clear from their expressions that they were going to stand by Long Chen. Only one person could deal with them. At Lu Jihuan's summon, the sitting Second Supreme Elder finally moved. In an instant, he disappeared from his seat and appeared in front of Lu Jihuan. His speed seemed to teleport. All of you, go back. Second Supreme Elder waved his hand and stood in front of Lu Jihuan. Lu Jihuan heaved a sigh of relief. With the Second Supreme Elder dealing with this, even if the martial fanatic and the wine fanatic were from the martial god palace, they could not be blamed for breaking the rules first. Today, Long Chen must die. From the body of the Second Supreme Elder, a vast domineering aura was emitted. Long Chen was very clear that this aura was also present on his body. This was the terrifying nirvana energy. Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine when the Second Supreme Elder's eyes swept over him. With just the three of them, they stood against a nirvana tribulation expert and the punishment hall of the Heaven God Hall. Long Chen could be said to be heaven-defying today. The two of you are really thinking too much. The Second Supreme Elder did not take Long Chen seriously at all. In his opinion, the only people who could pose a threat to him were these two people. If not for them, Long Chen would not have been able to cause any waves today. Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing exchanged glances and did not say anything. However, Long Chen laughed arrogantly and said, "Old devil, it's not that they're seeking death, it's that you've gone too far. All we can do is resist. It's all because of you. You allowed them to plot against me. As an elder of the punishment hall, you're covering up for your own people. There's no such thing as justice in your heart. I think it's truly a tragedy for the punishment hall to be under your control. Living in these 3,000 halls where there's no justice and suffering all sorts of humiliation is even more of a tragedy." Long Chen's words could be said to have expressed many people's dissatisfaction with power. Why did they have to be restrained by the iron rules of the punishment hall while these people could get away with it? The Second Supreme Elder squinted his eyes. It had been more than 1,000 years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a tone. The Second Supreme Elder knew that this youth was special. At this moment, Lu Jihuan said from behind, "Enough, Long Chen, your death is here. There is no need for pointless resistance. Return the golden elephant seal of the 9 spirits." That was the treasure of the Heavenly God Hall. They felt uncomfortable that Long Chen had it in his hands. Long Chen smiled. The golden elephant seal of the 9 spirits entered the great virtual realm. He asked, "Strange, this is my spoil of war. Why should I give it to you?" "You." Lu Jihuan was so angry that his beard curled up. A murderous aura spread between the two parties. Long Chen knew that the Second Supreme Elder would not be able to hold it in any longer. The terrifying nirvana energy enveloped everyone in the area. Rumble. The might of the nirvana tribulation realm was displayed by the Second Supreme Elder. His gaze was directed at Double Chi. It could be said that from the start, he had guessed that Double Chi was from the martial god palace and could not make a move easily. However, since the other party had already bullied him, he could not be blamed for being cruel. Die. At this moment, almost everyone was anxious for Long Chen. What they were most worried about at the beginning had indeed happened. However, Long Chen even dared to scold the Second Supreme Elder. He was really afraid. When the other party made a move, Long Chen smiled coldly and took out his true trump card. The white light of the soul revolving sacred jade suddenly lit up on his chest. A huge amount of surging power built a new power channel network in his body. The two idiots turned into white light and entered his body. Endless power gathered, and Long Chen's entire body almost exploded. However, this feeling of being filled with power was not the slightest bit weaker than the opponent's Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert. This kind of feeling was really comfortable. What happened? Everyone was stunned. This time, they were completely frightened by Long Chen. Long Chen's transformation was simply beyond their understanding. What kind of thing could actually make the power of three people gather together and converge into Long Chen's body? Under the powerful attribute of the dragon blood divine origin, the white power of the soul revolving sage jade turned blood red. The blood red starlight was incomparably dazzling, and the blood red flame was burning fiercely. In just an instant, Long Chen could be said to have turned from an ant to an elephant in the eyes of the second Supreme Elder. A fierce murderous aura burst out from Long Chen's body. Don't you want to kill me, Long Chen? Then come, I want to see how strong you old dogs can make a move on me. This world is not your own world. When you think you can do whatever you want, you have to ask whether I, Long Chen, agree or not. Gathering the power of double qi, in the sublimation of the soul revolving sage jade, Long Chen became incomparably fatal in an instant. Back then, in this state, he could basically kill a martial artist at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm with one blow. The second Supreme Elder's face had never been so shocked before. It turned out to be the same level of power. This young man had to attract his attention. Who on earth was he that could make double qi work so hard for him, and that he could behave so atrociously in the most powerful place of the 3,000 palaces? In any case, the second Supreme Elder knew that it was time to take action. Long Chen, you have no respect for your elders, you have disobeyed your superiors, you deserve to die 10,000 times over. The punishment hall has decided to kill you on the spot. With a roar, the second Supreme Elder, in front of countless people's stunned gazes, attacked in shock. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color. Long Chen's eyes were gloomy, and his whole body was shrouded in the color of blood. He also attacked, and unexpectedly, he was not weaker than a terrifying martial artist like the second Supreme Elder. The speed of the two was almost equal. One blade. The other side's vast nirvana energy almost made Long Chen fall apart, but the other side was also pushed back by Long Chen. The shockwaves of the battle caused the cultivators of the Punishment Hall and the Heaven God Hall to stagger. The extremely stable barrier of light in the Hidden Dragon battlefield was completely destroyed at that moment. Cracks in space appeared in the surroundings. Whoosh. The result of this confrontation was actually evenly matched. This was enough to shock everyone. It had to be known that Long Chen's strength, compared to the second Supreme Elders, was simply like the difference between a god and a human. However, at this moment, the difference was actually not that big. Long Chen was already very satisfied with resisting the second Supreme Elder. His speed suddenly increased, and among the fleeing people of the Divine Hall, he grabbed the back of a person's neck with one hand and lifted them up completely. Then, he arrogantly stood in front of the second Supreme Elder. These two martial artists were actually Lu Jihuan and Lu Chuanxiu. They were like little chicks, being lifted by Long Chen. They were using all their strength, and their faces were full of fear as they struggled with all their might. However, under the restriction of Long Chen's power, they seemed to be a little weak. With the help of these two, Long Chen successfully forced the second Supreme Elder to stop in fear. What, you're not going to fight anymore? Are you afraid that I'll break their necks? Said Long Chen with a smile. He exerted force in his hands, and immediately, the two of them from the Lu family let out earth-shattering roars. Their necks had already been twisted by Long Chen. Old ghost, where are you going now? Looking down at me from above, Long Chen. Indeed, I can't kill you today, but I can destroy your Divine Hall and Punishment Hall. If you want to deal with me, do it in your next life. I think it's better for you to obediently go back and enjoy your retirement. Otherwise, when the nirvana tribulation comes, you'll be annihilated. The imperial star still belongs to me, Long Chen. What do you think? Anyway, you don't have any justice to speak of. It's time for me, Long Chen, to control the 3,000 halls. If you don't obediently scram back, I'll break their necks. Long Chen was interested. He smiled and looked at the second Supreme Elder, who had a gloomy expression. The scene was completely silent. Long Chen's appetite was really big. He actually wanted to control the 3,000 halls and dominate the imperial palace. However, he was indeed such a person. The punishment hall was established by the martial god palace, so everything depended on the martial god palace. However, Long Chen also had people in the martial god palace. For the martial god palace, changing the master of the 3,000 halls was not a big deal. Chapter 1289. The 5 emperor seals in the sky still maintained their original appearance. The disturbance came from somewhere else. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground tremble slightly. In fact, this kind of trembling wasn't much. When Long Chen and Zhao Danchen had fought, the trembling of Martial Emperor City had been even more intense. However, what everyone didn't know was that this kind of trembling spanned over 100 miles and wasn't just limited to a small area like Martial Emperor City. Long Chen was also observing this slight trembling. He could vaguely sense that the 5 great emperor seals were releasing a kind of power. This power was like countless tentacles that were controlling the entire world around them. It seemed like 5 suction forces had erupted from the 5 great emperor seals. The principle was somewhat similar to Long Chen's devouring world of blood, but it wasn't exactly the same. This suction force had nothing to do with humans, so Long Chen wasn't affected in the slightest as he stood there. Very soon, he understood what the 5 great emperor seals were absorbing. Trembling sounds came from all directions. Long Chen lifted his head and saw that there were actually 5 colored air currents, gold, green, black, red, and yellow, rising from the ground, the rivers, and even the endless forests. They were all surging in the direction of the 5 great emperor seals. The 5 colored air currents didn't converge at first. Within 100 miles, the air currents rose into the sky and gathered in the direction of Martial Emperor City. When they were about to reach Martial Emperor City, all the air currents gradually converged into 5 streams of 5 different colors that converged in the direction of the 5 great emperor seals from 5 different directions. The people below let out exclamations of surprise. This was because they saw 5 colored air currents, gold, green, black, red, and yellow, appear in the sky. Each of these air currents was extremely vast and turbulent. They were like surging rivers that stretched across the sky, almost blocking out the stars in the sky. Long Chen could sense that these 5 colored air currents were condensed from the countless metal or veins, trees, rivers, flames, and the earth. These were the essences, and these essences were all gathered by the 5 great ruler seals. Or rather, they were being devoured. As everyone waited expectantly, the 5 massive rivers surged into the 5 colored ruler seals in the sky. The 5 colored river and the 5 colored monarch seal had completely fused. Under the absorption of the 5 great emperor seals, more and more air currents surged up from the ground and the rivers. They gradually gathered at the Martial Emperor City and were absorbed by the 5 great emperor seals. The 5 great emperor seals were like bottomless pits. Everyone lifted their heads and stared blankly at this scene. When everyone felt their necks aching, the 5 colored air currents disappeared and fused with the 5 emperor's seals. Everyone knew that the final moment was coming. Just what kind of strange things would happen to these 5 colors? This matter might be related to Long Chen. Everyone was looking forward to what would happen. They realized that after this incident, Long Chen would probably gain a lot of benefits. Some people with higher status and strength had already guessed what was in the sky. To think that all 5 monarch seals are in Long Chen's hands. In a dark corner of the Martial Emperor City, Shaolin stared blankly at the 5 great emperor's seals in the sky. His face was full of helplessness. No wonder. It turns out that this lad is a truly terrifying figure. He managed to collect all 5 Emperor's seals without anyone noticing. It seems like it's not unreasonable for him to win in the end and dominate the Shenwu sacred dynasty. Xiao Lin looked at the young man in the sky and his face was full of awe. Many people in the martial emperor city had the same thoughts as Xiao Lin. The current Long Chen had enough strength to make them revere and submit to him. The only person in the Wushu alliance who had some strength was Xiao Lin. Unfortunately, Xiao Lin was already old and had long lost the will to fight. What he wanted most now was to enjoy his remaining years in peace. Whoever became the martial emperor or the dragon emperor didn't matter to him anymore. After the airflow in the sky disappeared, the 5 great emperor's seals started to dim and weren't as dazzling as they had been at the beginning. When all the light from the 5 great emperor's seals disappeared, Long Chen discovered that the 5 emperor's seals in the sky had formed a circle the size of a palm. Every emperor's seal had shrunk to the size of a thumb. However, they had become crystal clear, like the most beautiful jade in the world, and were sparkling and translucent. Long Chen knew that the time had come. He could vaguely sense that the 5 great emperor's seals now had an indescribable connection with his bloodline. He started to move in the direction of the 5 great emperor's seals. At the same time, the 5 great emperor's seals were moving in the direction of Long Chen. Long Chen stopped in his tracks and subconsciously raised his right arm. He spread his fingers and faced his palm against the 5 great emperor's seals. This was a subconscious action, but he knew that this was the right move. As expected, the 5 great emperor's seals quickly arrived in front of him. The 5 translucent jades flickered with a faint fluorescent light as they fused into his palm. Long Chen felt a cool sensation on his palm, which was very comfortable. When the translucent light completely disappeared, Long Chen looked at his palm. At this time, his palm had already returned to normal. Long Chen looked at his palm. The 5 great emperor's seals had disappeared and turned into tattoo-like lines that appeared on his palm. Every emperor's seal had its own color, and it still looked crystal clear and lifelike. This meant that the 5 great emperor's seals had completely fused. Long Chen took a deep breath and tried to use his consciousness to touch the 5 great emperor's seals on his palm. As expected, it seemed to be a part of his body. Soon, a burst of information from the 5 great emperor's seals entered Long Chen's mind. Long Chen absorbed it hungrily. As he had expected, this was the cultivation method of the 5 great emperor's seals. The cultivation method of the 5 great emperor's seals had tens of thousands of words. It was at least 20 times more than the cultivation method of the divine seal of desolation. From this, it could be seen how powerful the 5 emperor's seals were. Just by reading these magnificent words, Long Chen felt as though he was in the Middle Ages, an era where there were many experts. Is this the 5 emperor's seals? These obscure words made Long Chen feel that it was difficult to cultivate for the first time. Even the divine seal of desolation didn't have this feeling. After looking at it for a while, Long Chen felt a little tired. He realized that studying these words for a long time actually made him feel a little tired. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy for him to cultivate the 5 emperor's seals, as expected of an emperor-level battle technique. However, the more challenging something was, the more interested Long Chen was. Only then could he stimulate his inner spirit of challenge. From the general principles of the 5 emperor's seals, Long Chen understood this information. The 5 emperor's seals are divided into 5 techniques. They are the golden the arch-heaven engulfing seal, the green the arch-heaven raising seal, the mystic the arch-heaven engulfing seal, the red the arch-heaven incinerating seal and the yellow the arch-heaven shaking seal. Unlike other battle techniques, these 5 emperor's seals aren't differentiated by strength, only by their attributes. Using different types of emperor's seals to attack different types of enemies will result in different effects. However, these 5 emperor's seals actually have a stacking effect. The 5 emperor's seals were all equally powerful. Didn't that mean that he only needed to cultivate one of them? Actually, that wasn't necessarily the case. The 5 emperor's seals could be stacked. For example, if Long Chen cultivated the golden the arch heaven engulfing seal and the green the arch heaven raising seal, the power of these two techniques would be about the same. However, if he used the two emperor's seals at the same time, the effect would be completely stacked. When two different types of attacks were stacked together at the same time, the power would definitely not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Using two emperor's seals at the same time would cause the power to be 4 or 5 times stronger than the original. Moreover, Long Chen had a total of 5 emperor's seals cultivation techniques. In other words, every time he successfully cultivated one of the emperor's seals, his battle power would increase by several times. If he could successfully cultivate all 5 emperor's seals and then stack their effects, the power of the 5 emperor's seals at the same time would probably be 100 times stronger than a single emperor's seal. These 5 emperor's seals are actually so terrifying. It seems like I've really picked up a treasure this time. Long Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. Just any one emperor's seal alone is already a beginner royal battle technique. It's even stronger than my divine desolation seal. Once I've mastered 3 emperor's seals, the stacking effect will probably reach the intermediate royal level. In other words, the 5 emperor's seals are definitely not just beginner royal battle techniques. At the thought of this, Long Chen was filled with confidence for his trip to the ancient cemetery. Even in the entire 10,000 kingdom territory, the 5 emperor's seals were considered the most precious treasures. In the Wuxia Sage Empire, who could produce a battle technique more terrifying than the 5 emperor's seals? When the 5 emperor's seals were used at the same time and the 5 elements collided, the battle power that erupted was absolutely unimaginable. However, Long Chen soon understood that the cultivation of the 5 emperor's seals was extremely difficult. To cultivate any emperor's seal, I have to find a treasure of the corresponding element. If I want to cultivate the fire of the Scarlet Emperor's Sky-Scorching Seal, I have to find a special fire. The true sun fire that Xiao Lang once devoured and the beast fire in the 9th Hell Graveyard are both considered. The blue magic flame that I obtained in Martial Emperor City is already useless for Xiao Lang. I wonder if I can succeed. The cultivation of every emperor's seal required a medium to guide it. Chapter 1290. Cultivating a ruler seal shouldn't be too difficult for Long Chen. After successfully cultivating it, the scarlet ruler seal on Long Chen's palm would be opened up. Long Chen's palm would be condensed with a rich fire-attributed energy. It might even turn Long Chen's entire palm into a sea of fire. However, cultivating the second ruler seal would be much more difficult. After all, different elemental energies would clash with each other. What Long Chen needed to do was to gather the two completely different elemental energies in the small area of his right palm. There was a martial aperture there. Long Chen would have to rack his brains to figure out how to accommodate two different energies in a single martial aperture. As for the future 3rd and 4th ruler seals, there was no need to even mention them. After knowing so much, Long Chen was both happy and worried. He was happy that the 5 ruler seals were so powerful, but worried that they were so difficult to cultivate. Forget it. I'll cross the bridge when I get to it, Long Chen thought to himself. Today's strange phenomenon had completely passed, leaving Long Chen alone in mid-air in a daze. After he had digested the shock brought about by the 5 ruler seals, Long Yu and the others came to his side. Everyone, stop watching. There were still thousands of people watching below, so Long Yu told them to go back. Long Yu had a lot of authority in Martial the Arch City. When everyone saw that the matter was over, they left in awe. The news of the 5 ruler seals spread throughout Martial the Arch City from people who knew about it. Now that everyone knew that Long Chen, who was already strong enough, had obtained such a powerful treasure. Most importantly, he was still young. Such a person was naturally looked up to by everyone. When he saw the concerned gazes of the crowd, Long Chen told everyone about the 5 ruler seals. Logically speaking, the 5 ruler seals should belong to everyone. Long Chen felt a little embarrassed to keep them all to himself. However, he knew that his brothers and sisters didn't care about this. See? I told you that only a freak like seventh brother can cultivate the 5 emperor seals. Ordinary people like us will understand after understanding it. Ha! Jiang Wuya was the first to laugh. Everyone soon laughed as well. They were very happy that Long Chen had such an encounter, but they were definitely not jealous. Young man, work hard. I look forward to hearing the news of you displaying your might in the primeval cemetery, and will be able to bask in some of your glory as well. These past few days were perhaps the happiest days of Long Shan's life since he'd left the 9th Hell Mourning Grounds. In the following days, he would be able to enjoy the happiness of his family. Everyone chatted for a while before Long Yu said, "All right, let's not disturb this little genius. He'll be heading to the primeval cemetery in a while, and he should hurry up and comprehend the 5 emperor seals. Let's not disturb him." After that, she looked at Long Chen and encouraged. "Do your best." "Yes, do your best, brother." Jian Chen, Lei Zhen, and the others all said with a smile. Lei Zhen still had to take care of the war people, so he would leave in a few days. Under Long Chen's arrangements, Jian Chen would go over to help, while the others would stay in Martial Emperor City. As for Huangfu Fengchen and the others, they had also reoccupied the Huangfu clan under Long Yu's arrangements. Although Huangfu Fengchen had lost his strength, no one had any objections to him becoming the clan leader. After all, the strongest person in the Wushu sage's court was Long Chen, and everyone knew about the relationship between Long Chen and Huangfu Fengchen. Even his elder brother, Huangfu Fengyun, had to nod and bow to him. As for Huangfu Qi, he gradually advanced towards the earth martial arts realm with everyone's help. Everything was developing perfectly according to Long Chen's imagination. Long Chen was very satisfied. He was also very happy to see the people around him happy. In this way, he could fight for his own future with peace of mind. Sometimes, Long Chen would also ask himself if it was worth it for him to sacrifice so much for a woman. Later on, he felt that he was very ridiculous. Love was something that grew in the heart. It didn't matter if it was worth it or not, it only depended on whether one was willing or not. Everything was up to one's heart. And Long Chen's heart was destined to walk on this path from the moment he swore in Biyao town. Back then, he had been very confused. He had been so confused that he had cried. But today, he truly had the strength to back it up. Long Chen would let all those who had looked down on him understand how laughable their previous disdain was. My fate is not up to the heavens. One day, I will make you crawl under my feet and tremble. After finding a new place, Long Chen began to study the 5 emperor seals. This would be the most important thing he could rely on after he went to the ancient cemetery. He would have to spend the remaining month on the 5 emperor seals. When it was quiet at night, Long Chen sat alone in the house. Xiao Lang had already gone out for a walk, while Long Chen was wholeheartedly studying the 5 emperor seals. He spent a few days reading the general outline of the 5 emperor seals several times, and he also focused on understanding it once. After reading it repeatedly, the effect was much better than the previous rough reading. There were many sentences that were originally difficult to understand, but under Long Chen's repeated pondering, many of them were suddenly clear. Of course, after understanding the general outline, it did not mean that Long Chen would be able to quickly master it. The 5 emperor seals was a big project. Without studying it day and night, it was impossible to succeed. Long Chen planned to start with the Scarlet Emperor Sky Inferno imprint. Hence, he only glanced at the other 4 emperor imprints to get a general understanding of them. All his attention was focused on the Scarlet Emperor Sky Inferno imprint. This Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark is a fire attribute attack. There is the Golden Crow's fire in my quintessential energy, especially in the acupuncture point of my right palm. There is a portion of the Golden Crow's remnant soul in the elixir. Under such circumstances, if I were to cultivate the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark, it should be much easier, so I'll start from here. The Scarlet the Arch Burning Heaven seal was a fire attribute seal technique. Long Chen had once cultivated a cultivation technique called the Burning Heaven Demon Yang Fist. The two battle techniques were somewhat different but had the same effect. However, the power was worlds apart. Once the 5 Emperor Seals were used, the earth shook. How could a small battle technique compare to it? The more he cultivated, the more Long Chen felt the difficulty and terror of the 5 Emperor Seals. However, he was not discouraged. I wonder if the Blue Devil Flame can be used as a primer to cultivate the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark? Long Chen pondered. The role of the Blue Devil Flame was only a primer. The most important thing he could rely on was the Golden Crow's fire. These two flames should be able to facilitate the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. Of course, if he wanted to cultivate other seal techniques in the future, it would be much more difficult. A lot of time passed by. Long Chen had pondered over the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven Imprint's cultivation method for 5 or 6 days. He was ready to truly cultivate the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven Imprint. He didn't cultivate in the Martial Emperor City. Instead, he found a desolate mountain near the Martial Emperor City. The wolf cub guarded him not far away. Xiao Lang didn't need to cultivate, so he watched as Long Chen cultivated. Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. Extreme Yang, using fire as a primer, 1 seal burns the heavens. In the following period of time, Long Chen was completely immersed in the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. He followed the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark's mental cultivation technique and placed the Blue Devil Flame on his palm. The temperature of the Blue Devil Flame was still relatively high for Long Chen. Long Chen could only barely withstand the temperature by transforming into his dragon soul. However, his palm was almost completely burned by the blue flame. I actually have to hold the Blue Devil Flame in my hand for a total of 3 days before the Scarlet Emperor Seal can completely absorb it. Only then can I truly start cultivating the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. As he thought of this, Long Chen could only endure it. The path of cultivation was already extremely arduous. If he couldn't even endure this degree of pain, it would be very difficult for him to achieve anything great. Long Chen was like this. His willpower and perseverance were rather shocking, which was why he had achieved what he had today. 3 days passed by quickly. Compared to the people from the 9 great sacred dynasties, although Long Chen's qi wasn't strong, his physique was the best. Therefore, it only took 3 days for the Blue Devil Flame to completely merge with Long Chen's palm. During this process, Long Chen suffered a kind of heart-wrenching torture. Every moment felt like there was a knife cutting his palm. This kind of burning pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Persevere. In his heart, it was precisely because he had faith and pursuits that he could endure the pain time and time again. If one couldn't endure pain, then one wouldn't be a true man. He knew that only by clenching his teeth and persevering could he stand out from the crowd and control his own destiny. Even though cold sweat was pouring down his face, Long Chen still clenched his teeth and persevered. Hard work paid off. After 3 days, the Blue Devil Flame had completely merged with his palm. After the sharp pain subsided, Long Chen felt a kind of comfortable feeling. At this time, the Blue Devil Flame had already been absorbed by the Scarlet Emperor Seal. The 5 great Emperor Seals on Long Chen's palm were directly connected to the martial aperture in Long Chen's right palm. When the Blue Devil Flame merged with Long Chen's palm, it was as if it had directly appeared in the martial aperture. It's time to start. At this juncture, Long Chen silently recited the cultivation method of the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. These 5 Emperor Seals were formed with one hand. The process of forming seals was also a process of cultivation. According to the path in his memory, Long Chen immersed himself in the cultivation of the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. It was another long journey. The Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark on his palm stretched out a thin thread made of flames and wrapped around the Blue Devil Flame. Small strange runes were instilled into the Blue Devil Flame from the Scarlet Emperor Seal. It was obvious that the Blue Devil Flame was relatively weak in front of the Scarlet Emperor Seal. This might mean that using the Blue Devil Flame as a primer was actually far from enough. However, Long Chen didn't give up. There were more powerful things in his martial aperture. Time passed day by day. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.